This is Super Saturday at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh, and those are some of the trophies on offer today. We've got 4 local Group 1s on the card today, and that is what they are racing for. We've got big name jockeys like Mikel Barcelona and Jim Crowley, who've made the trip here to Saudi Arabia in search of glory and in search of some massive prize money on offer as well. As ever, we've got 12 races on the programme today, and as well as those international superstars, we have top local talent as well. And Rory, today is some of the richest racing in the whole world.
Yeah, the prize money on offer today is absolutely tremendous. The last 2 races, each worth over £1 million between them. For those who are watching in the UK, 5 million Riyal in prize money for each of those last 2 local Grade 1s, and that's 2.5 million to the winner, and the rest distributed among the placed horses. So one of the big nights in Saudi racing, and I've been lucky enough that I've been here, aside from the Saudi Cup itself, I've been here for all the big local nights. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to do so.
Well, that big prize money, of course, is a really enticing offer, so no wonder these international jockeys have made the trip here. Or we've got the likes of Jim Crowley and Mikel Barcelona, as I said, and we've also got some really exciting horses to look out for across the day as well. So let's take a look at what we've got in store later on. This is Rustan Basha winning the Jcsa Cup a week ago over course and distance. Can he follow up in the Jcsa Challenge? Alex Moreno takes the ride back in the saddle after his ban, and he'll want to make his mark in race 6. Paddock goes in race 9, and this is him winning the Lucid Toic Cup in his last race, beating Final Destination. He steps up from 1,800 to 2,000 metres in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship. And to end the card is another Group 1. The King Abdulaziz Cup is packed with previous winners. The White Stable are well represented, and they'll be hopeful that their unbeaten filly, Tabor Fail, can strike again. Mouth-watering stuff, Rory. Yeah, the last race in particular. Ahmed Mohammed is going to be champion trainer. He's the primary trainer for the White Stable. Has 6 runners in that race, but the star of them appears to be Tabor Fail. She beat a stablemate last time out in the Princess Setat Cup. That filly then went on to win the Fillies Mile, one of the biggest races of the season for fillies. So she looked a superstar when we saw her in Taif. We had this chat yesterday about some people didn't believe that the horses who did well in Taif would come and make their mark in Riyadh. That's very much not the case in Tabor Fail, hoping to be crowned a champion again tonight, that everyone thinks she is from her hugely impressive performances so far. Absolutely. Let's just talk about the last time we saw her, the Princess Setat Cup in December. Absolutely thrashed her stablemate. How impressed were you with that run? Really impressed, and I'm more impressed with what happened since, because it's Tatea who she beat. That was back in December. She's run a couple of times since. She ran an absolute stormer when second 2 starts back, and then won the Fillies Mile here a couple of weeks ago. She looks a top-class filly, and Tabor Fail just made her look pedestrian when beating her the best part of 5 lengths last time out, with the rest of them well strung out behind. So it's great that the Prince Mehtab, who owns her, also has all that backup as well. Any one of 5 if she fails to hit the mark. But I think everyone connected to the stable really hopes that Tabor Fail goes out there and wins impressively again, because she has been an absolute monster this season, and we're very keen to see her prove that and really make her mark in the season. But we'll have to wait until race 12 to see Tabor Fail in action, but we've got plenty more to look forward to before that. So let's head to our commentator, Gareth Topham, who can talk us through today's card.
Hi Rebecca, hi Rory, hi everybody, yeah, welcome along, and what a Saturday race schedule we have over the coming hours. We begin shortly with a locally bred horses maiden, that to be run on the turf, as are the handicaps, which come up as races 2, 3 and 4. Then back on the dirt for a 0 to 70 fillies handicap, then a Jcsa Challenge race, followed at 5:55 local time by the Jcsa Cup for Arabian horses. Then follows the listed King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup, a race for Arabian horses over 1,600 metres. Towards the end of the card, the really valuable races begin. We've got a local Group 1, the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup, followed by the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup for the fillies, and then the King Abdulaziz Arabian Horses Cup, and the big one itself to conclude at 8:40 local time, the local Group 1, the King Abdulaziz Cup. Some huge prize money on offer throughout the course of the evening. Our first race then to be run on the turf is a locally bred horses maiden. Let's take you through the runners and riders. Number 1 is Shalfa Ali, partnered by Tariq Al Mansour. Number 2 is Ain Mohammed with Ali Al Mutib riding. Number 3, Sirana, Abdullah Al Fairuz. Scratch number 4. Number 4 is a non-runner. Number 5 is Alda Kalia with Muhammad Al Nassar. 6, Rawaid, Muhammad Al Shamari. Number 7, Lahafa, Rayan Al Torsh. 8, Yaroum, Louis Morales. Number 9, Gala Salihah with Sultan Al Mamoni. Over the page to 10, Jamrat Arab, Thurbal Timyat. Number 11 will get a run here, Moste Gelar with Victor Gutierrez on board. Take out 12 and 13, they don't run here, nor does number 4, but the 11 does. That leaves us with a field of 10 to contest this opening locally bred horses maiden to be run on the grass.
Fantastic. Thank you, Gareth. We'll catch up with you a little later on. Running on the grass, Rory, we've been turf racing for the last couple of days, but this is a bit of a change of pace going on the turf. Let's go through then the runners and riders for this next one as they file into the parade ring behind us. Shalfa Ali will have a difficult task here today, so let's talk about Ain Mohammed, horse number 2.
Yeah, the first thing just to say here, you'll notice much smaller fields for the first 4 races than we have earlier on, just because the aside from Saudi Cup weekend, the turf track tends to be taken a little bit, so the safety limit for field sizes is 10, hence you've got a number of reserves who don't get in here. But Ain Mohammed has had 3 runs so far between 6 and 7 furlongs. She's been beaten 12 lengths or more every time. She's shown a little bit of ability, but gets a rating of 50 and really shouldn't be good enough tonight. Well, this is clearly the weakest race of the evening, but I think Ain Mohammed will need to improve to get involved.
It'll be pretty difficult as well for number 3, Sirana.
She was beaten almost 90 lengths on her debut from finishing tailed off last. Unless that's patently not her running, then she's got an awful lot to prove here.
And let's skip to number 5, Altaki Haleyea.
Yeah, 3rd of a course and distance on her debut, and had 3 winners behind when 6th in a course and distance open last time out behind a useful filly called Tesh Dahom. This is a considerable drop in class for her, and I think Alda Kalia is probably the likeliest winner of the race. She's not the top rated in it, but I think I thought it was a very creditable effort last time out in a much stronger race than this, and this is a significant drop back in class. Well,
let's look out for number 5 in that case, but what about number 6, Rawayed?
She was 15 and a half lengths behind Calastify when finishing 10th in a non-winners of 2 over course and distance on her debut. That was a really tough race to make her debut in. She should improve for it, but Calastify wasn't that far in front of Alda Kalia last time out, so there's clearly a little bit to do on the collateral form lines. But Rawaya's just had the 1 run, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see her take a considerable step forward.
Well, let's head down to the paddock, shall we, to join our reporter Shamila, who is standing by. Shamila, you love the turf racing, don't you?
I absolutely love the turf racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It is always a treat when we get to see it. And first race of the day goes to my paddock selection is horse number 10, highest rated horse in the race as well. Only 10 runners as we are racing on the turf first for the first 4 races, in fact. And it is a huge day indeed here. It's probably one of the biggest days of racing we've had during the Riyadh season. So definitely tune in, and the racing only gets better throughout the day as well. So I cannot wait. We have international jockeys joining us, Jim Crowley, Christian Demiro, Miguel Barcelona. Hopefully we can catch a word with all of them before their races. And let's go back to this race. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Horse number 10 is my paddock selection, and hopefully we can just go over here and take a look at her. She's a 3-year-old filly by Al Motrahim, Jamrat Al Arab. She's here sporting some red blinkers. Just genuinely the best, nicest looking filly in this race. Didn't have to look too deeply into it because we only have 10 runners, but she is looking very well indeed. Other horses I have noted down here as good lookers, horse number 7 and horse number 5, all looking well. No paddock negatives to report for you in this first race of the day.
Fantastic, Shamila. We'll catch up with you a little later on, Shamila. Very excited about the day's racing ahead of us. Let's talk then, Rory, about horse number 7, Lahafa.
Yes, Lahafa was beaten 25 lengths first up on a course and distance maiden, doing a time for this 1,200 metres of 1:19.56. And just to give you an idea what she has to find, that's about 2.5 seconds slower than Rawaya did. And Rawaya, we decided, had plenty to find. So Lahafa is hard to fancy unless she leaves that massively behind.
And what about Yaroom at number 8?
Similar sort of story, beaten 27 3/4 lengths, when last of 7 behind Alb Shur in a course and distance maiden, way back on the very first day of the season here. Now that form's worked out well. Alb Shur, of course, won here last night, ran really well to be 5th in the Saudi Derby, but Yaroom was left well behind that day. The time that he did was 1:19.39. That would have been a tough race to make your debut in as well, so it's possible that he wasn't able to show what he's worth, but an awful lot of improvement required.
And Gala Saliha has had a recent run, but needs to improve.
Yeah, ran meeting 98, so fitness isn't a question. Yaroom obviously coming back from like 4.5 months off, so there's fitness to prove as well. Gala Saliha was beaten 28 lengths, went 15th of 18 over course and distance on debut, again doing a very slow time as well, so tons of improvement required there.
And number 10, Jamrat Arab, is the horse that Shamila likes the look of in the paddock, Rory, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, another one who ties into Calastify, who's a useful sort, was 5 lengths behind Calastify, went 4th in a non-winners of 2 over course and distance 2 starts back, and that gives her a big chance. But she was disappointing in a not to 70 handicap last time out. She's got a rating of 68, but she ended up finishing 14th that day, and that's a little bit of a concern for me that she didn't take that step forward. 2 runs prior to that good effort behind Calastify were poor as well, and I think she's probably flattered by her rating.
And Mustagala, the number 11 horse, gets in.
Yeah, and Mustagala gets in, and she's not the easiest to enthuse about on paper. She's a half-sister to a poor performer called the One of One, who ran 8 times here and was unplaced every time. So not a huge amount to take from her pedigree, the daughter of Dr. Nuwaymat. But there's not much depth in this race, and you know, one of those horses we've talked about needing to find loads of improvement is going to hit the frame at least. So you can't rule them out entirely. Only 2 of these rated higher than 50. So not a strong contest. Interesting start to the day, given how deep the racing is later on. But this is one for the modest maidens, and hopefully one of them can find a bit of improvement. But I would have thought that Alda Kalia will be very hard to beat here. I know that Shamila likes Jamrat Arab, but I thought this should be reasonably straightforward for Alda Kalia, who appears to be going the right way, even though she was 6th last time out. That was a much stronger race than this.
Absolutely. Well, 1,200 metres is the distance they're going over, Rory. Can you see where the speed is going to come from in this?
Well, there isn't much. I would imagine that Alda Kalia and Jamrat Arab will both be pretty handy here, because a lot of these, well, we've got newcomers in here, we've got horses who've been tailed off on debut, not easy to see those taking it along, but you never know. With horses who've only had 1 or 2 runs, they're not set in stone how they will be ridden, so we'll just wait and see. But if I was riding... If I was a jockey and I was riding in a race like this and I was on a highly rated one, I'd want to keep out of trouble, so I'd get them fairly well forward and make sure that I wasn't a hostage to fortune in the race.
And this is the first day we've been racing on the turf this week, Rory. Obviously, we've seen on the dirt racing, the wide draws seem to be the favourable ones. How do you think things are going to pan out here on the grass?
Yeah, it won't be the case on the turf. Ideally, you want to be pretty tight to the home bend. Obviously, there's not as much room. The reason the dirt track is so fair here is because it is so wide, and you can take plenty of time finding your position out of the stalls. Over 6 furlongs on turf, the turns are that little bit tighter, they come up a little bit quicker. You don't want to be trapped wide, so there should be a little bit of a bias towards those either who are drawn low or who have the speed to take a very good position early on.
So in terms of the low draws, you know, Shamila's picked out Jamrat Arab, drawn the widest of number 10. So you think that could favour maybe number 5, perhaps?
Yeah, it shouldn't make a huge difference in this race, given there isn't an awful lot of ability there, and those with previous form should be able to take a prominent position fairly easily. But I'd rather be drawn 5 than 10 if I was given the choice. So again, Alda Kalia does seem to be in exactly the right spot.
Well, do let us know on our YouTube comment section what you think. Let us know who you are backing in this race, the first one of 12 today. And the high quality racing, Rory, as we said, comes much later on in the day. The richest racing of anywhere in the world is taking place here today at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh. We're calling it Super Saturday, and I don't think that's an overstatement. Do you, Rory?
Certainly not. I mean, our producer tells us it's the richest racing in the world. I'm not sure if he's counted up the money on offer at Hereford today. I'd definitely be counting that up. But yeah, I think we're fairly safe there, aren't we? This is a massive race day. We do get off to a quiet start, but things build up very quickly after this.
Absolutely. Well, Hereford or Riyadh, where would you rather be, Rory?
So that's a tricky question. Not Hereford. I've been to Hereford once, and it was I ruined a pair of shoes and a pair of trousers. So I think Riyadh for me.
No, we can't have that. We can't have your shoes and trousers being ruined. Well, let's head down to Shamila, who's got news of another contest that's taking place today, and it's the best turned out.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yes, all the races today are kindly sponsored by Fasig Tipton, and the first race has gone the way of horse number 10, Jamrat Arab. So congratulations to horse number 10 for winning best turned out on race 1.
It's not switched. It's not
fantastic. So that is horse number 10, Jamrat Arab, who's won best turned out, and that is Shamila's pick. So let's see if Jamrat Arab can do the double and win this first race as well. Well, the horses are making their way down to post. We will shortly be underway. The first race gets underway at 3:25 local time, so not too much longer to wait. And I'm sure that our commentator, Gareth Topham, is eagerly awaiting this one. So let's join him now.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, the runners gathering down at the post for this first race of the day. We can take a check on the betting on the international markets. Al Dakalia is the favourite at 11-8. Pretty solid as well, with Yaroom at 130, Rawaid at 6-1, Jamrat Arab, the best turned out winner, at 13-2, Lahafa at 9-1, 12-1, Gala Saliha, with Ayan Mohammed at 16s, along with Sirana and Mostagela and Shalfa Ali at 40-1, the outsider. So that's a rough guide of the betting on the international markets, as we are just a couple of minutes away from the scheduled post time for this first race, the first of 12 on what is being billed as Super Saturday. And indeed, looking forward to particularly the second half of the card, where we get those Group 1 contests. And we also get to see in attendance some international riders today. There's such a big pool of local jockeys in Saudi Arabia, and they're so good as well. And obviously, opportunities perhaps not there too much for the international riders as perhaps they would be somewhere else, such as Bahrain, for example, where yesterday we saw plenty of international riders in attendance. But we've got some here today. They'll be on show a little bit later on, the likes of Jim Crowley, Mikel Barcelona, just to name a couple, and they come in for some good rides as well. But for this opening contest, it's all the local jockeys here. It's a fairly modest maiden, as Rory was alluding to a few moments ago, to get the card underway. But a bit of a quiet start to what is a fantastic day's sport, and you're in the best place to watch it with us here live. Welcome along if you are joining us on the YouTube channel or elsewhere as well. And we wish you the very best of luck with finding some Saudi Arabia winners today. We're down to the final 3 to load for our first race. Mostagela about to head forward. Yaroom is out of line, and so is Sirana. And as the final couple load up, we're about to hit post time. It looks like a prompt start for the first race of the day. Best of luck then. They're all in line for race 1. We're set to go over 1,200 metres on the turf for the early part of the day. Lined up. It's a long old hold. Flags are up. And they're off and running. Super Saturday underway, and one of the first ones to show, Jamrat Arab, towards the outside in the red headgear, blazes an early trail, with Rawaid through along the inside in the black jacket, green headgear, Sirana coming through in between them. They're being followed a length and a half away by Shalfa Ali, who's down along the inside of Ayan Mohammed, with out a bit wider Lahafa. And then Aldacalia in light blue colours over towards the inside as they're making the run left-handed back towards the straight. Yaroum is following with Gala Sahila, and as they make the journey back for home, Moste Galar is right at the back end of the field. Up ahead and going strongly, it is Rawaid by around about 3/4 of a length from Sirana, who's being ridden along. Towards the outside, still going strongly, Jamrat Arab in the red headgear, and Yaroum is trying to sneak through along the inside, but got the door very much slammed in his face there as they head down towards the closing stages, and taking over Jamrat Arab, but now pressed by Aldacalia, the favourite, really motoring in the closing stages and goes to the front, and Muhammad Al Nassar, and it is Aldacalia striding away by a couple of lengths near the line. Yaroum looks most unlucky, runs on strongly again to grab the second spot ahead of Jamrat Arab across the line in third. Well, it's gone to the favourite Aldacalia. Would Aldacalia have won anyway? Well, she's done it convincingly enough, but no doubt many eyes on the fast-finishing runner-up Yaroum. We'll get a view of that incident on the home turn in a few minutes' time when we watch the replay with the guys in the studio. But a wave of the whip there in triumph from Muhammad Al Nassar, who gets Super Saturday off to the perfect possible start. Aldacalia winning in a time of 1 minute 14.07 seconds. And passes the post, a good 2.5 lengths in front over Yaroum, who recovered oh so well to grab second, and back in third, a further neck away, Jamrat Arab. That's how they've crossed the line in our first race. We'll see if the stewards have got any sort of indication here into whether they're going to have a little look or not to that incident. It was a pretty dramatic moment, but Aldacalia looks to be in the clear and has landed our opening contest on Super Saturday.
Alda Kalia gets off the mark in the first win for that filly, Rory, and that was a good shout. It was an impressive run. What did you make of it?
Yeah, she's, again, we shouldn't get too carried away with the race, but she was, several of these have met Calastify as a useful yardstick and runs later on, actually, in their careers. And the one that's got closest to Calastify is Alda Kalia, who was sixth in what looked a pretty strong contest last time out. Teshlehom, the winner there. 3 other winners behind on that occasion, so very much entitled to win a maiden, and this didn't look a particularly strong one, and she has got the job done in good style for Muhammad Al Nassr.
Yaroom ran on well for second place. Do you think that horse was hard done by?
Yeah, well, I suspect that second was probably the best that Yaroom would have done with a different run, but it would have been a closer second, you'd imagine, and we'll get a chance to see in the replay just how hard done by he was in the run. He certainly finished off well. We're getting to see a replay now. He's already had to be switched outside of Jamrat Arab. He then switches back to the rail and finishes off quite strongly. But the damage was already done at this stage, and when we get to see the race from the start, we'll get an idea of exactly how unlucky he was. But certainly he caught the eye.
And do you think that the winner, Alda Kalia, can go further than 1,200 metres?
I wouldn't have thought 7 furlongs would be that much of a problem. We see the start now. Jamrat Arab getting away well from the outside stall and coming across. We had a little bit of speed earlier on from Sirana in the dark colours towards the inside. And then you'll see Rawayad, number 6, moving up to be competitive as well. So 3 of them together there, and our winner is ridden with a little bit more patience, the chestnut filly and the turquoise colours on the inside. Keep your eye on the filly with the noseband in the mostly white colours with a bit of red. She's sitting in 7th place now. That is our runner-up, Yaroom. Just see what happens to her coming off the bend now. You see the winner looking for a gap here. In fact, he just gets stopped in his run briefly, does Mohammed Al Nassr, and that allows Yaroom to try to make a run on the inside. Just gets cut off there as Rawayad begins to weaken and has to take back and run on again. But that, in fairness, was a risky run to go for. If you're making that kind of run and you know you've got a weakening horse in front of you, you always run the risk that it's going to drop back into your lap. I don't think this has cost Yaroom victory. I think he might have got a little bit closer, but the winner's idling in front. He was sent to the front and got his race won a furlong out, and then it's just closed down later on.
Let's just take another look at the start then, and let's talk as well about the 3rd place horse, Jamrat Arab. What did you make of that run, Rory?
Well, this was the highest rated filly in the race, Jamrat Arab, and she's run a solid race. She got away well from stall 10, so the wide draw wasn't a massive problem for her. I suppose ideally she wouldn't have really wanted Rawayad and Sirana going with her up the inside. If she could have grabbed the inside rail, I think that would have been better for Thurbal Timiat. But she had the run of the race, close to the lead. She's allowed those 2 in the rail just to go on and sat on their shoulder, expecting them to weaken, I'd imagine, if he's gone through the form book. And indeed, she travels pretty well at this point. But in behind her, our winner, Alda Kalia, was travelling every bit as well, and when that's asked for an effort, it's come past her pretty easily. I don't think she's one to make excuses for. She's run close to her form, but I think the winner is the more progressive of the 2. And Jamrat Arab, she's lost 2nd place close home, and certainly if you were with her, there were no excuses on the day.
And where next for the winner, Alda Kalia?
A little bit of a break and up to Taif is the answer to that, I would imagine. The owners are more than happy to race the horses in Taif. She's only had to run to a mark in the low 60s to win this race, and I'm not sure the handicapper is going to be particularly harsh on her. She showed that she handles turf here. It wasn't a problem for her, but obviously dirt is no problem either. So no turf racing, of course, in Taif. Dirt only, but that won't be an issue. And given she's won such a weak race, she shouldn't be hard to place. And all options really open to her from now on. So
looking at her rating, she ran off a mark of 65, and you think that's about fair, Rory?
Yeah, she didn't have to run any higher than a mark to win this race, I don't think. Obviously, Jamrat Arab was rated 68, but looking at the totality of her form, I don't think she's been running to 68. So the handicapper might decide to rate this through her, but I mean, she's finished 14th last time out in a 0 to 70 handicap. She's got a couple of 16ths on her card in maiden races. I don't think she really deserves to be rated 68. So I think the handicapper might be sort of swapping the pair of them over in terms of their ratings, giving something around 68 to Alda Kalia and dropping Jamarat Arab to 65.
And what about Yeroom, who doesn't yet have a rating? Coming off a big break as well.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's very hard to judge Yeroom on what happened first time out. He ran in a what ended up being quite a strong maiden over 6 furlongs here in the dirt very early in the season. The horse who won that race is a pretty smart performer who wasn't beaten. Well, he's been a fairway in the Saudi Derby, but he won the 350,000 SAR contest here last night, the auction event, Albshur. And when you're racing against horses who are a little bit above the average in a small field, it's easy enough just to lose touch early and not be able to find something to chase. So horses who finish last on debut, I'm never massively harsh. If they know what they're doing and they're well beaten in the end, that's more of a worry to me than they sort of fall out the stalls and they're always trailing. A lot of horses just need 1 or maybe 2 runs just to learn about what racing's about, and that's clearly the case with Yeroom. We'll learn more about him next time, if and when he gets a clear run. There's always the possibility that he's better on turf, given the difference in form, but at this stage of his career with just 2 runs, again, those are things you don't want to make hard and fast conclusions about.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye out for Yeroom in Taif, no doubt. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on the dirt track. Let's move on then to the second race in our programme, sticking over 1,200 metres, and let's head to our commentator Gareth Topham to talk us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, we're on the turf again here. A 0-80 handicap at this time. And number 1, Giavon, partnered by Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 2, Karnas with Khalid Al Mamoni. 3 is the favourite at present, Al Firat River, Camilo Ospina. Number 4 is Bravado, ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. Number 5, Al Washmi with Adel Al Faradi. Number 6 is Norton Thorpe Boy, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 7, Mofkarat Watan, Mohamed Al Nassar. Number 8 is Line of Departure, Mohamed Al Yami. Over the page to horse at number 9, Atomic Impact, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa. And number 10, Rovniemi, partnered by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who's in good form here earlier in the week. It's a full field of 10 for race 2.
Gareth for that. So Rory, the horses are in the parade ring behind us, and let's start from the top. G1, horse number 1.
Yeah, G1 finished 3rd to Sunset and Vine in a non-winners of 4 a year ago on the turf. I've concentrated on these, particularly the horses that they've shown turf for before. That was over the 1351 metres, which is the specialist trip here for reasons that we might discuss later on, actually. Is a pretty consistent performer and shouldn't be too far away. For all 1,200 might just be a little on the sharp side for him.
Quanis was placed last time out, horse number 2.
Yeah, 3rd in the 7 furlong open last week, and ought to go reasonably well. I mean, he's consistent. Mahalik was 2nd in that contest that Quanis was 3rd in last time, and obviously we saw Mahalik get back to winning ways in impressive style last night. So the form has worked out pretty well. He's well treated. He's now rated 82, so he's actually been raised two pounds for that success, but able to race off his old handicap mark. The problem with him, he's won from 19 in his career, and he's lost his last 17. So he won a maiden second time out, and then has not been winning since.
Well, let's head down to the paddock now and join Shamila and see which horse has caught her eye.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Hopefully I can go a few places better this race with my selection of the second race of the day. We're back on the turf over the same distance, 1,200 metres. My paddock selection is just coming up here behind me now. Horse number 2, Karnas, rated 80, a stunning 5-year-old gelding by Frosted. Been very consistent this season, tries his heart out every single time. He was 3rd last time out and meeting 105 last week. And he's just absolutely stunning. Yeah, you can't look away from him. It's only another field of 10, and he takes the widest stall as well. Will be steered by Khaled Al-Mamoni, and Ahmed Al-Shafai trains it. So very best of luck to them. I definitely think that Karnas is the one to be in this race. A lot of nice horses in this field, though, including horse number 1, Jcsa. I think that he's a really hard trier as well, and I can't wait to see what he does on the turf. Only one filly takes this contest full of colts and geldings, but I don't think she'll be quite strong enough to win over this field.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Quanas, horse number 2, is the one that Shamila likes the look of, and we'll be having a little look at Quanas in action shortly. But first of all, Rory, what do you make of this horse?
Quanas, yeah, listen, he's got a very good chance on collateral form based on that run last week. Clearly comes here in very good form. Runner-up 2 starts back as well. My worry is that he tends to get placed a lot and very rarely wins.
Alpharat River, horse number 3.
Yeah, Alpharat River, his last win came in a non-winners of 4 over course and distance on turf a year ago. He's had 3 runs this season, well held the first twice, but ran a lot better when 6th last time. It just gives the impression that he's ready to peak for a return to turf, and he's quite interesting for one. He might be a biggish price.
Number 4, Bravado's had some mixed runs.
He has, yeah, but his flop last time out came in a cup race, and this is much more his level. Previously finished 2 1/4 lengths second to Etizolat in a course and distance not to 85. He's got a good record when racing over course and distance on the turf. Raced 4 times here over the trip, finishing 4th, 2nd, 1st, and 2nd. And he looks sure to run a decent race again. Stall 8 is he'd probably like to be slightly closer to the rail, but Stall 8 isn't too bad.
And number 5, Al Washmi, making its 63rd racecourse appearance.
Yeah, 5 from 62 thus far. Al Washmi. He's been in the frame in 3 of his 4 starts over course and distance without winning. He was 6th in a strong contest last time out, the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup. And if he can translate that form back here, he's got place claims. He's not the most reliable these days, but as I said, 3 of his 4 starts over this course and distance, he's made the frame, so he's got place claims again.
And Norton Thorpe Boy needs to improve from the last couple of runs.
Yeah, Norton Thorpe Boy should be more than capable of this. He's very much bred for the turf, an ex-UK runner, but his best form in the UK actually wasn't on the turf. He is a course and distance winner, but his form on the turf is mixed. His last 2 runs are disappointing. His last good run came on over course and distance, went 5th. But those two disappointing runs since are off-putting for me.
And Mofkarat Watan, the only filly in this race, horse number 7.
Came off a layoff to finish a perfectly respectable 9th in the Jcsa Cup last time out. Should be able to come on for that run. It's not always straightforward. Horse who runs well after a break, they don't always build on it next time out. And the other question with her is how she'll handle the turf. She's not bred for it. She's never raced on it. But if she puts her best foot forward, she's competitive off this mark.
Line of departure running off a mark of 80. Can he be competitive?
Well, he can be competitive on his old form of a mark of 80, because this is a horse who was good enough to run in the July Cup in the UK a couple of years ago. He was a listed winner over this trip at Salisbury. He is historically the best horse in this race, but he hasn't shown a huge amount since transferring to Saudi Arabia this season. And he was well beaten when tried over course and distance 2 starts back. You'd have thought the switch to from dirt to turf for a horse of his back class would have worked the oracle with him a couple of starts ago, but he ran just as badly, I'm afraid.
Atomic Impact showed some decent form in the last run.
Yeah, Atomic Impact's not without interest. His only win to date has come in a 1 mile maiden, but he is bred for turf. This is his first go on turf. As you said, he ran very well when 4th last time out. We'll see footage of that. Interestingly, he raced 5 times on turf in the UK without winning for Carl Burke, but it wouldn't be at all surprising to see him back up that excellent effort last time out.
And our 10th runner is Rovaniemi. Been a while since we've seen this horse.
Yeah, named, well, maybe not named after a football team, but in Finland at Rovaniemi. Both his UK wins came on the all-weather. He was well behind Bravado over course and distance on his only turf try here in Saudi Arabia. He's got plenty of ability, Rovaniemi, but he's been showing it very sparingly here, and is rather a disappointing performer these days.
In terms of the entire field then, Rory, of course, Shamila's picked out Quana. She likes the look of, based on the look, what the horse looks like in the paddock, but on form, who are you picking? Well,
I thought the interesting ones were Bravado, who's got a chance of bouncing back from a race that wouldn't have suited him last time out, and he's got good form here. Alpha River was one I thought could also bounce back to form, having sort of gradually returned to form this season. Both of those are good form over course and distance. I'd be inclined to sort of hedge the pair of them. We're seeing Karnas in action here, the grey horse with the green cap. This is his third last week, so we know that he comes here in good form. This is on the dirt, but as we said, he's a horse with plenty of solid form to his name, and he's got solid place claims here, but as I said, he just doesn't win often enough for me. This form has worked out already. We saw Mahalik, the second horse here, bolt up last night, so nothing wrong with the form, just a case of whether Quarnas really wants to put his head in front.
Certainly want to keep an eye on number 2. Let's have a look then at the next horse that we're going to have a look at is Atomic Impact, horse number 9.
Yes, this is we'll see Atomic Impact. He's on his way to post now. He's got very, very warm in the preliminaries, which I would take as a significant negative today. It is quite a warm day, but not many of the others are getting as sweaty as this. This is a strong race on the dirt last time out, and you see Atomic Impact coming from quite a long way off the pace, those sort of maroon colours with the yellow cap. He makes good late headway to finish 4th in what was a strong Jcsa challenge over 7 furlongs last time out. He's dropping back in trip. He's changing from dirt to turf. I think there are enough negatives about him here to be concerned, but again, he's a VT horse, and they don't tend to pop up here for no reason, so he's clearly running into form at the moment.
Well, what we are celebrating today, of course, is the best turned out horse for each race, and someone who is always well turned out is our reporter Shamila.
Best turned out for race number 2 goes to horse number 7, Mofkarat Watan, and for the groom Eunice as well. This is kindly sponsored by Fasig Tipton, and the prize is 500 Saudi Riyals.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila, for that. Well, the horses are down at post, looking like they are ready to start loading. Rory, we were talking about Bravado, a horse that you like the look of. Quarnas, we've touched on Atomic Impact, and I want you to just pick just one that you think is going to be...
Yeah, as I said, I'm tossing up between Alpha River and Bravado. Bravado is the more solid one. As I said, he's got 4 runs over this course and distance, never been worse than 4th, and his last 3 runs, 2nd, 1st and 2nd, so I will tip him to continue that good run.
Absolutely. And what about Quarnas? Because Shamila's, picked him on appearance. Do you think he's got claims here?
Yes, he's got place claims, and strictly speaking, he's probably best in on a reading of that run, given what Mahalik did last night. I just don't trust him to put his head in front, that's all.
Well, we will see. This is the second race on our programme today, running over 1,200 metres, local and imported fillies and colts. Almost ready to go. One of a few turf races that we have today. We were racing across the dirt the last couple of days, so it's nice to see a bit of a change of pace, isn't it, Rory?
It is, yeah. I mean, it's nice to see the turf action here. When we come here early in the season, there's not a pick of grass there, and it's nice to see it develop through the year, and we get a different style of racing, a different tempo. Obviously, slightly smaller fields as well, a little bit more focus on tactics, and that's a nice change for us.
Absolutely, and do let us know on our YouTube channel who you are going for in this second race. Rory is going for Bravado, I believe.
Indeed, yes.
Shamila is going for Quarnas, so let's head to our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Rebecca. Runners beginning to load up, and Alpha River at 11-4 on the international betting markets is holding up well as favourite, with Bravado at 130, Givont at 11-2 with Al Washmi, Karnas at 8-1, Rovaniemi at 9-1, and bigger prices at the other runners. I thought that Atomic Impact was a pretty fair price there, pretty big price actually, at 11-1. One of the outsiders here, but arrives off the back of certainly an encouraging 4th placing last time, albeit on the dirt track. Runners then are heading behind the stalls. There's Rovniemi in the striped jacket in shot and being followed round by Al Firat River, the favourite there in the light green and orange check jacket. There's two runners here for Abdullah Ibrahim Al Kashan, and they are Norton Thorpe Boy and Mofkarat Watan. The rider of Norton Thorpe Boy will wear the red cap, both of those in light blue and brown silks. Red cap, Norton Thorpe Boy, white cap, Mofkarat Watan, the latter being the only filly in the race. So they continue to slot in. Number 9, Atomic Impact, just heading into line now. And that will leave 6 others to go forward. Once again, a full field of 10. It's a maximum of 10 runners on the turf track here. It's a pretty tight circuit on the turf course, and the runners continuing to load up. Just looking to bring Karnas forward into stall number 10 here. It's a handicap event as well, so the saddlecloth number doesn't this time indicate where they're going to be drawn. So number 2, Karnas, heading into stall 10. This is number 8 heading forward, Line of Pleasure. He's heading forward into stall 4. And we're just waiting on Mofkarat Watan, who's slotting forward now, and Rovniemi. They will complete the lineup. 1,200 metres then for this 0 to 80 rated handicap. They're set to go. And off. Slightly awkward beginning for Al Washmi. Hasn't done a great deal of harm, though, and if anything, is one of the first ones to show. Also lying up handily, Rovniemi down along the inside, and out a bit wider is Mofkarat Watan, and Bravado rounding out the leading quartet. A further 2 lengths back to Givant in the black and red colours, that one narrowly in front of Norton Thorpe Boy. And then Karnas, who's a little wider out of Atomic Impact, with up the rails Line of Departure. And as they make the left-handed turn back towards the straight, Al Firat River, the favourite, is the back marker and being ridden along in that light green coloured jacket. Plenty to do. They've got 2.5 furlongs left to go. Rovniemi in front travels strongly, leads up by a couple over Al Washmi, Givant, and then out wider and looking to step forward Bravado. Al Firat River trying to get a wriggle on back in behind runners, but still plenty on, and Rovniemi trying to take some catching here. Less than 200 to run. Rovniemi with Givant coming out of the pack to give chase. Still 2 lengths or so between the pair. Rovniemi finding plenty. Givant chiseling away at the leader's advantage, but the line's going to come in time for Rovniemi. Rovniemi beating Givant into second. Very tight for third place. Bravado and Line of Departure were the 2 involved. It's Rovniemi who was prominent throughout, and from stall 1 has managed to see it out the best in the hands of Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who's having a pretty good week here in Riyadh. He had winners earlier on in the week, and once again on the score sheet here this afternoon. A double yesterday, had winners on Thursday as well, and this one scoring in a time of 1 minute 11.84 seconds, and was always just holding Givant at bay, and there's a length and a quarter between them at the line. It was a photo for third place. We're hearing Line of Departure got third, just in front of Bravado in 4th. There's the result then to race 2, bottom left of screen. It's Rovniemi who's gone on to land the spoils.
Ricardo, tell me about the race, Ricardo.
Thank you so much. This race for me, same cup today, my last day, and win for my honor for my trainer. I'm very happy. And you know, start one, I want to go front and control the race because the horse in good form now. He like the grass, and Sammy wait too much for this race.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ricardo Sousa Ferreira wins our second race of the day, a handicap for 0 to 80 rated horses on the turf over 1,200 metres. This race is worth 120,000 Saudi Riyal. We have insane prize money today, as we will keep telling you. And this horse number 10, has won at the race, rated 79, so it was the lowest rated horse in the race, just by £1 though. Trained by Sami Al Harabi for owner Yusuf Mohammed Al Turaif as well. So congratulations to all involved. And what a way to end Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's season here at King Abdulaziz racetrack. It is his last day, so to go out on a winner is exactly what you want, isn't it, Ricardo? Congratulations. Good way to end your last day here.
Yes, you know, I wait because this horse, you know, Sammy and my boss, wait too much for this race. And I think today good chance. I stay today for ride this horse.
Did you think that you had an advantage coming out of gate number 1?
Yes, when I look at the start for him, I tell Sammy I go in front, horse have a speed, one pace. Sure, I go in front and control the race, no go crazy. And I'm the horse good. Today, I tell you, no, wait very time for this race.
And how's the turf riding today? Is it very fast?
Yes, all the time, very fast, but this is the track.
And you have a few more rides today, so your day isn't over just yet. Who are you looking forward to out of the rest of your rides?
Yes, thank you. I have now 2 rides on the grass, same. For Tamer, now 3rd race, and 4th race for Sammy. I hope win, and if not, come back here. Thank you all, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Rovaniemi found plenty under Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. He's had a fantastic few days, hasn't he, Rory, before he jets off to Europe for the season over there. And it's interesting, isn't it, looking back at this race, the stalls were biased towards the horses on the inside, stalls 1, 2 and 4 for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and that's not something we've seen on the turf.
No, we haven't. Well, it's definitely advantageous to be drawn low over this track and trip. It didn't make much of a difference in the first race because there was such a gulf of an ability between the best and the worst horses in that maiden race. But it has really made a difference here. Obviously, you've got to have the speed to take advantage of your draw, and that's exactly what Ricardo did here by jumping out of stall 1 and getting to the front on Rovaniemi. He's a talented horse, but he hasn't quite fulfilled early promise. He won on his 2nd start in the UK for Ed Walker. David Simcock had him originally. And his only other victory in 19 runs in the UK again came at Lingfield on the all-weather. He had 7 runs on the turf without winning. He's had 1 run on turf here and ran disappointingly behind Bravado, who was in the field. But he got himself in front. He often shows speed in his races, but I don't think he doesn't try very hard sometimes on dirt. If he gets past, he tends to think he's done enough and just drops the bridle. But he doesn't take a lot out of himself, and this time he's been lulled into getting himself a couple of lengths clear before the race has really begun. And although he just begins to tie up in the last 100 metres, he had enough in hand. There's a very, very good ride from Ricardo Sousa Ferreira.
Well, let's head now to Shamila, who's going to get a word with the winning trainer.
The winning trainer of race number 2 is Sami Al Harabi. Congratulations, Sami. Ricardo said the only reason he's still here today was because of this horse.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Ricardo, good jockey. Inshallah, next year, inshallah, come today, go Spain. Inshallah, next time, inshallah, come next year, inshallah. This horse good. First one race grass for Saudi Arabia. واليوم ما شاء الله تبارك الله go front and finish win ما شاء الله.
And he was very well in the speed today. Huh?
Very well. This horse very good for distance 6 furlong for 7 furlong, and today ما شاء الله good time. إن شاء الله next time إن شاء الله more win إن شاء الله بإذن الله.
And next season, you want to try him the turf again?
Again, inshallah. I think very good run for grass.
Thank you so much, Sami. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sami Al-Harabi is our winning trainer of race number 2, but Gareth Topham will take you through the runners and riders for race number 3.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, our third race up and coming. Once again, we're on turf. It's a 0 to 90 rated horses handicap at this time. Number 1, Tropical Air, ridden by Ahmed Al-Azhari. Number 2 is King Rise, Alexis Marino. Number 3, Al Safar, Louis Morales. Number 4, Muqtahem, Mohamed Aldaham. 5 is Majur, the mount of Abdullah Al-Ajmi. Number 6, Mumayyaza, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 7 is Rocket Money, the mount of Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 8 is Maruf, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Number 9, Le Oyun Mashael with Abdulaziz Al Musa. And number 10, Stanley Street, Khalid Al Mamoni. Again, it's a full field of 10 to contest this 0 to 90 handicap. Those are the runners on the screen. Best of luck here with all of your fancies. Back to the guys in the studio to have a little look at the runners in the paddock.
Many thanks, Gareth. Well, yes, Rory, let's start from horse number 1, Tropical Air.
Yes, Tropical Air is he's got a chance in this. 3.5 lengths fifth in the 1 mile Saudi Broadcasting Authority Cup last time out. He was an improver at the back end of the season in the UK last year when trained by Charlie Johnson. He's an interesting runner. Drops back to 6 furlongs now, which is a little bit of a question mark, but because he's able to get to the front in his races, he used to get outpaced over 5 and 6 furlongs in the UK, but maybe he's getting a little bit more speed. And this is easier than the races he's been in the last twice. So if he can get himself to the front, Tropical Air, then he'll have a chance here. But obviously, he's needed to dominate thus far. Not without a chance in this easier race. The 0 to 90 is probably his level. He's plenty of experience in handicaps in the UK, even though he's just turned 3.
And what about King Rise, disappointing last couple of runs?
Yeah, he had no chance. He was the only 3-year-old in the race last time out in a very strong contest. I can absolutely forgive him that run when he was down the field. And he was obviously a bit disappointing 2 starts back. In fact, his second in meeting 64, he would have been an odds-on favourite that day, expected to win, got run out of it later in the day, having looked a real star in his debut meeting 45. We saw a winner in these colours yesterday, and we heard the racing manager saying that that horse always looked like it was going to win based on the work it did in the morning. I think King Rise was very similar. Really good looker, and he travels well in his races. He hasn't really put things to bed, so this will be a test for him. But again, he was stepped up markedly in class 2 starts ago, and this is an easier task than he's had. So he can have no excuses here. The front 2 are rated a fair bit better than the rest of the field as well. So neither of those can really have excuses regarding what happens here. Other than Tropical Air, arguably 6 furlongs could be short. It's the right trip for King Rise, and so he's the one who really is an acid test for him today.
And Al Safar's coming here off a bit of a break.
Yeah, has had 2 runs fairly early in the season here before the turn of the year. Won a maiden race first time out, and then built on that when finishing 4th to Sumo in a 6 furlong open last time out. That horse disgraced himself subsequently, but he ran okay here last night for away. Al Safar needs to step up a little bit, but is completely unexposed, so it wouldn't be at all surprising if he can do that. But again, he's just got fitness to prove after that lengthy break.
And Muqtahem really disappointing in meeting number 95.
Yeah, he was a winner on turf for George Bowie in the UK. He had fairly useful form as a 2-year-old. He ran at Royal Ascot on his 2nd start. He then made his debut in the Gulf Cup, finishing 4 lengths behind Sumo as well. So sort of ties in with Al Safar. He could be a lot better than that, and this is, again, a much more realistic opportunity.
Well, let's have a word with Shamila and see who she thinks she's down in the paddock for us.
Lots of really nice looking horses in this field. However, I've decided to go with horse number 3 as my paddock selection for this race. We'll be under the guidance of Mr. Louis Morales. 4th last time out at meeting 72, so we haven't seen him in quite a while. A nice long break for him. Rated 82, a 3-year-old colt by Not This Time. But genuinely one of the nicest looking horses in this small field, who is going for the 3rd race on the turf. So I can't wait to see what happens. I feel like the turf always throws up a lot of really random winners, especially at the end of the season. So interesting to see how all the horses get on. Other horses that I've noted down as good lookers, horse number 2, King Rise for FMQ Stables. They had 2 fantastic winners yesterday. So their stables, definitely you should keep your eyes on them. And horse number 6 under Naif Al-Anazi also looking very swell.
Lovely, thank you very much, Shamila. Well, let's pick up then, Rory, where we got to mature horse number 5.
Yeah, Mature is the horse that actually beat King Rise back in meeting 64. That was a little bit of a surprise, but he hasn't gone on since that. That was back in November. He's had 5 runs since and hasn't hit the frame, and he definitely has a bit to prove now. I'd maybe fancy King Rise more than him, even though he's got that verdict. And recent efforts haven't been particularly inspiring.
Mummy Yazza was showing some decent form in her recent efforts, Rory. Some pretty good results leading up to this.
Mumiyaza, are we talking about?
We are.
Yeah, she beat Alamia in a 6 furlong non-winners of 3 in December, and she's run well over 7 furlongs more recently, finishing 12.5 lengths 4th to Hala in the Gulf Cup Fillies last time out. That's obviously very good for me. So Hala bolt up here yesterday. Quite an emotional success that, given that her, we didn't mention this yesterday, Hala's owner died recently. You know, a guy who's had really good horses over the years, Ahmed Fustok. So that was a very emotional win for his family. But yeah, Mumiyaza ran well behind that filly last time out, and she's got to be a player here of a mark of 79.
And will your money be on Rocket Money, number 7?
Very much not. Tailed off behind Mumiyaza last time out, and difficult to see her bouncing back from that. She'd run okay on turf for Carl Burke in the UK, so the surface is no problem for her, but she does need to bounce back from a shocking run last time out.
Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride on Maroof, but let's have a look first of all at Tropical Air.
Yeah, this is Tropical Air in 3rd as we join the picture with the orange cap. Just beginning to feel the pinch at this stage, but this is a respectable effort in 5th in what was a stronger contest last time out, the Saudi Broadcasting Authority Cup. On this evidence, the drop back to 6 furlongs might be a good thing, and certainly when he was winning races in the UK, he was dominating. He started off a lowly mark in nurseries. I think he started off around 59, and he won several times before that winning run was halted. But he actually took really well to racing here, and you give him a chance.
And what about Al Safar, horse number 3? Lovely looking horse in the paddock, and we'll be seeing some footage of a recent run back in December.
Yeah, this is obviously we haven't seen Al Safar for a while, but this was pretty strong form, finishing 4th to Sumo before Sumo went a little bit doggy, and I thought it was a winning performance from Al Safar, who kept on to the line without being able to lay a glove on the winner. This was just his 2nd start. He'd won a maiden on debut. He's been off for a while, but looks really well.
Well, let's head to Shamila, who is with the winner of the Best Turned Out.
Best Turned Out, sponsored by Fasig Tipton in race 3, is horse number 4, Muktaheb, for groom Ansar Alem. So huge congratulations to them from the Thamra Al Dehani stables.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Shamila. Let's pick up then, Rory, where we left off. We were talking about Maroof and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Can he get back-to-back wins? Well,
A little bit similar, in a horse that showed ability in the UK without really going on. Showed slightly aggressive form for Richard Hannon, but was just behind Al Safar on his debut here, and then was 5th in a 0-80 handicap last time out. Meets Al Safar on better terms than when they were than when 5th behind that rival in meeting 72. So has chances on paper. I was worried that he started off okay in the UK and he quickly plateaued, and he might just be doing the same thing here.
Lei Ayun Mashael sort of tailed off in form a little bit.
Yes, I've written much the same here. Her progress has stalled after early wins. She looked like she might be very good. She won her first 2 races in Taif and looked like she might be heading into some of the better races, but she struggled on the whole since then. She was 2nd back in meeting 78, but was beaten 34 lengths in a non-winners of 3 last time out, and just is giving the impression she's had a bit too much for the season. Although I said the same thing about the winner of our big race last night, who bounced back to form, having run poorly in the Saudi Derby on his previous start. So you don't necessarily want to write these early Taif horses off too quickly.
Absolutely not. Well, Stanley Street has had some mixed results. A win in meeting 97, 101 finished in 11th place.
Yeah, that was a not to 80 handicap last time out, and he was disappointing. But he won a maiden 2 starts ago, and that win was franked by Rebel Icon. Rebel Icon was the third behind him, meeting 97, and then won here the other day. So Stanley Street should be capable of running well of a mark of 73, but has a little bit to prove. Another one who did have experience in the UK before coming here as well. So how much improvement he has in him is open to debate.
Well, thank you very much, Rory. Who is your pick for this next race?
Do I give King Rise a chance?
Well, why not, Rory? It's the right trip. Shamila likes the horse.
Yeah, it's just the fact that he's just been looked a little bit soft in the finish so far, and every time you see him, he catches the eye. So I think he's been paddock pick every time he's run to date, but he hasn't always gone on with it. I'll actually take a chance that Tropical Air can bounce out and get to the front from stall 5. If he does, I think he'd be very hard to pass. If he can't get to the front, then his chance might be gone. But given the way he raced in the UK, although his races in the UK were generally on tappeta and polytrack, I think turf shouldn't be an issue for him.
So you are going for Tropical Air over King Rise. King Rise does have a slightly better draw, though, in stall 4.
He does, and you could say, given how important the draw was last time out, you might want to look at those drawn very low. Muktahem is an interesting one from stall 1 because he was good enough to go for the Norfolk Stakes at Royal Ascot behind Big Airs. He finished 10th that day. But if you ignore his debut run here and say he just needed the experience in a tough race, he could easily bounce back to form, and he's a danger as well. But I'll just trust. Can I change?
You can change,
I think
Rory.
I will change, actually. I will change to Muktahem.
Muktahem, interesting. Horse number 4, Muktahem, running from stall number 1. Okay, so you are discarding King Rise, even though Shamila likes this horse.
Especially as you keep suggesting to me that Tropical Air looks a little bit fat. Which,
well, not for me to judge, but
he does have a little bit of a tummy, but I think that's natural for him, and he's had 3 races here already. I don't think he's unfit, but I think Muktahem might just have a bit more class than him.
Fantastic. Muktahem is Rory's pick. Thank you very much, Rory. And on YouTube, we have some support for King Rise, horse number 2, and Al Safar, horse number 3. Lots of money, actually, for Al Safar. That is horse number 3, so one to keep an eye on. Gone from 16s to 10s for Al Safar. That's Shamila's pick as well. So interesting.
Yeah, well, he's a difficult one to weigh out because we haven't seen him since meeting 72, but clearly interesting.
Thank you very much, Rory. Well, let's join our commentator now, Gareth Topham, for race number 3.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, Maroof coming out of stall 2, the race favourite on the international markets. 11-4, Tropical Air 130, and 15-2, bar the 2, as the final few runners head into the stalls. Marjour heading into stall 10, Leojeune Machel going into 6, and King Rise heading into stall 4. Just about set then, 1,200 metres for this 0-90 rated horse's handicap. They stand. They're off. Jumping away and out alertly Mumeyaza, the yellow with the blue sleeves, with up towards the outside King Rise, and through along the inner is Muktahem. Muktahem now heading them all off and goes on. Rocket Money is out a bit wider on the course. Deeper still is Marjour. They're being followed by Stanley Street and then King Rise and Mumeyaza. 2 lengths back off those to favourite Maroof, who's just had Mumeyaza falling back into his lap there and is now shuffled right back to the tail end of the field. Maroof, Al Safar is ahead of him. The overall back marker is Tropical Air. But look at this leader go. Muktahem has torn off here as if his tail is on fire. He's gone on by 5 or 6 lengths and looks to take some catching with around about 400 metres left to stride. Giving chase is Stanley Street. King Rise is over towards the inside. Now Maroof has some daylight and starts to run on, but surely this is all over bar the shouting. 200 metres left to go, and it is Muktahem out well clear in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham, and I doubt Mohammed has ridden many easier winners all season. Muktahem, with speed to burn, goes on to win by a clear margin. From in second position across the line, Maroof, who's a little bit unlucky in the run. Mumeyaza, who was the cause of that, in the end recovered also somewhat and was back in third. But this was a one-horse race from a long way out. Muktahem think Rory finally dropped his pin on Mukhtahem, and well, not just being proven right, but significantly so there. That was a very, very easy win, a bloodless win in a time of 1 minute 11.36 seconds. Mukhtahem has gone on to win, and again, they were saying in the studio beforehand that on the turf track, the low draws proved beneficial. Well, this one was coming out of stall 1, beats Maroof in second place. Where was Maroof drawn? Stall 2. Mumayaza back in third. Where was Mumayaza drawn? Back in 3. So there we go. Mukhtahem it is, a very easy winner of our third race on the card.
Don't we just love to see Mr. Thamar Dehani, our winning trainer, back in the winners' enclosure yet again, this time with our best turned out horse, actually, horse number 4, Mukhtahem, under Mohammed Ad-Daham, was looking very nice in the preliminary stages and did very well on the turf as well. There definitely seems to be some sort of turf bias here. We've had 2 winners coming from stall number 1. So you definitely want to be in a low drawn stall for these very fast turf races indeed. Last time we saw Mukhtahem out was at meeting 95, where he came 10th in the Golf Cup. And he took to the turf very, very well today. Fantastic training performance, as always, from Thamar Dehani, Tom Collins' favourite trainer here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Soldier's Call for Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah, of course. So just absolutely fantastic. Great way to round off the season on a huge day like this as well. This horse was bred very nicely for the turf, rated 82, so definitely in the mix there. And as always, can't wait to have a word with Mohammed Ad-Daham after he finishes weighing in for this race. And what a great season he's having as well. To come back from an injury from the Taif season, to have a great season like this is fantastic. Congratulations, Mohammed. That was a very nice ride.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Thanks to God.
And last time out, he was 10th in the Golf Cup. How did he like the turf today?
MashaAllah, very good. And last time, the horse not fit. Today, he's fit, you know. He told me the trainer before he come last time to race. My horse, long time no race. Inshallah, today I need to run good. Alhamdulillah, no bad run, no bad race last time. And today, mashallah, he ran very good.
Were you expecting to win by nearly 9 lengths?
Yeah, I know good horse. When I ride last time, I'm happy with him, you know, because I see this horse, inshallah, is good horse. And alhamdulillah, he come very good. And me, I see, mashallah, when I ask him, he go fast.
And you're in gate number 1. Do you think it's better to be in gate number 1 for these turf races?
Sure. Because short distance and good when you come inside. And because when you have some horse, half speed, good when you go inside.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Well done.
Welcome.
Absolutely fantastic win for your pick, Rory. What a run. Were you expecting? You weren't expecting that because you picked him late.
Well, I picked him late because I'm an idiot. I think we established that at some stage yesterday, that I can work out who's going to win the race and then go for something randomly left field. This was a horse I'm seeing in the replay of the previous, or the opening race there. He's a horse who showed lots of ability early on in the UK for George Bowie. This owner often starts his horses off in the UK and then moves them here. As I said, he'd run very well early season. He finished 10th in the Norfolk Stakes at Royal Ascot. That doesn't sound fantastic, but you know, when you're racing in Group 2 company at Royal Ascot in June, no quarter is asked or given. He showed good speed that day behind a horse who went on to win the Breeders' Cup juvenile sprint on turf. So he's got the perfect draw in stall 1, a very good jockey on board, and he's just used that speed that he was able to show early last season. And get away. The race he ran in first time here, obviously on dirt, was the Gulf Cup for Coles. It was a really tough introduction to racing in Saudi Arabia. This is much more his thing, and he may end up being an out-and-out turf performer.
Well, we did hear from Shamila that he's bred nicely for the turf. So how do you think he'll get on in the type season?
Well, there are quite a fair few horses who are best on turf in the UK have actually handled the type dirt very well. Some of them don't. You would have thought, given it's quite a deep surface in type, that it wouldn't necessarily be ideal. But again, you know, the connections have horses all over the place, as well as with Tamar Al-Dahani here. And I thought if he turns out to need turf, then he might just head back to the UK, maybe go back to George Bowie or one of Sheikh Abdullah Al-Sabah's other trainers in the UK. So there's no great panic if things don't work out on dirt for him.
Well, he certainly had speed to burn in this race. But let's just take a look at some of the others. Maroof, an unlucky second, do you think? He had again, like the horse we looked at in the first race. He got a little bit of bad luck in the run, but he wasn't unlucky. He ended up finishing in the place that. Obviously, he wasn't unlucky because he wasn't catching the winner, but
no.
he was hampered, wasn't he?
He was hampered, so he met a little bit of misfortune in the run, but it didn't make any difference to his finishing position. And sometimes in that scenario, as we discussed yesterday, sometimes if you meet trouble and have to be snatched up and switched for a run, it does help you see the race out a little bit better, as long as it happens at the right part of the race to allow you to recover. But the winner was different class today.
And Mamayaza in third, another pretty consistent performance from that filly.
Yeah, she's been pretty consistent through her career. She ran very well again behind Halal last time. We love Halal. The more I think about it, the more I'm looking forward to seeing her next season. And this was another solid effort in a slightly easier race for her. She stays a bit further. The 6 furlongs would have been as sharp as she wants. She's perfectly effective over 7, and again she'll appreciate going back onto dirt next time out again.
Let's just speak a bit more about the winner then. Muqtahem running off a mark of 82. Very quickly, what rating would you give him based on this?
Oh, he's going up a lot for this. He's going up into the 90s on the back of that performance, but it may well be that, you know, he's just that'll be a turf-only rating. We'll see what he does on dirt next time out.
Fantastic. Let's head then to our commentator, Gareth Topham, who is going to talk us through all the runners and riders for race number 4.
Thanks, Rebecca. Again, a full field of 10, and it's fillies only in action this time. We're on turf. We're over 2,100 metres. Number 1, Gradulations, partnered by Fawaz Wanas. Number 2, Precisely, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Number 3, Rajiat Allah, Camilo Ospina. Number 4, Asaeb, Osama Al-Sharani. Number 5, Daklan Noura, partnered by Rayan Al-Tosh, with 6, Arama, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 7, Israj, Alexis Marino. 8, Default Protection, Abdullah Al-Fairuz. 9 is Ajiad, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. 10, Estopel, Tariq Al-Mansour. Take out 11, 12 and 13. They do not run here. A full field of 10, though, to contest our 4th race.
Super stuff. Thank you very much, Gareth. Let's head down to the paddock then and take a look at all the runners and riders. But let's go to Shamila first of all, Rory, before I ask you to get in depth about these horses. Shamila is down there for us. And Shamila, the horses are just entering the paddock now. What do you think?
Well, I'm joined by the winning trainer of race number 3, Thamra Dihani. Congratulations, you're back in the winner's enclosure, and by a very big margin as well.
Yeah, and thank God, because the last race for Prince Abdullah today, the last race, not next week, the last race, I hope he win treble, but you know, yesterday we have a bad luck with 2 horses, you know. The first one, Final Destination, they cross him in the stall, and he opened hard from 7 furlong. It's hard to have a horse like that. The horses with him, they come last, and he comes second. I'm happy with him. And today he progressed, Muhtahim progressed too good, and he's a good horse. He went to a class 2 in England, but since he came to me, he has a little problem in his joint, his hand, you know. I make a good training for him. He ran the first time, but he fell down in the box because he was too nervous, and he hit his leg. That's why I stopped him for 1.5 months, and today he progressed too good.
Were you expecting him to run that quickly?
Yeah. By the way, he trained in the Janadriya number 1 for whole Janadriya. He's a real machine horse. I love him, and I talked to the Prince. We have a machine horse. He's real good. And Muhammad, by the way, he know him very well. He's better than all the sprinter in my stable. He's the best. And I hope to have him for, you know, the big season in Taif and here, you know.
And how do you think he'll take to the track in Taif?
He'll be the good. He'll be one of the best. But I don't know if he's going to the big races or not. I don't know, because our style horses for Prince Abdullah is good for Riyadh, good for, you know, their group, but not good for the international. But inshallah, next year we'll bring international horses, inshallah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Thom.
Thank you.
It's always great to hear from Thamra Al-Dahani, the winning trainer rather, of the last horse who he described as a machine horse, Rory.
Yes, and he looked at there, didn't he? Interesting also hearing Thamra Al-Dahani talking about next season and having international horses, whereas the focus this year has been having horses who can win open races here or win maidens and then step up to the goods races for local horses here, whereas next season he's saying let's get involved in that international competition. And he's got a very strong stable at the moment in terms of what he can win here, but there's no shortage of funds there, and I imagine we're going to see a very, very strong stable for him next year. And he's always a very interesting guy to listen to, isn't he?
He is, and he will no doubt have big plans for next season. But let's turn our attention to the runners and riders for race number 4, and let's start with number 1. Congratulations.
Yes, Congratulations has won at this trip and at 1 mile 5 furlongs on turf. That's back when trained in Ireland by Andy Oliver. She hasn't really set the world alight in 2 runs here, but the switch to turf and the step up to this sort of trip, this is a trip they don't race over very often here, could suit her down to the ground. The daughter of Mukadram is one to put on your shortlist.
And Precisely has had some interesting results.
Precisely, was well beaten last time out. That was in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup. She was useful in the UK when trained by John Butler. Last season, she finished second in the listed Gillies Filly Stakes at Doncaster late in the season, and she showed plenty when second on her reappearance here. And you could probably put a line through that last run. That race was a local Group 2. This is probably more her level. And on what she was showing in the UK, she'd have a chance. The switch to turf will definitely suit her.
And Rajit Allah is the highest rated in this race, number 3.
Yeah, I'd say that's a dubious rating. Her rating comes from last season. She won the King Khalid Military Academy Cup in December 2022, so as a 2-year-old essentially. She hasn't gone on from that. She was 14th on her final start last season, 10th and 6th 2 starts this season, and she was beaten by horses rated in the low 80s and mid 70s last time out. And I think she's one I'd happily pass over here. Premium Taps, I mean, they do occasionally win on the turf, but they are essentially dirt specialists.
And Aseb has really dropped in form.
Yeah, again, she's rather been in some very tough races on the dirt of late. Her last 2 runs coming in Cup Company. She did win a 2,000 metre open on 3 starts back. Open Company is much more her thing. There can be a massive gap between those open races where if you're rated in the 80s you get a chance of winning, and the Cup races where you've got to be a lot better. This is her first ever start on turf at the age of 6, which is a bit of a question mark, but this is more her thing.
Well, let's head back now to Shamila, who's in the paddock, and she's going to give us her pick.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'm still holding on for a winner. This time I've gone with horse number 7, Israj, who'll be ridden by Alexis Marino. First last time out at meeting 105. She's a 6-year-old by helmet for the Almondeel team. She genuinely just looks the best here in the parade ring to my eye. I think she has the best chance of winning. I was trying to find a horse that was in a lower stall than 7. However, I'm holding out hope that she can get the job done from a wide draw, even though we've seen a lot of winners from stall number 1 here on the turf. I'm hoping that because it's a longer distance race, more of the horses will get a chance. Another horse that stood out to me is horse number 3, Riyadh Allah, who is a filly by Premium Tap for the White Stables. She looks really good, however, I don't think she will be strong enough for this race. It is a very hard contest.
Many thanks, Shamila, going for Israj. Can Israj buck the trend coming from stall number 7? Well, Daklat Nora, number 5, I want to ask you about. Rory had a real dip in form after some good earlier results.
Yeah, again, she was consistent in lesser company than this. She was second in a 0-70 handicap, for example, back in meeting 77. She ran okay next time, but she's disappointed in her last 2 starts. And again, she's not bred for the turf either, so I find her difficult to fancy.
We have another Premium Tap here, Amara, horse number 6, another dirt specialist, perhaps.
Yeah, again, this is her first ever turf race at the age of 6. She's a very useful mare. Her last 2 wins have come in 1.5 Cup races. She stays well. She might need even a little bit further than this to show her best, but we don't know how she's going to act on the turf. The daughter of Premium Tap, but she deserves a mention because she is. Her rating of 90 is a realistic one, and that's the same for Israj, who comes next.
Israj, of course, Shamila's pick. So let's move on to Default Protection, number 8.
Yeah, Default Protection is a 1.5 winner in 0-80 handicap winner. Handicap Company in Taif. A real stayer, I would say. The daughter of Quality Road. The surface is pretty deep. At Taif, as we said, and 1.5 races do tend to really test stamina. Again, she's making her turf debut. We know she won't fail for stamina, but she might be done for toe, and that draw and stall 8 not ideal. Just to touch on the draw, obviously we're racing over 2,100 metres here, so it's not quite as crucial as over 6, where you really want to be getting out in front. But I still think there will be a bias towards the low numbers in this race. Just to cut back to Israj there, she's a turf winner early in her career for Jean-Claude Rouget in France. Her last couple of runs have come at a mile, including a win last time out. But she has run twice over this course and distance, has finished 1st and 3rd, so no issue at all with her ability at the trip, and I'd have her as a considerable danger.
Number 7, Israj, is one to watch. Then we also have Ajad and Estoppel horses, number 9 and 10, but possibly facing a tough ask here, Rory.
Yes, Estoppel had form on turf in France as well. Ajad definitely has a tough ask on her plate with a rating of 75, and she hasn't gone on from a promising enough debut here. She does have turf form in the UK at around this trip. She's rated 77 in the UK. Maybe the switch to turf will help Ajad. We know Estoppel handles the turf, but she ran on the turf a couple of runs ago here, or a few runs ago actually, meeting 93, and was outclassed. She was runner-up next time, and then she's been in tough races the last twice and hasn't been competitive. She's a real try, Aristotle, but she's out of her depth here, I think.
And we are looking at some previous footage now from Israj. This is horse number 7. This is a race back in February.
Yeah, this is Israj winning last time out on the dirt. You'll see that she's very game. She gets headed at the furlong pole, but battles back really gamely to win this in good style. This is over a mile, and she's stepping up 2.5 furlongs on trip, but she has got course and distance form. So although she looks like she's coming to the end of her tether there with the third finishing really fast, this course and distance isn't a problem for her.
And now is Default Protection, running just a few days ago.
Yeah, this is, as I said, Default Protection is a real stayer with winning form over 1.5 miles in Taif, and you see her here in about 6th place with a striped cap turning into the straight last time out, and plugging away to finish 4th behind Jamanat Al Reem in Phillies Open last time out over the 1.5 mile trip. I'd be concerned about this cutback in distance on turf, particularly as she doesn't have experience on this surface, and she looks like a real grinder, and you don't really want grinders on the turf. You've got to have horses with a turn of foot. So I thought she might struggle a little bit, for all she'll be keeping on late on the day.
And we heard as well from Ricardo Sousa Ferreira that the track is riding quick.
Yes, and the time suggests that we have time of 1:11.3 for our most recent race over the 6 furlongs. So the track clearly riding pretty fast. That will suit... who will that suit most? Gratulations and Precisely have both got form with a bit of dig in the ground in Ireland and the UK respectively. But I think they'll cope with it. They are turf specialists and they're drawn on 1 and 2, and I think they might dominate this race. I will take a chance.
Well, let's head to Shamila, who has got the best turned out ahead of this race.
Best turned out for race number 4 goes the way of horse number 5, Daklat Nora, for the Red Stables team. This groom's name is Mohammed Nihal, who looks after Daklat Nora, so very well done. And it is being presented by the Middle Eastern representative for Fasig Tipton, Michael Adolfson.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila, bringing us the Best Turned Out award there. Well, horses are down at post. Rory, you were talking about who the speed is going to suit in this race.
Yeah, well, obviously, stalls 1 and 2 have done very... They've been 1st and 2nd in our 2nd and 3rd races. So those are the stalls you want to look at in the first place. And then the question is, are the horses in those stalls going to be suited by conditions? And they are, to a degree, both Gratulations and Precisely. Neither of them coming off particularly impressive runs on dirt, but I can see the pair of them bouncing right back to form on the turf. And it's a little bit of a toss-up between the two. But hey, Trap 1's won the last 2 races. Why not stick with it here with Gratulations?
Okay, thank you very much, Rory. So Rory is going for horse number 1, Gratulations. Israj. Number 7 is Shamila's pick. So let's head to our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. Runners are about to load, and 10.5 furlongs the journey ahead of the field this time. The track record here actually is held by Mosterdaf, who European viewers will be, in particular, I'd imagine, very familiar with as well. He developed into a real top-class horse back last season, and was partnered on the odd occasion by Jim Crowley, who we'll actually see here later on in the day. Looking forward to that. Estoppel at the moment just dismounted by Tariq Amansur. A few late saddle adjustments for that one, but the loading up about to get underway. Rajat Allah is the favourite at 7-4, with Israj at 7-2, Aramar at 4-1, Precisely at 11-2, Default Protection at 15-2, 12-1. Gratulations. Guys in the studio were talking that one up, but gets the stall 1. But even so, a pretty sizable price there for Gratulations as they head in. Ajiad slotting forward into stall 9. There is the favourite, Rajat Allah, looked well beforehand. Would be nice and easy to pick out in the race as well, with that vivid white headgear on her head there, and about to slot forward into stall number 3, Camilo Ospina, the man in the saddle. They'll have just over a circuit of the racecourse in front of them this time, and after this we'll be moving on to the dirt races. Some real high-quality action coming up as the day wears on. Last couple heading forward here. Looks like Precisely will be the last one in. And we're just about ready to go now. Best of luck. And out they come. They're off and racing. And in the early stages, it's going to be Rajiat Allah who moves on into the lead and moves away by around about 2 lengths or so. But now being followed towards the outside by Ajad, who breezes up into a length second. Back in third is Israj in the green colours over towards the inside, with next in running Asayeb a little wider out, and deeper still Default Protection as they make their first left-handed turn. Precisely runs the rails in red colours, being tracked through by Daklat Nora, same jacket but a white cap. Deeper out of those is Gradulations, and then right at the back Estoppel, and also towards the back end of the field as they swing on into the far straight Aramar. And there's only around about 6 or 7 lengths between them. It looks a steady gallop, and it's being set by Rajiat Allah. Certainly Mostadaf's course record doesn't look in any great threat here. It is Rajiat Allah by around about a length or so, controlling the pace, dictating the terms. From in second place Ajad, and then a little wider out to Default Protection running in third, with up the rails Israj still bang there. A length and a half back off that one is Precisely. Now the tempo just beginning to rise ever so slightly. Aramar creeping a bit closer. Estoppel up around the wide outside. Asayev just dropping back a bit. Gradulations along the inner still moves with purpose, and 3 lengths back to Daklat Nora. They're on the home turn. About 3 furlongs left to go from here. Rajiat Allah steadily winding things up throughout the duration of the last 300 metres or so, and is bringing them back towards the straight. From in second place Ajad, who's now being pushed along. Israj runs the rails and still moves all right. They are 2 lengths away from Precisely in fourth. Next in running Aramar, but they're homeward bound, less than 400 to run, and it is Rajiat Allah now being cut down by Israj, who's launching a strong attack, and Israj goes on under Alexis Marino. Without wider on the track, Ajad trying to finish. That one in company with Gradulations, who's storming home. They're into the final 100 metres. Israj in front, pushed right out here from the fast finishing Gradulations. Israj proves too good. Gradulations back in second, and they were followed in by Precisely and Rajiat Allah without wider on the track. Ajad, it's gone to Israj. Alexis Marino maybe just getting a first run there on Gradulations, who's done really well in getting so close and was running on strongly at the end. But as we've seen already today, it pays to just be up with the pace a bit more, and judging by the jockey celebration there, I think it was perhaps a rather snug success, a snug length and a half that Israj has won by. Israj home in a time of 2 minutes 14.01 seconds. Gradulations home in second. Precisely late on the scene took third in a race where the first 5 were covered by around about 5.5, 6 lengths or so. A good finish there, and it's Israj who collects the winning prize in the hands of Alexis Marino.
the stakes winner with ham. How is it today?
Hi, Saleh. Thank you. مبروك to the Prince Abdulaziz bin Ahmed bin Fahd bin Abdulaziz. Fihan Mendil, Naif. Well, she was good last week.
You know the track, he left the distance before 2 years winner with ham.
Yeah, she doing well in the Grand Turf. So today she was the favorite. She doing well.
How is it in the last four?
She was great. Okay, you know.
Maybe
Congratulations to
easy winner?
everyone. Huh?
Easy winner today?
Not that kind of easy, but the good thing she win, you know. That's what we want. Thank you.
Phew, I can now take a breather because that is the first paddock selection winner of the day. Horse number 7, Israj, for the Al Mandil team, has won the 4th race of the day, the Fillies Open on turf over 2,100 metres. Alexis Marino on board. She was last seen in the winners' enclosure last time out at meeting 105. That was over 1,600 metres. So very well done to everyone involved there. She's rated 90. 6-year-old filly by helmet for Prince Abdulaziz bin Fahad bin Abdulaziz as well. So she adds a 12th win to her name. And she keeps getting stronger as she's getting older as well. She was very impressive there. And Alex Marino has just weighed in after that race, and we can get a quick word with him after he gives a high five to his best friend Azuz and a handshake from Sultan Al Mandil as well. Congratulations, Alex. That didn't look like an easy race. I was a bit worried that you weren't going to get out.
Well, this one was so easy, but she was good. She's doing well. You know, congratulations to everyone.
And you won on her last time out over 1,600 metres on the dirt. This is a completely different type of race. How did she take to the turf?
She's well. Last 2 years ago, she won the same distance with more better feeling than today. You know, congratulations, that's all.
Would you say that she keeps getting stronger as she gets older as well?
That's what we saw, you know. She's good.
You have some nice rides today, and you had a winner today because I'm wearing green as well. I wanted to be matching with you, and for Sunset Flash as well.
Oh yeah, I hope she can do it, you know. She will be run well, inshallah.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you.
A good win for Israj, a 2-time winner on turf over course and distance. It was Rajat Allah who set the pace, but Israj came through at the end. Congratulations in 2nd and precisely in 3rd. Rory, you mentioned Israj in the lead up to this race. You mentioned the course and distance form, but this wasn't a win that you were expecting necessarily.
Well, no, I thought you had to give her a big chance on her overall course. She's had 3 runs now over course and distance. She's won 2 of them and finished 3rd in the others. So I thought she was best of the proper local contingent, if you like. But obviously, congratulations and precisely both imports recently from Ireland and the UK, respectively. I thought that they might show form that they haven't been able to so far in the Saudi season. And indeed they have. They finished 2nd and 3rd from stalls 1 and 2. I thought Congratulations was a little bit unlucky in the run. She travelled as well as anything in this race, but Alex found the perfect position in about 3rd or 4th place on the rail, and Israj was able to get that position early, whereas both Congratulations and Precisely were a little bit slow in the stride. Not they didn't break from the boxes, but the way they're ridden generally tends to be a little bit more patient anyway. So they had to track the pace from further back, and you could see from a long way out the Congratulations with the cheek pieces on and the black cap was travelling really strongly. But the gaps were never going to open on the inside, and she had appeal to the wide outside of the track to come with the run. She finished well, but the ground that she lost getting into that position might have been, you know, the equivalent of the distance she was beaten in the end. Very good run from her. Again, you know, she looks like an out-and-out turf performer. We saw that in her career with Andy Oliver, and Precisely showed a lot more here than she did last time out. Of course, the race Precisely was in last time out was a really tough one. Much tougher than this, and she at least had shown that she handled dirt on her first start here, so you'd be fairly happy about those two going forward. But Israj is a really solid performer. This is her 12th win in 36 career starts. That's a tremendous haul, given the quality of races that she's running in, and she's very reliable. She wins very much in her turn, and a strike rate of 1 and 3 over a career as long as hers is something to be very proud of.
She's got a pretty decent turn of foot here, doesn't she, Rory? Just see her taking the lead from Rajat Allah just there towards the end of the race. But let's go back to Shamila in the paddock. Who are you with, Shamila?
I'm with winning connections of horse number 7, Israj, the winner of our 4th race. Mr. Sultan Al Mandil, congratulations. What a season you guys have been having.
Thanks God, it's a different feeling, when you win in the closing of the season. Our filly, she did a good job starting from Taif, and thanks God now she closed her season with a win.
Were you expecting her to win? There was a lot of very competitive fillies in this race.
This is what I discussed with my father before the race. He afraid from the distance. Israj, she's a good miler, and today it's 2,100. But Alex, she did a good job.
And what are you expecting from her from the Taif season as well?
Now she will have a good rest, inshallah, and we'll plan for Taif, inshallah, after we have our rest.
And of course, you have one of our favorite horses, Sunset Flash. She's running later on today. What are you hoping from her?
I hope, it's tough race. It's tough race, and Sunset Flash, she get old. I think this season gonna be the last season. I hope she retire with a win.
Thank you so much, Sultan.
Thank you.
Sultan Al Mandil was our winning connections of race number 4. Gareth Topham, our commentator, will take you through the runners and riders of race number 5.
Shamila, thank you. Our 5th race up and coming. We're on the dirt this time. It's a fillies handicap, 0 to 70 rated runners here, and a big field. Number 1, Faizat Sarah, Rakan Al Obeid. Number 2 is Mabrakat Najid, Mohammed Al Yami. Number 3, Najmat Al Shaib with Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 4 is Wad Al Bandari with Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 5, Ward at Always, Alexis Marino. 6 is Snow White, Isa Al Shamari. 7, Dante, Fawaz Wanas. 8, Oral, Camilo Ospina. 9 is Solana, Adel Al Faradi. Number 10 is A Washer, the Mount of Naif Al Anazi. Number 11 is Ovila, Mohammed Al Habib. And number 12 is Seba Al Mokhtara, Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 13, Tatul Al Game, Muhammad Al Nassar. 14, Amirat Al Nofud, Azuz Al Yesh. Number 15 is Al Rila, Eddie Castro on board. 16 is Logina, Nawalfa Al Mudiani. Over the page to 17, Wasam Al Riyad, Iyad Al Tarisi. Scratch number 18. 19 is Almani Al Keel with Abdullah Al Credis. 20, Haruf Thurb Al Timyat. 21 will get a run here, Nassim Al Riyad, Abdulaziz Al Musa. They go without number 18, 22 and 23 do not run. 21 gets in. It's a 20-runner field for race 5.
Thank you very much, Gareth. So big field for this next one, Rory, and we are going over the dirt for the first time in the card today. This is race number 5, as you heard there from Alex. The horses are in the paddock just behind us, so let's get through these runners and riders because there are quite a lot of them. Sorry, Gareth, not Alex. We had Alex yesterday. I'm still stuck in the past. Let's talk about horse number 1 then, Faizat Sarah.
Yeah, Faizat Sarah struggled since a 4.5 length maiden win over 7 furlongs. In meeting 82, but she has been keeping better company and drops in class here, so that gives her some chance of bouncing back.
We saw Mabrakat Najd recently, but disappointing in meeting 99.
Yeah, she was a course and distance winner early in the season, back in meeting 58, which is very early in the Riyadh season. She won a maiden race, and she ran well on her next 2 starts, finishing 6th and 4th. Her form's taken a bit of a downward turn the last twice. It was a tough enough race last time out, but it was a similar handicap 2 starts back in meeting 87, so she needs to shrug those efforts off.
Najmat Al Shaiba shown a bit of improvement recently, do you think, number 3?
Running okay. She's only 1 from 14 in her career, but she did run well, win 5 1/4 lengths, 4th of 20 in a 0 to 70 handicap over 1,800 metres behind Faret last time out. The concern for her is she's not from 6 over course and distance. She might need a little bit further to show her best.
And Wad Al Bandari got a win in the second last time out.
Yeah, was a winner over 1,800 metres in maiden company in January. Should have done a bit better last time out, I thought, and has a little to prove after that, although this is a slightly more realistic assignment.
And Alex Moreno is a late jockey change for Wad at Always.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting one. Wada Always wasn't jocked up when we got the card in the first place. Finished 5th in handicaps over longer trips and meeting 83 and 90. and then stepped up in class. So the form since that looks disappointing, but she's essentially been out of her depth, and dropping back in class gives her half a chance of getting back on track. She's certainly competitive of this mark in handicaps.
Snow White is probably out of her depth in this one as well. Would you say number 6?
Yeah, she was third in the course and distance maiden 13 months ago, but has clearly had her issues since. Was off the track a long time until making a reappearance in meeting 97. Ran poorly then and did no better next time out, so she's not an easy one to fancy.
Dante is a similar kind of horse, running off a mark of 69, number 7.
Yeah, he's run his best efforts probably come in 7 furlong. Her best efforts, I should say. It's fillies all the way through here, so there's no excuse for that. She's run well in 7 furlong handicaps in meeting 81 when runner-up, and then a close 5th in meeting 86th. Disappointing next time, but back to form in 7 1/4 length 6th in a non-winners of 3 last time out when Aural was 3rd.
And Aural is horse number 8, last seen in meeting 98.
Yeah, it was just behind Najmat Al-Shaib when 6th to Faret in a knot to 70 over 1,800 metres last time out. I think Aural will appreciate the drop back to a mile, and she was 3rd over course and distance 2 starts back. I'd give her a chance.
Well, let's see who Shamila thinks has a chance in this one. We can join her in the paddock now.
We are now back on the dirt, and hopefully I can find you more winners in the parade ring. I've gone the way of horse number 12, Seba Al Maghtara, who is racing for the Red Stables team, will be under Abdullah Al Awfi, and she's just coming up behind me here now. She is built like a bull, like most of these Red Stable runners are. She is by Frozen Power, 4 years old, and she's still a maiden, so she's hoping to break her maiden status today, and hopefully she can do that for Abdullah Al Awfi. The Red Stables have been having a fantastic season as well, and they're hoping for a few more winners today in the big races especially. This is only a fillies handicap 0 to 70, but it would be good to start off with her as a winner for them anyway. So horse number 12 for me in this race. I do have to point out that horse number 8, Oral, under Camila Ospina, is also a really good looker as well, but has nothing on horse number 12, Seba Maghtara.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Picking out the 2 half-sisters there, both of those horses by Frozen Power. Let's move on to number 9 then, Solana. Disappointing in meeting 98.
Yes, she was. She's an inconsistent performer, Solana. She just tends to drop the bridle when things don't go her way, but she does have plenty of good placed efforts to her name. Her best recent effort when finishing 2nd in a similar contest to this over course and distance behind Tahadi back in meeting 90. If she brings that form, she's got a fairly solid place claims, but she can throw the occasional stinker in, and she's only 1 from 20 in her lifetime.
A washer, horse number 10, running off the same mark, 68.
Yeah, was beaten a long way last time out, but that was in open company. 38 lengths, though, is not that easy to forgive. She does drop back in class today, but her recent effort, she's not been in the prize money in 5 starts in Riyadh this season, so easy enough to draw a line through her chances.
And Avila, what about her chances, number 11?
She was running well earlier in the season, a couple of good runs in the frame in races over a mile and a furlong, and then she won a course and distance maiden in meeting 76. Was off the track until finishing 9th last time out. On paper, that was a disappointing performance, but given the break she had, I think she was likely to need it, and she's more likely to bounce back to form this time. She's one of the more interesting runners in the race.
And is number 12 one of the interesting runners in the race? Seba Al Maghtara, the horse that Shamila's picked, who we can see now on our screen there.
She's got solid place. She's just a wee bit disappointing for me, Seba Al Maghtara. Again, she's bred to be a lot better than she is. She's racing on a mark of 63 here. She wasn't disgraced when 7th in a handicap in meeting 90, but she's running fairly ordinary maidens on her last 2 starts and been beaten both times. You know, all of those runs this season, she's never been worse than 7th. We'll see her in the top half of the table, but she needs to show a little bit more gumption to get her head in front, I would say.
And what about Tatul Al Khaym, number 13? Pretty decent run last time out.
That wasn't a bad run at all. That was in a course and distance open, so a stronger contest than this for Tatul Al Khaym. She was only 8.5 lengths behind Israj on that occasion. That was also her first run since running disappointingly in November. That run in itself also came off a break since the Taif season. So she's inconsistent, but if she can build on that 6th last time out, she's got a decent chance. It's big enough if, I suppose, given her overall record.
Number 14, Almirat Arnafoud, also a pretty inconsistent performer.
Yeah, she was second in the course and distance maiden back in November. That was coming off a layoff. She bounced from that when tailed off next time. Her latest run wasn't disgraceful. She was beaten 9 lengths in 7th of 19 in a handicap at this level over a furlong further. So she's not out of it. You can make excuses for her poor run 2 starts ago. A lot of horses, after running well off a long break, tend to run disappointingly on the next start before getting back on track. So I'd have her in the mix here.
Alrila showed some good form earlier in the season and has dipped quite a bit since then, number 15.
Yes, she was well behind Ayan Al Yareen last time out, over 7 furlongs, and well behind Star Horse in a mile contest 2 starts back. Those are both in open company. Obviously, you know, with a rating of 66, she was always set to struggle in races of that nature. She should do better back in a handicap, which is not easy to get a handle on just at the moment.
Well, let's have a look then at horse number 3. This is Najmat Al Shaib, who we'll shortly be seeing in action. This was in February, I believe. This is Najmat Al Shaib in action.
Yeah, this is her running. You'll spot her purple colours with the white braces in about 8th place at this stage, just looking to pull out and come with a run. And she does run. She makes up a fair bit of ground in the latter stages here, despite not having the clearest of runs. A very respectable 4th of 20 and a not to 70 handicap won by Faret. My only concern about this isn't the level of the form, which is perfectly likeable. It's the fact that she's dropping a furlong on trip, and she was doing her best work late in the day here. Perhaps with a clearer run, she can get going a little bit earlier and finish off well. But she's one to bear in mind, certainly.
Fantastic, Najmat Al Shaib. You heard it here first. One to keep in mind for this next race, race number 5. Still a couple of runners still to get through, Rory. We might not have time to mention them all. So just which ones have claims for this race?
Look, well, I'll go through them quickly because we only got 4 or 5 to go. Logina is unreliable. She virtually refused to race a few starts to go in Taif, and it's gone the wrong way since. Look out for her throwing in a few bucks after the start, as she did then. Wasam Al Riyadh, her best efforts have been at 6 furlongs. I think this trip is too far for her. Amani Al Khail is interesting, number 19. She's been in frame and course and distance handicaps in November. She ran poorly over further last time out. That was a stronger contest. I can see her bouncing back to form, and as we've seen, stall 20, certainly no disadvantage here. So she's shortlisted as well. Haruf, number 20, is on a long losing run and hard to fancy as a result. But the reserve who gets in, Nasayam Al Riyadh, is interesting. 3rd in the Ministry of Transport Cup back in August at Taif. She's been unplaced in all her starts since, but clearly she's got the ability to go close here if she puts her best foot forward. Risky proposition, but she's difficult to rule out.
Who is your, well, get your pick in a minute, but let's head to Shamila, who is with the best turned out for this race.
Best turned out for race number 5 is horse number 4, Wad Al Bandari, who is under Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and this is presented very kindly by Fasig Tipton.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Shamila. So let's get your pick, Rory, ahead of this next race, shall we? Yeah,
it's a wide open contest. I'm going to take a chance on one who was a little bit disappointing last time, but I think Ovila can build on her 9th last time on her first run for a while, and she was in good form prior to that. So Ovila, number 11 for me.
Fantastic, Rory. Thank you very much. Shamila's going with Saber Al-Mukhtar at number 12. Do let us know on YouTube who you like the look of. We have David, who's going for number 17, and Life is Blessed is hedging his bets with 2, 8 and 15. So good luck, best of luck to everybody who is watching. Well, we'll shortly be underway with race number 5. So let's head to our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, the starting stalls, they'll be closed up shortly. We're just waiting for Almini Al Khail to go through the centre of them. Then all of the runners will be behind the stalls for this first race on dirt here today. They'll be racing over 1,600 metres. We can take a check on the betting as well on the international market. It was fairly close up at the head of the market. Seba Al-Mukhtar was one of the market principals. Was in at around about 9-2, along with Najmat Al Shaib. They were a couple of those most prominent in the betting, as the field shortly will be going behind the stalls. They're circling at the moment. The 16 horse just in the middle of that circle, that's Logina, who was a little bit on her toes in the paddock beforehand. And once she's arrived down at the start, I presume maybe one or two late saddle adjustments, and the 4 horse Wad Al Bandari going into the centre as well. But as you can see, the stalls have now been drawn across, so shortly they'll be loading up. And indeed the betting: Seba Al Mokhtar 9-2, Najmat Al Shaib at 5-1, Solana at 6-1, Wardat Always at 7-1 with Oral, Wad Al Bandari at 17-2, Dante at 8-1 with Amani Al Keel, 12-1 at Mabrakat Najid and Avila, and 20-1 and upwards at the other runners. That's a rough guide of the international betting market as the runners are about to load up. There's Snow White in shot, and here is Avila, who's due to slot forward into stall 11, and is number 11 as well. But this race, with it being a handicap, the number of the saddlecloth, the horse's number, doesn't necessarily indicate where they're going to be drawn. Avila would be an exception to that rule in this race, but the runners heading in one by one. Seba Al Mokhtar, horse at number 12, will be going into stall 9, slotting in there quite nicely so as well. Amirat Al No Food, Azuz Al Yesh taking the ride, still looking to get off the mark, that filly, daughter of a Biz Blitz. But they are loading. Najmat Al Shaib has gone in. Abdul Ella Al Hussein had a winner here earlier on in the week. Here's the 17 horse Wasam Al Riyadh heading in, Ayad Al Tarisi taking the ride. And we're around about halfway through loading. This is the 15, Al Rila heading in. Eddie Castro taking the ride. Will be coming out of stall 4, Al Rila. This is number 10, Awa Shah, Naif Al Nazi, next door to Al Rila. That one coming out of stall 3, Awa Shah. This is Seba Al Mokhtar, who Shamila gave a positive mention to beforehand. Will be one of the last to go in, along with Wardat Always and Logina. I think kept out the back till the very last minute, probably by design, and she will be the last one to go forward for this 20-runner 1600-metre handicap race for the fillies. Best of luck. And they're off and running, jumping away, and it was a pretty even beginning as well. Al Rila is one of the first ones to show. Logina got a fast start as well as they gallop through the early stages. Tatu Al Game is not too far away either in the early part of the contest, and a little bit wider out on the track. Faizat Sarah is also lying up handily in yellow headgear. Wad Al Bandari is deeper out, and deeper still is Solana. Solana on the outside, together with Wad Al Bandari are now the leading two. Logina against the fence is racing a close third, and then Faizat Sarah back in fourth in yellow with a black cap, with out a little bit wider on the course and looking to come a bit closer Oral, and is doing so now. Then over to the inside, Tatul Al Game, who's racing at this stage just in front of Mabrakat Najid, and Seba Al Mokhtar in a red colour jacket, posted wide around the turn but trying to make up some ground. But up ahead it is Wad Al Bandari going quite strongly here, a length or so to the good over Solana in second place, who's now being pushed along as they work their way into the home straight, and they're galloping on now towards the final 400 metres. What Al Bandari shows from a hard-driven Solana in second place, and then Oral down the outside, who's putting in some good late work in that yellow cap. In behind them, Villa is also picking up nicely, and Faizat Sarah right down the outside. Oral getting on past Wad Al Bandari into the closing stages, and it is Oral and Camilo Ospina striding away for the glory here. Oral will take the win from Wad Al Bandari, who's all out to hold the second, from Faizat Sarah back in third, and they were followed by Haruf, who was putting in some very good late work down the outside. But Oral it is, Camilo Ospina off the mark for the afternoon, and Oral records a second career success, has done that from stall 18 as well, and drew away from Wad Al Bandari, who tried to make a break for it but couldn't quite resist the late challenge of Oral, and in the end was beaten a good 3.5 lengths. Faizat Sarah hanging on to third place Very commendable effort from her as well. Another who was posted wide, and home for fourth was Haruf, who's come from quite a long way back, and Thurbal Timiat, as I say, grabs the fourth spot, but no closer than that. It is Oral landing our first race on dirt here today. There's the full result at bottom left of screen. Number 8 Oral in that 1 minute 40.23 seconds, doing best in our fifth race of the day.
Camilo, well done. Good race, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Alman. Thank you, the whole TV family. I ride many times for him, and I'm happy to win with him. And thanks God today, that filly is handicap. It's a good race for him. And she put behind the pace, very comfortable. And when I asked her in the 600 meters, she responded very well and keep going until wire. Thanks God.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
The fifth race today was a 0-70 fillies handicap for 4 years old and upwards. And horse number 8, Oral, has done it under Camila Ospina for trainer Abdullah Shabib and owner Fala Aid Abu Thain and Sons. This is a 4-year-old filly by Frozen Power, pointed out by myself in the parade ring, not as my final paddock selection, but as an eye catcher for sure. She is only small, so a little pocket rocket, but she tries her heart out every single time. Camilo has ridden this filly a good few times. He knows her temperament, he knows her really well. The last time she was in the winner's enclosure was back in meeting 59 in November 2023, when she came first over 1,200 meters. So she's proven herself over multiple distances. She's added another win to her name only after 7 runs. So definitely not a superstar filly, but a really good, hard-trying filly that always tries her best. She was 6th last time at meeting 98, and Camilo is just weighing in. And this is hopefully first of a few winners today, Camilo.
Shamila, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we start very good today. It's an important day for us. And it's good filly. Today he's handicap race, and this group for her is very good, and she ran very good.
You've ridden her a few times, so you know what her temperament is like and how she likes to run. How was her over the distance today?
Yes, I rode twice maybe, and one day I leave a little behind and then come back early, late, but today I try to come close and in very good position, and when I ask her, she responds very good.
And would you keep her over this distance going forward into the Taif season?
I think even more than 9 furlong, she can go 9 furlong, and mile is good distance for her.
You've had a few winners this weekend already, and it's a huge weekend, especially the last few races. Are you excited? Are you nervous?
No, I'm excited, but not nervous. I try to be relaxed. It's a very important race, and I'm quiet. I have a very good horse. I hope run well, no more.
I hope we get to speak to you again. Congratulations, Camila.
Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you.
Well, let's have another look at how this race was won. It was horse number 8, Aurel, who took it ahead of Wad Al Bandari and Jcsa in 3rd place. And Camilo Ospina, Rory, said that he asked this filly for more. She responded well at about 600 metres still to run. And what did you make of that?
Yeah, it was a nice performance from Aurel. She'd run respectably last time out. Went 6 to far out over a furlong further. Maybe that stretched her a little bit. But in fairness, she was probably the least exposed in this race, along with Snow White, although Snow White is a disappointing performer. But Aurel won her maiden back in meeting 59 here, and has gradually been improving her form. So she's taken up another notch by winning this handicap. But you'll see in behind her, the horses are very, very closely grouped together. So the handicapper will be happy with the job that he's done there. And it looked a difficult race to unpick on paper. And to be honest, the way it was run, you could still see multiple winners at various stages of the race, but Aurel has knuckled down well to get the job done, always in the position that Camilo Ospina wanted. But that's always the case with Camilo. He's always pretty much, when he's got the horse capable of winning, he always seems to be in an advantageous position on the track. You don't see him making too many tactical errors, and you see him just moving through on the outside here to challenge for the places behind the early leader. We did see some speed earlier on from Logina, who dropped away on the rail. That's the one in the yellow cap with the noseband at about 6th place now. But the eventual runner-up has kicked on at this stage. The 3rd, I guess, Wad Al Bandari, has kicked on and made them chase her down, but it was Camilo who was best positioned. Just at a flat spot briefly before he got after her again in the straight, but she's picked up willingly for pressure and run down Wad Al Bandari, with Jcsa staying on in the sort of beige colours with the black cap. 4 places, but you can see how many horses there are with some sort of chance, or not too far off the pace in the final furlong and a half. This was a very tight handicap.
It absolutely was, yes. And Aurel running off a mark of 68. Do you think that she's better than that?
Yeah, I think she'll probably be out of this grade next time out. But I wouldn't want to see her up too sharply in class. The vast majority of these very much belong in sort of 0 to 65, 0 to 75, 0 to 70 handicaps. I'd imagine we'll be seeing Aurel in a 0 to 75 and next time out, which should be a little bit tougher, obviously. Every time you've got one little rung, it doesn't sound like an awful lot, but the horse has just become a little bit tougher, and it's that much harder to hold a position in races. But she's travelled sweetly through this. Showed her inexperience a little bit initially when asked for her effort, but has stayed on well at the finish to win in good style. So she'll deserve a small rise in the weights. And given this is just her 7th start, I think she'll probably find a little bit more improvements.
Were there any hard luck stories in that race?
No. I mean, yes and no. There were no specific hard luck stories, but it's all, everybody wants to be in a particular part of the track at a particular time, and in a full field of 20 runners, 18 jockeys aren't going to be particularly happy about where they are. That's just the nature of things. A lot of them would have, jockeys would come back in and said, if I was drawn somewhere else, if this horse hadn't stopped in front of me. There are fine margins here, but there was no blatant hard luck story in the race. But I imagine a few of the jockeys will be coming home and telling connections that they might have won under different circumstances.
Absolutely. Well, let's head to our commentator then, Gareth Topham, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for race number 6.
Thank you, Rebecca. The Jcsa Challenge coming up here, and it's over 1,400 metres. Number 1 is Saab, ridden by Rayan Al Torsh. 2 is a Fasa, Camilo Ospina. Number 3, Abullah, Osama Al Sharani rides. Number 4, Najm Al Wasil. Victor Gutierrez comes in for the ride. Scratch number 5. Number 6 is Hanbali, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 7 is out as well here. So number 8, Eskandro Adel Al Faradi. Number 9, Yaktase Abdullah Al Fayruz. 10 is Saif Al Falah with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 11, Jafar Mohammed Al Yami. 12, Falik Tariq Al Mansour. 13 is Fighter Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 14, Al Bashet Khalid Al Mamoni. 15 is Tarabot Muhammad Al Nassar with 16, Marut Abdullah Al Lofi on board. Number 17, Al Mazraj with Ahmed Al Shra. 18 over the page to see Hatem Sultan Al Mamoni will be taking the ride on this one. 19, Rustam Basha Alexis Marino. 20, Shibal Latam Louis Morales, and 21, Yoshka Mohammed Saeed will be taking the ride. So another sizable field here. This is the Jcsa Challenge. Runners very shortly will be heading into the paddock.
We will indeed. Many thanks, Gareth. Well, Rory, the horses are just in the parade ring just behind us, so let's start from the top. There's a big field here, so let's just speak about the ones who've got real credentials in this race.
Well, I think one's easy enough to oppose, so we'll move on past that. Jcsa has been off for 4 months since meeting 89, but has gone well fresh in the past. And won the municipality of Riyadh area cup 2 starts back. Was in Group 2 company last time out. I can see her running a big race.
Can Abolaba, number 3, run a big race?
No, it's been off the track for over 2 years, Abola, and that's asking an awful lot on this comeback effort for a 6-year-old.
Najm Al Wasil is horse number 4.
Ran badly last week, is only rated 79 and looks set to struggle again.
Hanbali, number 6, mixed results.
Yeah, won over course and distance in a non-winners 3 13 months ago, but has only raced 3 times since. Ran okay on his return, but a little bit disappointing when 9th in a course and distance non-winners 4 last time out. Again, has had a bit of a break since that.
Escandro, number 8, has shown some really good recent form.
Yeah, his win has come over course. He's won 1 from 17, but that was over course and distance and was a good second to Mustashim in a not to 85 handicap last time out. One to give half a squeak to.
Number 9, Jcsa we'll get to shortly, but first of all, let's join Shamila, who is ready and waiting in the paddock.
Well, the bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount for our 6th race of the day. There was only one horse in this race for me, and that is horse number 19, Rustam Basha. Has won 2 wins on the bounce, highest rated horse in the race at 96. Alexis Marino has already had a winner today, so he is chasing that double, and I think that he was very certain that this horse was going to do well in this race. Drawn really wide at stall number 19. However, I don't think that's anything to worry about for Rustam Basha. He's a really nice horse, very genuine as well. He's 4 years old by summer front, and I know that Saad Abdul Wahed will have all his fingers and toes crossed, hoping that he can have 3 wins on the bounce for this, and he can end the season on a high with Rustam Basha. Another horse that caught my eye, a bit of an underdog, horse number 11 for the Red Stables, but for me it's all about Rustam Basha.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Well, we'll be looking at a bit of previous race footage from Rustam Basha shortly, but let's just turn our attention back to the rest of the runners. Rory, number 8, Escandro, has had some fantastic recent form.
Yes, we just got a quick mention of Escandro before we went to Shamila. Runner-up last time to Mustashim, and a player here if backing that up.
Jcsa, number 9.
Yeah, Jcsa has been a little bit disappointing on his last couple of starts, but he was beaten a length into second in a 1 mile open 3 starts back, and he's capable of bouncing back to that, given he was pretty consistent in time.
Saif Al-Fala, number 10, is also a consistent performer.
Was good 4th in the Ministry of Media Cup last time out, beaten 3.5 lengths by Amaz Raj, but he's not from 13 at this trip, and that's a concern for me.
Jathab, number 11, needs to improve.
He's had a number of gaps between races. He's got ability, he's won over course and distance in the past, but gaps between his races suggest that he's had his training issues, and I can put a line through him.
Number 12, Thalik, has had an interesting bit of a dip in form.
Well, yeah, it was a winner 2 starts back, but was behind several of these in runs either side of that, and I thought Thalik was hard to fancy on balance in a race of this nature.
And what about number 13, Fighter?
Fighter was a wee bit disappointing last time up, but that was in the Ministry of Media Cup, and his previous start was very good. It was an excellent second to Almaz Raj over this course and distance. And I think you can, he's one of them. His run last time out rather was an International Jockeys Challenge, but yeah, the run 2 starts back I thought was very good and puts Fighter strongly on my shortlist.
Number 14, Albachet, always seems to be in the mix.
Yeah, it's a pretty consistent start. Was 7th in the Ministry of Media Cup 2 starts back and meeting at 99, and 5th behind Marut and Saab in a 6 furlong open last time out. A lot of these horses ran in both of those races, meeting 99, that Ministry of Media Cup, over this course and distance, and then that open over 6 furlongs last time out. So a lot of collateral form lines there. I did have them all written down at one stage, but I'm afraid I'll have to dig the notes out individually. But as I said, Fighter was 2nd in the Ministry of Media Cup.
Let's have a look then at Ruston Basher, the horse that Shamila's picked out from the paddock.
Yeah, listen, Ruston Basher is a really interesting one here. We'll talk about his form claims as well. Clears away really nicely late in this race to beat Mostahish in the course and distance Jcsa Cup last time out. We saw Mostahish run really well during the week to be... was he third yesterday or second yesterday? He certainly backed this form up. Ruston Basher had won the 2 cup races over 6 furlongs before, but clearly perfectly home at 7, and is the horse to beat with a repeat of that form.
And what about Marut, number 16? Let's have a look at him in action here.
Yeah, there were 10 in this field running in meeting 107. This is the 6 furlong open last time out, and the one who fared best was Marut, who stayed on well to finish second last time out. The one thing I would say that is the Marut's best form is arguably at 6, but he stayed the 7 furlongs well enough here to finish second last time out, and given I think 7 of these who actually run were behind him that day, you give him a chance. You saw him just get outstayed late in the day.
Well, that is the trophy that they are racing for in race number 6. It is the Jcsa Challenge Cup. Who will get their hands on that one? We'll find out very shortly. 1400 metres this next race. Let's just chat then, Rory, about the rest of the runners in this contest. We got as far, I think, as number 17. But first of all, let's go to Shamila with news of the best turned out.
The best turned out, sponsored by Fasig Tipton. The 6th horse who is winning the best turned out for this race is horse number 1, Saab, who is looked after by Al-Taib, who is the groom. So thank you very much, Fasig Tipton. And this is the last race where the best turned out money is 500 Saudi Riyal, and it'll only go up from here.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Well, Rory, let's talk about horse number 15, Tarabot, who had some good form and then dipped off.
Yeah, he ran very well, meeting 93 and 96, and he was one of a load of these who ran in that 6 furlong open. We saw the finish off last time out where Marut was second. He was only 8th that day and needs to bounce back to form, but he's got bits and pieces of form early in the season that give her a chance. Well, apologies, my fault.
We have just seen Marut. We also had a Frozen Power winner in the last race. What do you think of the chances of this one? Yeah,
he's going to be reasonably high in the short list. Arguably his very best form is at 6, but 6 and 7 come alike to him, and that was a very good run last time out, and clearly holds 6 or 7 of these on that. 9 of them in the race, but I think 2 of them end up being reserves who don't get into the contest, and Marut clearly comes here in better form than most.
Almaz Raj had some decent form the run before last.
Yeah, again, Almaz Raj had loads of these in behind when winning the course and distance Ministry of Media Cup 2 starts back. He ran over 1,800 metres last time out. I don't think he stayed the trip that day. I would make him the likeliest winner of this race, and I can see him bouncing back. Well, sorry, the second likeliest winner of the race, Ruston Basher, I think is the one they've all got to beat.
Well, let's talk about Hatton first, and then we'll get on to Ruston Basher.
Yeah, Hatton won the course and distance Asia Cup a couple of seasons ago. Last season, November 2022, had been off for quite a while before finishing well beaten on her return to action, but did a bit better when 4th in a 0 to 80 International Jockeys Challenge over a mile last time out. She does need to step up on that again to be successful here.
And of course, Ruston Basher, the pick of both you and Shamila for this one, the favourite.
Yeah, has a really good strike rate, won 6 from 11 and has won 3 of his last 4. And that excellent effort last time out when beating Mostahish over course and distance is the best piece of form in the race. I expect him to go very close again. As I said, I think Almaz Raj might end up being the big danger to him.
And Alexis Moreno chasing the double here in this race. Shibal Latam, horse number 20.
Yeah, Shibal Latam's on a long losing run, but did put in one of his best efforts in a while last time out when second to Alta Wahidi in one of the International Jockey Challenge races over a mile last time out. A mile's more his trip, but he's not out of this from stall 20.
And last but not least is Jcsa.
Yeah, not really favoured by the weights here at Jcsa, and ran poorly last time out in that race where behind Ruston Basher, I believe. I didn't fancy his chances much.
Thank you very much, Rory. Well, this is the Jcsa Challenge Cup, so let's head now to our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. A for Sa, the 5-2 favourite. Shibal Latam at 4-1, 11-2 Hatton and Jcsa, and 8-1 bar those. That's a rough guide of the betting on the international market. Last couple slotting forward, big field as well. And we're set to go over the 1,400 metres this time, and away and racing. with Najm Al Wasil in orange and white colours beginning well. Favourite Jcsa in the green cap prominent likewise, with Escandro a little bit deeper out and Jcsa not a million miles off the speed either. Safe Alfalar is a little wider out with the grey Jafar. They're being followed further down the pack by Tarabot, with Rustam Basha, well fancied beforehand, deeper out on the course. Further back then is Marut, who keeps company with Almaz Raj, and then Hattam, who's posted wide into the turn. Up front it is the grey Jafar, up around the outside of Safe Alfalar. They are the leading pair. They're a couple of lengths in front of Escandro, and then out a bit wider is Rustam Basha, the grey cap, who's now coming forward, with over towards the inside Jcsa still very much in the thick of things as well. Chasing those is Jcsa, but is now working hard as they swing left-handed back towards home. Tarabot is beginning to step forward, another of the greys. Making the journey on in, less than 400 metres to run. Safe Alfalar has the lead, boots away again by a length. Seems to have got the better of Jafar. Here down the outside is Escandro, with also Rustam Basha coming into it, and right down the outside Marut is picking up eye-catchingly well in the red jacket, white cap. As they go close home, Escandro's taken over. Tarabot down the centre, the grey. Tarabot thrusting through, and Tarabot will get up on the line. Tarabot it is, beating Escandro, with close-up in behind them Marut, and tight for the miners in behind. Shibble Latam was putting in some good late work, and Safe Alfalar, who got tired late, was over towards the inside. But it's Tarabot getting through. Muhannad Al Nassar, a second winner for Muhannad today. Well done to him. Tarabot, this filly, daughter of the factor, just about timing it right there. The jockey's absolutely delighted, and why not double on a big card, scoring in a time of 1 minute 25.47 seconds. Escandro to the inside, just in second place, half a length back off the winner, but a neck in front of Marut in third, and they were on from Almaz Raj down the outside of Jcsa, who are filling out minor honours back in behind those. A really exciting conclusion then to this JCSA Challenge contest, and it's Tarabot who takes the cup, a double on the card for the rider.
Tarabot takes the JCSA Challenge Cup under Muhannad Al Nassar, who's ridden a double today. And we had a bit of a word, didn't we, before the race, Rory, about this horse, but not necessarily one that you'd have expected to be the winner in this.
No, I mean, Tarabot has a chance, had a chance on her best form. She's a winner in meeting 93, as we said, but she ran recently, ran last week and finished 8th, and 4 of these were ahead of her on that occasion. That was over a furlong shorter, but in a race where They were up to 7 furlongs again, and there were loads of them with chances off the home bend. She's come with the run at exactly the right time, and Mohammed Al Nassar clearly riding with an awful lot of confidence. That's his second win in these colours of the day. So he was a very happy man when he won a moderate maiden first time out. He'd be happier still having won this richly rewarded Jcsa challenge with 75,000 Saudi riyals, the winner.
Absolutely, great day for him so far. And Iskandro was in second, yet another second place finish for Iskandro, who's finished second last time out as well.
Yeah, and third the time before that. He's a consistent performer. He's only won from 18 in his career, but he's won another solid race to finish second. And Mahmoud, best of the Red Stable runners, in third. But again, you know, there are plenty of horses who seem to have some sort of chance off the bend, and again, a very tightly graded contest, this Jcsa challenge. But a deserving winner, if not the easiest to find, in Tara Botts. And she's a good-looking grey mare, and she's added to her lifetime earnings to some degree today.
Well, we can take another look at the start. There she is, breaking from stall number 15. Just talk us through the start of the race, Rory.
Yeah, she's been held up, but she actually bounced out of the stalls quite well, and Mohammed Al Nassar more than happy just to let her drift back in the field. And again, we've seen this with good winning rides recently. The key isn't. We often say it's really important to get handy here, and it can be, but if everyone wants to drive forward and get to the front, those horses end up going a stride too fast and end up not getting home. The most important thing is getting your horse in a good position where you're not going to run into trouble and where you're allowing the horse to go at its own pace so that it will see the race out. And our winning rider did just that here. You see, having taken back a little bit after the start, he's now been able to move himself up into about 5th position, the grey mare there with the white cap. I thought at this stage Rustam Basha was in a good spot as well. He ends up being 4 wide though on that bend in the white colours with the grey sleeves, cap and epaulets. And our eventual runner-up is also up there at that stage, Iskandro, with the sort of the yellowish cheek pieces and noseband. Again, as the field pans out, 8 or 9 horses within 2 or 3 lengths of each other, but here we come through the eye of a needle with our winner, Tara Bott, finds the caps at the right times. At the right time, a jockey riding with an awful lot of confidence here. It's not easy to keep your confidence going as a rider on this track because all these races have 18 to 20 runners. Even if you've got 7 or 8 fancy mounts in a day, it's very easy to run up a long losing sequence because the racing's so competitive for these jockeys. But when you've got one early on the card, it gives you a little bit more confidence to do what you want tactically in a later race, and that's exactly how Mohammed Al Nassar has ridden this race. And he will be absolutely over the moon to have ridden a double on one of the biggest nights of the year.
Yeah, absolutely he will. And let's just quickly speak about Rustam Basha. Unlucky, or perhaps?
Not really. I mean, you don't want to end up coming around that bend 4 or 5 horses wide and being asked for your effort. It's okay to come wide round the bend if you're travelling within yourself, but Rustam Basha had to be asked for an effort here and ended up covering a lot more ground by racing at full pelt through that bend. But it wasn't the difference between victory and defeat. There's also a possibility that after 2 very, very good runs in the last couple of weeks, he was just feeling the effects of a couple of hard races here. You never really know with these horses whether they're thriving or whether they just need a break until you race them, because they always seem well enough at home. And the trainers wouldn't run them if they weren't eating their oats in the morning. But Rustam Basha, it wasn't a terrible run. You know, he had his chance off the bend, but just didn't see it out as strongly as he might. Most of his form has come at 6 furlongs, but he saw the 7 furlongs out well last time, just not in a slightly better race here.
And in terms of the rating for Tara Bott, the winner, running off a mark of 86, do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what the top horses here were, you've got horses carrying penalties under the conditions of the race. So the likes of Rustam Basha was rated 96, but he's carrying 62 kilos. So he was giving weight away to the likes of Iskandro, who only had 56 kilos. That's quite a lot of weight to give away. And when you take away those figures from the official marks that they have, you can see that that made the race even tighter than it might be. Our winner was racing off, had 59 kilos. So if you consider that he was essentially, she was getting £6 from Rustam Basha, who's rated 96, she's rated 86. There's about £4 of difference there in terms of what would have brought them together. So I don't see that the handicapper is going to be too harsh on Tara Bott. There was plenty of horses had a chance in this race, plenty of them had a chance on paper, and it's panned out that way. So she'd go up a couple of pounds, I would have thought, for that, and I think any more than that would be a little bit harsh.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race anyway. Ruston Basher didn't live up to our expectation, but this is the JCSA Challenge Cup, and the winning connections will be presented with their award, and they'll be picking up quite a handsome prize as well. 75,000 Saudi Riyal for the winning connections, 30,000 to second place third, picking up 22,500. So not a bad afternoon's work at all. Let's head then to Gareth Topham, who is going to talk us through the runners and riders for race number 7.
Thanks, Rebecca. Well, this is the Al Khaladia show, isn't it? This is the JCSA Cup for Arabian horses. Lots of Al Khaladias in this. Not number 1, though. Mansour Al Thab, Rakan Al Obeid. Scratch at number 2. Number 3 is Tahamiat Al Khaladia, ridden by Azil Al Zahani. Number 4 is scratched. Number 5 is Wathabat Al Khaladia, Abdullah Al Lofi. 6 is Aliyat Najid Al Khaladia, Khalid Al Mamoni rides. Number 7, Maytha Al Khaladia, Adel Al Faredi. 8, Orjar Al Khaladia, Naifa Al Nazi. Number 9 is Mirsal Al Khaladia, Alexis Marino. Number 10 is Al Dahab, Mohammed Saeed. Over the page to 11, Sarihat Al Khaladia, Eddie Castro. Number 12, Jafar Al Khaladia, Luis Marino rides. Number 13 is Degam Al Khaladia, Ahmed Al Shra. So they take numbers 2 and 4 out. They won't be running, but the rest are. Best of luck here with the Al Khaladias. Plenty of them in this, our 7th race.
Best of luck to you, Gareth, commentating on all these Al Khaladias. Hope you don't get them all mixed up. And Rory, for this next one, of course, Al Khaladia dominating the runners here. Do you think an Al Khaladia will win it?
I think there must be every chance of that happening. We don't always see our Arabian races full of Al Khaladia horses, but a lot of the ones with the big prize money tends to attract the famous black and white colours.
And perhaps we'll be seeing them in the winners' enclosure a little later on. The horses are in the paddock behind us, so let's go through the runners and riders. The first horse is not an Al Khaladia, it's Mansour Al Thanab.
Yes, Mansour Al Tab was 27 1/4 lengths, 4th of 5 to Al Daham in a desert bred maiden on debut. Desert bred maidens, with the greatest of respect, are much poorer races than the open Arabian maidens. They're only open to horses who've been bred locally, and they attract a particular kind of Arabian. They don't tend to be strong in terms of numbers, and if you've been beaten 27 1/4 lengths in one, you're not going to be winning a race of this nature.
Well, the first Al Khaladia runner is Tuhamiat Al Khaladia, number 3.
Yes, 6 furlong winner at Taif earlier in the season, and was 5th in this contest last year, beaten 5 1/4 lengths. Was a bit disappointing last time out when finishing 10th in the sprint prep over 6 furlongs. The return to a mile will suit Tahamiat Al Khaladia, but there are 3 or 4 in this race who look to have stronger claims.
Wathabat Al Khaladia is obviously one of them, the second highest rated in this, horse number 5.
Yes, she was a very good 3rd in the sprint prep last time out. And she won this race last year, so she looks to be coming to boil at the right time. She does have form at 6 furlongs, but she's better at a mile, and I'd expect her to be very competitive here.
Aliyat Najd Al Khaladia, horse number 6, maybe not as competitive.
No, doesn't have a rating yet. Was second to Al Daham in that desert bred maiden we talked about earlier. Obviously, that makes it a bit better than Mansour Al Tab. But to give you an idea of the weakness of that race, Aliyat Najd Al Khaladia did a time of 1 minute 55.7. We'll move on to the next horse, Maitha Al Khaladia, who's the top rated in this race. Her time over this course and distance when winning a meeting 92 was 1 minute 50.22. So that's 5.5 seconds faster, which is an awful lot of ground.
Yeah, it's quite significant. Orja Al Khaladia is number 8, also the decent rating.
Yes, I mean, I'll just touch again on Maitha Al Khaladia. She won back-to-back races over course and distance before finishing 6th in a cup contest this last time out. She will be much better off in this company, and a reputation of either of her two course and distance wins puts her bang in the picture. Ultra Al Khaladia is useful enough. Has only won the one race and has been winless this season. This season in Riyadh. She won her maiden back in meeting 31 in Taif. Her best effort since, third in a not to 85 handicap behind Gashamsham Al Trazo 2 starts back, but she didn't really back that up last time, and others look a bit stronger again.
Mersal Al Khaladia is another desert-bred horse, number 9.
Yes, unbeaten, but the race that Mersal Al Khaladia won was a 2-runner 7-furlong desert-bred maiden, and the form is virtually worthless. He's a 12-year-old as well. It'd be a massive surprise if he got involved in the finish.
Number 10 is RMZ Al Bahab.
Yes, Al Dahab is, again, this puts it in context. He's the horse who beat several of these in that desert-bred maiden in meeting 79, won it very easily as well. He then ran in a handicap last time out, not to 80 handicap, so a weaker race than this, and he was beaten 40 lengths. So I'm expecting this field to split in 2 or maybe 3. A few of these are going to be beaten a long way.
Sarihat Al Khaladia, number 11, has got some decent recent form.
Yeah, would have a chance in a handicap. I thought mark of 69 maybe is a little bit generous. Was 5th in an open last time out, and beat Shawahid Al Khaladia in a course and distance maiden back in meeting 76. Shawahid Al Khaladia has won since, as is the 4th home. But the rating's only 69. It gives you an idea of the mountain that she has to climb. But I think she will rate a fair bit higher in time, but she won't figure in the finish here. She might be one for next season because she's lightly raced.
And Jafar Al Khaladia rated 65, even lower.
Yeah, again, the 2 places that come in desert-bred maidens, including when beaten 21 1/4 lengths by Al Dahab last time out, and we mentioned that Al Dahab was beaten 40 lengths in a not to 80 handicap last time, so set to struggle again.
And our final horse again, another Al Khaladia, number 13, Dagam Al Khaladia.
Yeah, not much I can tell you about this. By Laith Al Khaladia out of Gaida Al Khaladia. I couldn't find any other offspring for the dam, but they may have run on Al Khaladia farm, or they may have run elsewhere. But none of them have run either at Taif or in Riyadh. So there's nothing positive I can tell you about Dagam Al Khaladia. And it's not an easy spot running a race of this nature on your debut.
No, and you can see there the Al Khaladia famous silks there, white with the black V. And I actually feel for our commentator Gareth Topham, because most of these Arabian horses are grey as well. A lot of them wearing the same silks.
I hope he's got all his caps written down.
Absolutely, it'll be a tricky job for Gareth calling this one. Jockeys are on board. The horses in the parade ring will shortly be joining Shamila, who was going to give us her pick in a little while. She is our resident Arabian racing expert, so she'll be having a good long look at these, and she loves her Arabian racing, so I'm looking forward to catching up with her and seeing what she thinks about these horses in a little while. We can go to her now. Shamila, first Arabian race of the night.
Absolutely, Rebecca. The proper racing has begun. It's our first Arabian race of the evening, and I think that if you were to oppose Maytha Al Khaladia, you would be very silly indeed. Horse number 7, Maytha Al Khaladia, ridden by Adel Al Faradi, will be my paddock selection for this race. 3 Al Khaladia stables runners in this contest. Maytha, the highest rated of them at 112, and she looks stunning indeed. She is going up against some of the colts, but that's absolutely no bother to her. She is very strong filly and has proven herself multiple times. She was 6th last time at a meeting 102, but you can absolutely scratch out. This is a much easier contest for her, and Al Khaladia stables have come here today to win all the Arabian races. I can tell you that for certain. So that is my paddock selection. So, however, if you would like to oppose the Al Khaladia stables, I will give you 2 horses that I think are the nicest lookers, but you definitely won't be on winners. Horse number 3, Thamiat Al Khaladia, who will be ridden by Asil Al Seharni, and horse number 9, trained by Laurent Lizelle, first last time out at meeting 58. So haven't seen him in quite a while, just going past me here now. So those would be the 2 horses that I think look the best, apart from the Al Khaladias.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Shamila is going with Maytha Al Khaladia, the favourite for this race, the highest rated in this contest. And Rory, it's probably difficult to see beyond that horse.
Well, I think there's not an awful lot between Maytha Al Khaladia and Watabat Al Khaladia. Worth mentioning, as I did in passing, that the latter, Watabat Al Khaladia, was the winner of this contest last year. So bidding to follow up. But Maytha Al Khaladia, and we'll see the footage of this shortly, beat Watabat Al Khaladia back in meeting at 92 in a Jcsa challenge. Maytha Al Khaladia was first. Wathabat Al Khalidi was third, but they had a proper battle, the pair of them, before Takdir split them late on. I don't think there's much between them. I think you can make a case that Wathabat Al Khalidi could win this if everything falls right. Abdullah Al Lofi on board is as good a jockey as any in these races, so I'd give him half a chance of getting the better of Maita Al Khalidi. For all she has just the better form.
It'll be a really intriguing contest. Anyway, let's have a look at these two horses, Maita Al Khalidi and Wathabat Al Khalidi, numbers 7 and 5. This is them in action.
Yes, this is a JCSA challenge in January. You'll see Maita Al Khalidi on the inside, Wathabat Al Khalidi with the black noseband challenging. They have a decent battle for a long way. In third at this stage is a horse called Takdir. Takdir stays on late in the day to split them. But I wouldn't say, looking at this, that Maita Al Khalidi was absolutely certain to confirm the form. Both of them are all out here. She does find a little bit more in the finish, but there's not a huge amount between them here. She would be my pick in the race, but I don't think it's a mortgage job.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to put your house on this one, Rory, certainly, but I would put my house on an Al Khalidi winning this one, I think.
I think there is an exceptionally strong chance of something called Al Khalidi passing the post first.
I think so. Well, we've got some comments on our YouTube channel. David says number 3, Tuhimat Al Khalidi. That's one of the ones that Shamila said was nice looking in the paddock. David also says that number 9 looks ready. Shamila also said nice looking horse, but again, that's a desert bred horse, Rory. And
if that gets within 50 lengths of the winner, I will be surprised.
Well, let's head to Shamila now, who is with the best turned out for this race.
The best turned out for race number 7 goes the way of my paddock selection, horse number 7, Maita Al Khalidi, highest rated in the race, and her groom, Sadiq, gets 1,000 Saudi riyals from Fasik Tipton.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila. Maita Al Khalidi picking up the best turned out. But will this horse win the actual races of the JCSA Cup for Arabian horses? The racing will shortly be underway, just about 3 minutes time. They're all down at post now, I believe. And we'll shortly be joining our commentator, Gareth Topham, who certainly has a tough job on his hands with so many Al Khalidiyas, so many grey horses, and many of those white silks with the black V, the famous Al Khalidi colours. So Rory, let's confirm your selection then. You're very much sticking with the favourite for this one.
Yeah, I'm going with Maita Al Khalidi. As I said, I don't think it's an absolute foregone conclusion, but I've got to give a pick, and Maita Al Khalidi is just favourite for me.
Absolutely. Shamila going with that horse as well. So let's head down to the start and join Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. Runners then filing behind the back of the stalls with a couple of minutes to post time for this JCSA Cup for Arabian horses. We can take a check on the betting. Plenty of confidence, of course, behind Maita Al Khalidi, who is in as the 2-5 favourite on the international betting markets. Wathabat Al Khalidi at 7-4. Will it be a 2-horse race? Well, the betting suggesting it could well be, because it's 11-1. Bar the pair. Lots in here at big prices, and as Rory suggested a few moments ago, perhaps this will be a race where they finish at wide margin intervals, quite spread out. Let's have a little look at one or two of these then on circling. That's Jafar Al Khalidi in shot, the green cap. Luis Marino taking the ride. We've had a late jockey alteration as well, which came through just a few moments ago. Number 9 here, Mursal Al Khalidi, and now to be ridden by Victor Gutierrez. Victor Gutierrez on board horse number 9, who is in shot there, the white-faced 12-year-old veteran in this lineup, and returning from a fair old absence as well today. Mursal Al Khalidi perhaps has been a little bit difficult to train, but the runners are loading up for this Arabian horses event, the JCSA Cup. Again, very valuable contest. They only get more valuable as the day goes on. This one worth 150,000 Saudi riyals. And we are down to the final few to load up. Alijat Najid Al Khalidi heading in, along with Al Dahab. Orjar Al Khalidi to go forward, along with Sarihar Al Khalidi as well. So best of luck here as the last couple head on in. And we are just about locked and loaded. All in line, and they're off and racing, and swerving out to the right. Degam Al Khalidi from stall 13 at the beginning there, showing obvious inexperience. One of the first ones to show to advantage. Well, Mather Al Kaladir is prominent, and also lying up handily Wathabat Al Kaladir, and it's this one who takes them along as they work their way down the back. Mather Al Kaladir now in a dispute of second place. Out a bit wider on the track is Sarihad Al Kaladir, is not too far away either, that one in light blue. Mansour Al Fab is down along the inside. Al Dahab is also racing fairly prominently as well. Wider out on the track in red colours to Hamiat Al Kaladir as they're about to make the turn. Orjar Al Kaladir is wider out, and then the recovering Degam Al Kaladir racing on ahead of Jafar Al Kaladir. Mursal Al Kaladir is beginning to struggle at the back end of the field, but it is Wathabat Al Kaladir. This one went off second favourite, has a 3-length lead on the home turn. From on the outside, Sarihad Al Kaladir in the light blue colours now going into second. Mather Al Kaladir is to the inside, just being shaken along now, trying to close on this leader who still appears to travel quite strongly. Wathabat Al Kaladir into the home straight. Tahamiat Al Kaladir now making ground in the red colours down the outside. Also beginning to motor now, this Mather Al Kaladir, and they're quickly beginning to close the gap. Mather Al Kaladir now coming hard at Wathabat Al Kaladir and takes over going inside the final furlong. To Hamiat Al Kaladir is in third, could well press for second shortly, but going into the final 100 metres, it is Mather Al Kaladir. Adel Al Faradi out in front, having to work for this, but the job ultimately will be done. Mather Al Kaladir lasting it out well by 2. Goes on to beat to Hamiat Al Kaladir and Wathabat Al Kaladir, and they in turn were clear of Orjar Al Kaladir in fourth. Mather Al Kaladir, it is the short-priced favourite, was the best turned-out winner beforehand, was the highest-rated horse coming into the race, and has won it. Had to be ridden right out to do so, but under Adel Al Faradi has gone on to win again in a time of 1 minute 49.5 seconds, beats to Hamiat Al Kaladir into second place. That one 1 3/4 lengths behind the winner, with Wathabat Al Kaladir a further head away in third. Al Kaladir horses filling out at the very least there the first 5 places. It looked to be an Al Kaladir domination, and it's proved to be. There's a slow-mo shot of our winner crossing the line. A winning favourite in race 7. Mather Al Kaladir wins the JCSA Cup for Arabian horses.
Well, Maytha Al-Khaladiya, the favourite, takes the JCSA Cup for Arabian horses. Well, Rory, we knew it would be an Al-Khaladiya, and we suspected it would be that one as well.
Yeah, the race panned out very much like the JCSA Challenge that she won in January, where the pair of them have gone head-to-head. She's got up on top late, and then Wathabat Al-Khaladiya has conceded second place late on. This time it was to Hamiat Al-Khaladiya, who finished in second place. But Maytha Al-Khaladiya, again, you know, she doesn't do anything too flashy, but she gets the job done, and that's now 6 wins from 10 runs here in Saudi Arabia, and she's a pretty useful tool. Was top rated 112 coming into this, ahead of Wathabat, rated 105. He won this race last year, of course, but I don't see the handicapper reacting at all to that. That's exactly what we would have expected on paper.
And the second placed horse was Tuhumiyat Al-Khaladiya, not one that necessarily you'd have picked out.
No, but he did run well in the race last year. He was well beaten behind Maytha Al-Khaladiya in the sprint prep last time out, but he's Jahamiat Al-Khaladiya was close up 5th in the race last year and has improved on that, showing back up to a mile.
And Wathabat Al-Khaladiya made the early running, but you suspect just ran out of steam.
Yes, I mean, you know, Wathabat Al-Khaladiya will give it a good go from the front, but has shown on a couple of occasions that she's vulnerable to the finishing kick of Maytha Al-Khaladiya, and we saw a familiar story today.
Absolutely, and you'd think, based on that performance, Tuhumiyat Al-Khaladiya, the second place horse, rated 83, Maytha Al-Khaladiya 112, you think the second place would be bumped up in the ratings a bit from that?
Yeah, I mean, these horses don't have to run to the ratings every time they see the race course, and it's not, you often see horses who are running in not to 80 handicaps, and then they'll run in a race like this and split horses with high ratings and go up 10 or 15 pounds in the ratings, but end up still showing the same sort of form in weaker company next time out. So I wouldn't want the runner-up Jahamiat Al-Khaladiya to be going up in the weights for that, because you know it's debatable whether either the first or third had to run to the rating to be able to finish in the frame today.
Winning connections of Maytha Al-Khaladiya, that's Sad Mutlik, and winning jockey Adel Al-Faredi, just picking up the trophy for the JCSA Cup for Arabian horses. And of course we have another Arabian race still to come. We always have 2 of them on the card, and the next one is going to be a big one. But let's just take a look at how this one was run. Confirmation then of the result in Al-Khaladiya 1, 2, 3, and it was the pre-race favourite that got the job done, as we suspected. Really was the jockey was biding his time, Adel Al-Faredi, wasn't he, before he made the move?
Yeah, I mean, Adel Al-Faredi, as we've seen time and again, is an exceptional jockey around here. He knew he was on the best horse. He knew how the race was liable to be run, and indeed they will have a chat beforehand about likely race tactics as well, because I've said in the thoroughbred races where a stable has 2 or 3 runners, they're often just allowed to run on their own merits, and there's no chicanery at all. But I've seen a few of these races where horses will be set up specifically as pacemakers. You see the jockey looking round to see where the stable's main hope is, and then trying to do what they can to ease the path to victory within the rules, of course. Yeah, so it makes the job easier for the jockey when he knows there's someone else out there looking after him. And yeah, there are no dramas in this race where nothing unusual happened. We had. Obviously, if there were a lot more horses of similar ability in there, you can get a little bit of trouble in running. But as we said, those horses who were coming here from desert-bred maidens were massively outclassed, essentially. Nice to see them to rock up and give it a go, but you can see there are those towards the back of the field. Those are the ones from the desert-bred races, or even a slightly smaller model as well, and struggling to keep up with the pace that the likes of Jahamiat and Wathabat Al-Khaladiya can set here.
Yeah, and we can see there, that's Wathabat Al-Khaladiya, horse number 5, just setting the pace out in front before the others kind of throw down the challenge. Where was this race won then, Rory? This is the point at which the jockey says go.
Yeah, as I said, we saw a replay of a race in January which was very similar to this, where again Wathabat Al-Khaladiya set the pace. Maita Al-Khalidiyya joined him. They had a bit of a battle. The battle wasn't quite so long here. Maita Al-Khalidiyya was asked for an effort, and there wasn't much left from Wathabat with a furlong and a half to go. She's not really going away in the end. She as I said, she doesn't do anything that looks particularly flashy. When she's got a race won, she thinks she's done enough. She idles, so her jockey's got to ride her out to the line, which makes her look fairly unimpressive. But I think she's won this with plenty in hand.
Absolutely, but they don't really have much of a turn of foot, do they, these Arabian horses? Well, we also have another Arabian race to follow this one. Two successive Arabian races, but we'll come to that shortly. And first of all, we'll find out a bit more about the Three Musketeers, as we refer to them, here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. The three outriders who do an absolutely fantastic job here on race days.
Out of plenty of integral teams. Today we will be looking at the outriders. We see them every single race day, but who exactly are they? Let's have a look.
I am Faisal Al-Jamri, working outrider for the Jockey Club in Saudi Arabia, almost 18 years now.
Tell me a little bit about your career and your career before becoming an outrider as well.
Actually, I started my riding because my father and my family always with the horses. I started riding horse when I'm a little kid. So after I be 9 years old, because before we have a rule for riding the race, so I started riding race from 9 years old until I get 16 almost. Before I come into be outrider, the thing stopped me from riding jockey. I'm taller a bit and I have a lot of weight, so like 56, 58 kilo. And then you're still young actually, because apprentice, you have to lose weight and something. So kill me this thing to lose my weight. And from 2005 until now, 2023.
And tell me a little bit about your social media presence as well.
Actually, the social media helped me a lot with this job, and even let the people outside know about our job. And we actually, the first 10 years we working, nobody know about our job until the social media came in. And then I started with Instagram. I posted the first video for me, and he took like over 4 million views with the first week actually. And everybody know me, and especially the people before he see us, we just walking behind the horses and coming, the outrider, and nobody know what our job. Until I share the video, loose horse, and then I catch him. It took actually 6 seconds to catch this horse. Until now, this video viral, and always I find him in other account. Yeah, especially outside people. When the first Saudi Cup, and the people coming from outside, and I never meet these people, and he come and call me by name. He say, we need Faisal going with our horses, especially the American people, because always the American style going with the pony and something. Even the European with the time, and he see our job going success and good, and we have a special way to lead the horses and never make the horse panic or anything. So even the European people now start using the pony in the morning and sometime in a race day.
Talk to me a little bit about the tack that you use as well for the outriding ponies.
Actually, we use it like Western saddle without horn, because before we use the cowboy saddle. Sometimes when you reach and catch, he actually touch your body, and that actually dangerous actually for the outrider. So we use the flat weather here, and also not same we don't use same saddle for each horse. We switch in the saddles because some horses have flat weather like a quarter horse, and some horses we have them skinny a little bit. We use different saddle because we ride and you're talking about almost 6-7 hours. You don't need to hurt your horse back. So thank God we never have this thing happen, because we always carefully with how we use our saddle. You see Shimmy here, I'm walking, to be next to the gate, because all the horses almost load. I have to go there. You see the horse, he going under the gate. Thank God I have nice and speed, move that moment. First, I grab his brass collar there, and I reach and catch his rein, because many times happen, if you go back here, you see the first grab, I grab his actually brass collar, and then because the rein outside, and then I reach and catch his rein. And took from me like, from here to catch the loose horse, like 3-4 seconds only to catch him. And thank God, he's actually far away from me, but thank God, I hear the voice, that everybody is screaming over there because the horse is going under the gate. Thank God we have him under control and we bring him back to gate and he run in a race.
Faisal Al-Shamri and his team worked tirelessly throughout the whole year to ensure everybody's safety on track. They really are some of racing's unsung heroes.
Yeah, some great insight there from Shamila. The Outriders, don't they do a great job? We move on to the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup for Arabian horses. And at number 1 is Asaf Al-Khaladiya, partnered by Abdullah Bakada. Number 2, Saloum Al-Khaladiya, Adel Al-Faradi. Number 3, Bayrak Al-Azam with Herb Al-Timyat. At number 4 is Al-Qasa, Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 5, Jcsa, Victor Gutierrez. 6 is Jamran Al-Khaladiya, Abdullah Alofi. Number 7 is the current race favourite on the international markets, Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladiya. Naif Al-Anazi rides. Number 8 is Najim Al-Zaman, ridden by Camilo Ospina. Number 9 is Bariz, Abdullah Al-Fairuz now on board. Number 10, Preciosa Al-Ashai with Alexis Marino. 11, Takdir, Tariq Al-Mansour. And at number 12 is Tawak Al-Khaladiya, ridden by Rakana Al-Obaid. It's a full field of 12 to contest our 8th race.
Many thanks, Gareth. Yes, full field to contest the next race. As you heard there, another Arabian race, the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup for Arabian horses, 2 Arabian races back to back here. Shamila will be absolutely in her element. She loves this Arabian racing. But first, Rory, we are going to go through all the runners for this next one. You can see them there. They are heading into the paddock. So let's start with number 1, Asaf Al-Khaladiya.
Yeah, I thought this 7-year-old's entire looked outclassed, yet to win a race and well beaten last time out.
Saloum Al-Khaladiya, the 112 rated horse.
Yeah, I was third to Durga Mathba and the Obeya qualifier 2 starts ago. That's an excellent piece of form. Only 9th in the Obeya Classic itself, but that's a proper Group 1 contest. And Saloum Al-Khaladiya is a big player back among local horses.
We'll keep an eye on that one. Number 2, Bayrak Al-Hizam. Number 3, similar claims.
Yeah, it seemed to show improved form when winning the Prince Abdullah bin Musa'ad bin Jalawi Cup 2 starts back, beating Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladiya by half a length. Worth pointing out there that he was getting a stone from that rival and is now £7 worse off, so he'll struggle to confirm the form, but he's certainly going in the right direction. That was a step up from a promising second on his previous start.
And Al-Qasa has posted some mediocre performances.
Yeah, has a rating of 90, was 9th to Bayrak Al-Azam in that contest last time at the Prince Abdulaziz Cup. 2 starts back and filled the same spot last time out, so not the easiest to fancy in this field.
And Jcsa, number 5, comes here off the back of a win last time out.
Yeah, Jcsa's form figures are interesting. 1, 14, 1, 13, 1. Was back to form when taking a classic handicap at 90 to 105 affair last time out. But he does need to dominate. When he dominates, he looks very good. When something else takes him on early, he just sulks. And that's why his form figures read the way they do.
Jamran Al-Khaladiya, number 6.
Yeah, it was only 8th to Bayrak Al-Hizam in the Prince Abdulaziz Cup last time out and looks held on that form for all. He's got a couple of wins early in the season that make him look like he's got place claims in this contest.
And Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladiya certainly has place claims in this contest.
Yeah, 8 from 28 in his career. He's got a rating of 116, was only beaten half a length by Bayrak Al-Hizam in that the Prince Abdulaziz Cup last time out, but now meets him on £7 better terms, and I think that makes all the difference between the pair of them.
Najib Al-Zaman is the highest rated in this contest, horse number 8.
I've written 2nd best horse in the world.
In the world?
He keeps banging heads with Asfan Al-Khaladiya, who is the outstanding champion around here, and he was a good 3rd in the Obeya Classic last time out to Asfan. The time before that served up possibly the best Arabian race I've ever seen. The pair of them went head to head. Najib Al-Zaman travelled better and looked like he was going to win with a furlong and a half to go, but Asfan just dug deep and found a little bit more. He's probably best at this trip. He's been beaten at a mile and a quarter a couple of times, but he's got plenty of speed, and he was a very impressive winner in meeting 69 when he won by half the track. I expect him to be exceptionally hard to beat here again, unless that run on Saudi Cup night has left a big mark on him.
Well, it'll be interesting to find out. Let's talk about Barry's number 9.
Yeah, I thought Barry's might be in here, although he stays further. I thought he might be in here doing a little bit of the pacemaking for Najib Al-Zaman. He was 6th in the Al Manifa qualifier on turf last time out. It was over 2,100 metres. He was only 8th the time before that. He's got place claims if ridden on his merits, but I do think that he might be sacrificed in order to make sure that Najib Al-Zaman has the pace that he wants here.
Be interesting to keep an eye on the tactics in that case. Number 10 is Preciosa Al-Ashai with some good recent form.
Yeah, was a 2,000 metre open winner back in meeting 99 and has run well in both starts since. Last time out finishing a length and a quarter second to Jcsa, who's the stablemate. I could see Preciosa Al-Ashai turning the tables this time around because, as I said, if Jcsa doesn't get to the front and dominate, then he can drop himself out. So Preciosa Al-Ashai might end up picking up the pieces and getting in the frame again.
Taktir was disappointing last time out at meeting 102.
Yeah, Taktir's last win came in a 7 furlong handicap, but he does have one. She does have one very good recent run to her name. Went second to Maitha Al-Khaladia in that Jcsa challenge that we saw about 20 minutes ago, running on late to grab second.
Well, let's head to our resident Arabian racing expert, Shamila, who is down in the paddock for us.
This is our second Arabian race of the day, and my paddock selection goes the way of horse number 8, Najib Al-Zaman. Highest rated horse in the race, but unfortunately for him, he is always stuck behind the champion, that is Asfan Al-Khaladia. Now the two stables, Al-Khaladia stables and the owners of Najib Al-Zaman, they have a huge rivalry. They're the top leading Arabian stables here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, so they have a great rivalry. So hopefully horse number 8, Najib Al-Zaman, can get the job done for Camilo Ospina. He's already had a winner today. He's hoping for a double. The horse was 3rd last time out at meeting 104. Jumps out of stall number 8, and hopefully Camilo can keep him in a nice position and go forward and win the race very nicely. Now, if you were to hold a gun to me and tell me to choose a Khaladia winner in this race, it would have to be horse number 7, Hamdani Al-Khaladia, who knows Naif Al-Anazi very well, has been consistent this season, second in his last 2 starts. However, I would really love to see the stunning chestnut colt Najib Al-Zaman come forward and win the race.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Najib Al-Zaman, absolutely stunning, gleaming under these floodlights at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. Well, Rory, one horse that we haven't mentioned is Tawak Al-Khaladia, horse number 12 in this.
Yes, the last one we've got to mention. He has a rating of 108, which gives him place claims. He was 7th in the Prince Abdulaziz Cup 2 starts back behind Bayrak Al-Zahan, and I thought he might just run above himself when finishing second to Vizier in the final championship of the racecourse over 1,800 metres last time out. That's what's seen his rating go up. I'm not convinced he can repeat that, but if he does, then he's got a chance of finishing in 3rd or 4th.
Well, jockeys are already having their last-minute talks with Connections ahead of this race, our second Arabian race of the card, which will get underway in around at about 7 minutes' time. Plenty of Al-Khaladia represented again in this one. We've talked a lot about Najib Al-Zaman, the 2nd best horse in the world, Rory, and Connections. And Camilo Ospina, the jockey who takes the ride, will be delighted that Asfan Al-Khaladia isn't in this one, and they will be confident of a win.
Yeah, I mean, he really has been butting heads with that. He ran against them a couple of times in Taif. And then bolted up when not seeing him. We'll see him getting beaten, sadly, by Asfan Al-Khaladia last time out shortly. He's an absolutely gorgeous horse, isn't he, as you can see coming out there, Najib Al-Zaman. And he looked to have a chance for a long way in the Obeya Classic last time out, which we're about to see. This is about the best Arabian horse race in the region. You'll see him trying to throw down a challenge to Asfan Al-Khaladia, but unable to get there, and concedes second late in the day. To be 3rd in the Obeya Classic, but the rest of the field well beaten off at this stage, and he's gone down on his sword. On his previous start, he actually got very close to Asfan Al-Khaladia, but I think there's a little bit of the notion that Asfan Al-Khaladia sort of broke his heart that day, but he doesn't give up. He only gets down on the line for a second, and he's battling all the way. So I don't think he's a horse who's giving up on life, and I think against these lesser rivals, he should show them the way home.
Yes, big night tonight, of course, and Connections will be hoping for glory. This is Hamdani Al-Khaladia, number 7, racing in February.
Yes, Hamdani Al Khalidi. We're going to see him finishing second. The winners in this race as well, Bayrak Al Saham, that is, or Al Hassam, that's the horse on the outside with the red sleeves. Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidi keeps plugging on there, but can only finish in second place, slightly blindsided by the winner who was showing improved form. They meet again here. I like the way Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidi battles back when he's passed and makes a real race of it. Now, he was giving a stone away to the winner of that race. He's still got to give weight away today, but only half as much, and I think he'll comfortably turn the tables.
Let's take a look then at Jcsa number 5, coming here off the back of a win.
Yeah, and as you can see, he's in front of the turn. That tends to be Jcsa's way of running. He got his own way in front this day and ended up running out a comfortable winner of a 0 to 105 handicap. Running on into second there in similar colours, just a slightly different shade of white, if you like, is his stable companion, Preciosa Al-Ashai. Now, on this evidence, she will struggle to turn the tables, but unless he gets that easy lead, he isn't always that happy, and raised to this sort of class, I don't see that happening for him. So he could run a bit of a stinker, and she could end up being best of the stables runners in the race if that happens.
Absolutely fascinating to see. Well, let's head down to Shamila, who's got news of the best turned out.
Luckily enough, Fasig Tipton have decided to sponsor the whole day here, and race number 8 goes the way of horse number 9, Baraz. Baraz is our best turned out horse for race number 8, and congratulations to the groom who looks after him every single day, Farhad.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and of course congratulations to the groom of Baraz for all of the hard work getting the horse ready for this race. Of course, the second Arabian race of the day, the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup, and now you can see the groom of Baraz proudly collecting his award for his efforts. And that is not Baraz, that is Najim Al Zaman, rated 123. Second best Arabian in the world, but Rory thinks it is the best Arabian in this race. Looking absolutely glorious as well, Rory, really come into his coat well.
Yeah, you're worried for a horse who turned up in Taif in the summer and has been on the go for quite a while here. As he come to the end of the season and they look a bit dull on the coat and they've had enough. And obviously he ran in a really big race last time out, which would have been his aim all season. And this might be an afterthought, but yeah, he is gleaming in his coat and looks really well. So it'll be disappointing if he isn't able to show his best form here.
Absolutely, and those trophies, that's what they are racing for this evening in our second Arabian race. Camilo Ospina takes the ride on Najib Al Zaman. He is going for his double. He won race number 5 on Oral. We've only got the one jockey, actually, Rory, who's ridden a double today, Mohammed Al Nassar. So let's see if any of the others can catch up with him. Shortly underway here, getting underway just in around about 3 minutes time, coming up to 6:25 local time here in Riyadh. Some more looks at the prizes on offer today, the richest race day in the world at the minute. There is no prize money as big anywhere else in the world today.
Indeed, in fairness, there are some. I was looking at, they got a very big meeting I think at Flemington this morning with a couple of Group 1s in the car, but the prize money can't match what we have here at Riyadh today, despite the prize money there being pretty big. So this is the best show in town, and it only gets better from this point onwards, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. So Rory going for Najib Al Zaman in this race, I imagine the highest rated, and you can't really see past the favourite, can you?
No, obviously you can argue they've got an each way angle with a very short price favourite like this, but let's keep it simple and go for the superstar on show.
Shamila also going for the superstar on show, so let's head over to another superstar, our commentator Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. The runners then circling ahead of this King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup for the Arabian horses, and yeah, all eyes will be on Najib Al Zaman. Certainly has no Asfan Al Khalidi to worry about today, but there are plenty of other Al Khalidirs looking to come home ahead of him on this occasion, and it is Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidi who's favourite on the international betting markets at 6-5. Najib Al Zaman at 5-4. 5-1 bar the 2. That brings in Saloum Al Khalidia with Jamran Al Khalidia at 16-1. 20-1 Bayrak Al Saham. 25s at bar those. So despite the numbers here, possibly only 2 or 3 with really realistic winning chances. But this is a horse race. We'll see what happens in a few moments' time. Crowd building as well as we build towards the conclusion of the card, and all these highly valuable, prestigious and really good quality races on the way. This is the 6-horse heading in, Jamran Al Khalidiyah. Jamran Al Khalidiyah, who was in good form earlier on in the campaign. Heading forward now is Saloom Al Khalidiyah as well. The favourite, Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah, jockey carrying the yellow cap. Those famous Al Khalidiyah silks, the white with the black chevron. Takdir has gone in. Al-Qasa was in shot briefly there, and Preciosa Al-Ashai heading in as well, as Al-Qasa heads forward under Ahmed Al-Azari. And won't leave too many others out of line. Tawak Al-Khalidiyah there in shot, the hoop sleeves for that one. And it's both he and Al-Qasa due to load up and complete the set for this valuable contest. 300,000 Saudi Riyals in win and place prize money, and that fantastic trophy as well for the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup. These last two just taking a little while to head forward. In shot here, Al-Qasa due to go into stall 4. They're drawn in race card order this time, and Tawak Al-Khalidiyah will be the last into stall 12. So 1,600 metres ahead of the field. Set to go. Lined up. And they're away. Off and racing. Al-Qasa a little bit slow to break into stride, but Saloom Al-Khalidiyah was away well. Jcsa on the premises also in the early part of the race. Wider out in a yellow cap, the favourite Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah, and keeping close company with that one Najib Al-Zaman, with wider out Barry's, the grey, also pushing forward. So Grey's 1, 2 and 3 now. Barry's up around the wide outside. Saloom Al-Khalidiyah to the rails, and between them Jcsa. They're being followed by Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah just in front of Najib Al-Zaman, and Takdir is out wider on the course. Deeper still to Preciosa Al-Ashai. Over towards the inside, Asaf Al-Khalidiyah is well back with Al-Qasa, who of course was slow to break. Also Bayrak Al-Zaham towards the back end of the field as they're on the home turn. They've got around about 600 metres of their journey remaining. Jcsa in the light green colours, Bari's on the outside for immediate company, with ridden up into third Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah, with ridden along Saloom Al-Khalidiyah down along the fence, travelling nicely Najib Al-Zaman in the red and white striped sleeves towards the outside, just coming off the bridle now in 4th place, has some work to do as Bari's kicks for home. It's up ahead Bari's here, a stable companion of Najib Al-Zaman, and bringing him home at the moment by a couple of lengths, but now Najib Al-Zaman is really finding his stride. Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah between the pair, but Najib Al-Zaman has picked up the running going inside the final 200 metres of the journey. No Asfan Al-Khalidiyah to worry about today, and Najib Al-Zaman is going to get his night under the spotlight. Najib Al-Zaman pulling clear under Camilo Ospina, a double for Camilo on the card, a big win, a deserved win for Najib Al-Zaman. Comes home well clear of Baris, who's secured a 1-2 for the stable. Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah for 3rd, and in turn well clear of the 4th. So Najib Al-Zaman it is, landing a big prize, and deservedly so. This horse on many an occasion has seen the back end of Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, the best purebred Arabian horse on the planet. Well, this might well be the second best purebred Arabian, but tonight he gets a big win under his belt. In a time of 1 minute 46.32 seconds, he took a little while to warm up, but once he did, he comfortably put the race to bed and secures a 1-2 for the Safwat Al-Adiyat stable, with Baris running a cracking race and holding on for second, albeit beaten by some 6.5 lengths. And Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah held every chance. That one a further head back in 3rd. Best of the remainder in 4th was Jamran Al-Khalidiyah. The 2024 King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup goes to Najib Al-Zaman.
Ospina, hat-trick with champ. How is it today?
Oh, the first thing, I just say thank you very much to Jcsa, the whole team, you know. And thank you for believing me, you know. I tried to do my best job all the way with this horse. I know we have difficult races with Haspan and champion horses, but today Intense got a very good race. And I just...
Abdullah Al-Fayrouz?
Yes, the another horse, he ran very good, you know. I saw him in front, I was relaxed a little bit, but Intense got my horse is better than another horses, and he won very good.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
I can't quite explain how excited I am that Najib Al Zaman has won the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship for Arabian horses worth 300,000 Saudi riyals. I think we just should thank our lucky stars that they didn't decide to run Asfan Al Khalidiyah in this. Instead, they're aiming Asfan for the Kahila Classic on Dubai World Cup night. So Najib Al Zaman gets his night in the spotlight for our 8th race of the day under Camilo Ospina, who has had another winner. He's flying today. Fantastic end of the season for Camilo. He has been given a 2-day ban next week, so we'll only see him on the last day of the racing season, I believe. So today will mean an awful lot to him. His wife and daughter are here to support him as well, of course. As always, everybody is giving him high fives and hugs all around for Camilo Ospina. This horse is so genuine. He tries his heart out every single time, and he has now added a 6th win to his name. And we'll get a quick word with Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo. Finally, Najib Al Zaman gets his day in the sun.
No, thank you very much, Amila. You know, the first thing, thank you very much to the Jcsa, the doctor, the owner, the horse, for believing me, you know, for keeping me and the horse, because I know we have very tough races before with the Asfan Al Khalidiyah and the tough horses, you know, but today Intense guy, he has very good race for him, and I just put him very good position, and Intense guy, he respond very good.
How was your feeling when the gates opened? What were you thinking going through the race?
Yes, I know all the races, tough races. You never know in the horse races, but today I'm quiet because I know my horse is different quality than these horses. I just try to put in very good position, clear, and just asking, and then I see my horse is come back very good.
I love Najib Al Zaman the whole season. He's become very strong, and I'd love to see him in the Kahila Classic. Do you think that that's the type of race that he would suit?
Yeah, no, I think he got a chance there. You know, I know Asfan, Tilar is very good horses, but my horse is similar. You know, he's close to that horse. You know, and he got a chance. He maybe go to there or he run that race. He got a chance in that race.
Congratulations, Camilo. Well done again.
Thank you very much, Emil.
Well, great to hear from Camilo Ospina, who's ridden a double tonight, so a great day for him. And Najib Al Zaman finally gets his chance. We were speaking earlier, Rory, about how he often sees the back end of Asfan Al Khalidiyah, but tonight Najib Al Zaman got the job done in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup. Connections are very happy with that win, no doubt, for this horse. And, you know, we talked before the race about how good he looked. He certainly looked in absolutely fantastic condition coming into it.
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit more impressive once or twice in the past, but yeah, he looked in good order. You're always looking with a horse like this at the end of the season, whether they're showing signs that they've maybe had enough and are ready for a holiday, but there was no sign of that from him. He looked exceptionally well. He's never been beaten in a race in which Asfan Al Khalidiyah hasn't run. He's come up against them 4 times. He was disappointing first time, actually. He just never raced too freely, close to the pace, and didn't see his race out. Other than that, he's run 3 very good races when the pair of them have met. But every time he's been in a race, however good it looks on paper, without Asfan Al Khalidiyah, he runs out an impressive winner. And if you sort of compare how far they are beating the same horses, he probably comes out on top. He's actually beaten the same horses slightly more impressively than Asfan Al Khalidiyah does. But when they meet, there's just a brick wall, isn't there?
Well, speaking of impressive, and Barres ran a good race for second, didn't he?
Yes, I mean, he had placed claims on paper. He's lightly raced here. As I said, I thought they might send him to the front because that's a bit of a spoiler to Jcsa. and maybe make sure that Najib Al-Zaman gets the strong pace that he wants at this trip. And I thought that might sacrifice him, but actually he's been able to set that strong pace and keep going all the way to the line. We know he stays further, and he's run an absolutely cracking race. That was a perfect ride in the end, and Connections will be happy the race was set up perfectly.
And here is the trophy, winning Connections stepping up to claim the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup for Arabian horses. Camilo Ospina with the winning ride, and their big smiles for Connections as they claim their trophy. Camilo should be appearing any second. This is the second time we've seen him on the podium for the night. That isn't him, but we will shortly be seeing him, hopefully. It's good to see these youngsters at the races. Get them interested early on, Rory. It's good to see, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, we see a lot of the owners here are family affairs as well. So there will be someone who is the official owner, or a lot of them are the sons of whatever, and they tend to bring the whole family, 3 or 4 generations, to the races for the big events.
Well, there's Camilo Ospina, winning jockey. He's ridden a double tonight, and he's got his family here, of course, as well. He's got his wife and daughter who are showing him some support this evening. There's confirmation of the result then. Najib Al-Zaman, who we expected to be the winner, has got the job done. Bariz in second, ran a great race, and third was Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia, rated 116, so definitely a horse we expected to be in the mix.
Very much so, yeah. As we said with Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia, he was beaten last time out by a horse who's finished further back in the field, but he was giving away lumps of weight all round that day, whereas in this contest, it's a level weights affair, and that gave him a better chance.
Let's see a full race replay then. Let's take it from the top and see how this one was won.
Yeah, we see the interesting one to watch earlier in the race here is the grey from stall 5, Jcsa. He's a horse who wants to dominate in his races, but on this occasion, Saloum Al-Khaladia had the job of being the pacemaker for the Al-Khaladia horses, got up the inside of Jcsa, and then you'll see from slightly wider out, Bariz from stall 9 in the red cap, the same colours as Najib Al-Zaman. He moves across. You see the look behind there to make sure that he knew exactly where the stablemate was and wasn't doing him any harm. So there's basically a pacemaker from each of the stables here, bothering Jcsa, who's the one who wants to be able to get to the front, ease the pace off a little bit and then kick off the home bend. That rather spoils his game plan. Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia is plugging away in behind there, but your eye tends to be drawn to the big white face of Najib Al-Zaman, who's only in about 6th place at this stage, but his jockey is very confident that he's going to pick these up in the straight, and he's making sure that he's happily steering a wide course, knowing that the only thing that stops him here is bad trouble in running. He gets Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia in his sights here. Has to be shaken up, and I've seen him win races like this by 10 or 12 lengths before. He's more workmanlike on this occasion, but the race is over at this point, and he just has to be reminded to be kept up to his work. I think he is half saying to Camilo, I think I am ready for that summer break now, but he's taking home, or he's allowing his owner to take home 350,000 Riyal for this victory. So everyone goes home happy.
Absolutely. I don't think this horse has got much use for all that amount of money, Rory. But yeah.
It buys a lot of votes,
win.
doesn't it?
That would get you a lot of votes, yeah. Fantastic win for Najib Al-Zaman. Different class, really. And look, he wasn't struggling by the end either. We can see a couple of horses behind him who'd absolutely run out of gas. But, you know, he was asked for more, but he didn't really need to give much
No,
more.
he's won comfortably. He just hasn't really turned on the afterburners late on, as he has done once or twice in the past.
Absolutely. Well, one trainer who has a fantastic strike rate with these Arabian horses is Lucas Gaitan, and we'll be hearing a bit more from him shortly because Shamila went to visit him, so we'll be looking forward to getting an insight into how things work in his yard. He had a fantastic day yesterday, had a winner. Let's hear from him now.
I'm back at the Jockey Club. This time speaking to a trainer who excels in both thoroughbreds and Arabians. He has a very impressive strike rate and has already surpassed the amount of winners he had last season. It's Lucas Gaitan.
Well, as I always say, I was training with my father and my brother. We were making a team. They are both trainers in Argentina. And well, one day I received an email from Mr. Abdul Monim, the stable manager. It was one of my dreams one day to train in another country, this country that is every time getting better with the racing horses. Well, immediately I said yes, and in a couple of days we make an agreement, and now I'm here. This is my 3rd season So I think we're doing great.
And how are the differences between training in Argentina and Saudi Arabia and training Arabians as well?
Well, this is more American style, like Argentina. Very similar. What changes is the system, probably the way the condition of the races. You have to get used to it, to the draws. That in Argentina, I was not used to that system. Well, first season, as I say, was more like an adaptation for me. Was not great probably, but from the second season, it was different.
And what does it mean to you to be training for His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz?
Well, it's great. He's always supporting us. We have a great team. We always deliver. We always make. He calls me, asks me about the horses, and we choose the best races for each of them. Then Mr. Abdul Monim. We have a great team. Without good horses and a good team, it's impossible to have good results. Our doctor, Ricardo Penso, the two stable assistants we have, Mr. Abdullah and Mr. Farouk. So yeah, we have a good team, we have good horses, and we can see the results in the track.
And now we come to the details for our 9th race of the card. It's the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup, local Group 1. What a racing prospect here. We've got a field of 20. Number 1, Taff Beat, Khalid Al-Mamoni will ride. Number 2 is Weight to Excel under Mohammed Aldaham. Number 3 is Direct Security, Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. Number 4, Al-Wazir, Victor Gutierrez. Number 5 is Go Fast Trowland, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 6 is Alucard, Abdullah Al-Lofi. Number 7, Taj Al-Lalia, Jim Crowley over for the ride. Number 8 is Cliffs of Fury, Azil Al-Zahani. Number 9 is Calculation, partnered by Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 10, Taita, Louis Morales. Number 11, Chris is off, Rayon Al-Torsh, now taking the ride over Luis Marino. Number 12 is Los Andes, partnered by Youssef Al-Hussein. 13, Grosser Jack, Noef Al-Mudiani. 14, Pin Your Hopes, Alexis Marino. Number 15, Milwaukee, Naif Al-Anazi now riding, replacing Ricardo Ferreira. Number 16, Badr, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. Over the page to 17, Khartoum, Camilo Ospina looks for a treble. 18, Derivo, Ahmed Al-Shrar on board. 19, Mr. Trinket, partnered by Tariq Al-Mansour. And Fawaz Wanas now on board. Number 20, Al-Khatib, replacing Selman Al-Rashid. So it's a full field of 20 for this local Group 1, the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup. Really looking forward to this one.
Yes, we all are, aren't we, Rory? Really can't wait for this. The 9th race on the card, the first Group 1, the first of 4 Group 1s, and this is such an exciting race. We've got international jockeys over for this one as well.
Yeah, it's an absolutely cracking contest, and just to give you an idea of the depth of it, top rated 111, next 3 in 108, 107 and 105. So we're going to have to put the line through some nice horses in this race. So anything short of 95, got to get the elbow.
Well, there's just quality throughout these 20 runners, isn't there? But let's start from the top. And word is on the street that Tough Beat is horse number 1, just above that 95 rating, sneaking in at 97.
Yeah, he's got 2 course and distance wins to his name, including nominators of 4 in November. Was a good second to Weight to Excel over 1,800 metres last time out. A bit more needed in this company, though.
Let's have a word on Weight to Excel, horse number 2.
Yeah, unbeaten in 3 starts here, Weight to Excel. He's got a rating of 100, which means he needs to improve a little bit to match the best of these, but he's going the right way. His latest win came when beating Tathbeat in that Jcsa challenge over 1,800 metres last time out, winning by 2 lengths. And he was a course and distance winner 2 starts back, so the step up to 2,000 metres is not a problem for him.
Direct Security, horse number 3, disappointing last time out.
He was disappointing last time out. He was second in the course and distance Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup back in meeting 89, but only 8th in that Japan's Cup last time out. He needs to raise his game markedly from that.
Well, we have Al-Wazir, who's rated 103.
Yeah, Al-Wazir was 5 lengths third to Badr and Final Destination in the Lucid 2-Week Cup last time out. Held on that form, but he does have form that will gives him a decent chance of getting in the frame, and he's a pretty consistent animal.
Go Fast Trowland looks pretty consistent as well, number 5.
Yeah, he was third in the Ocas Cup over 2,000 metres in time, but he's been out of the placing since, and I think this is going to be too tough for him.
Aluqual, rated 107, has got claims here.
Yeah, second in Turf Cup qualifier 2 starts back, having won the UK Cup here in January. He is a player here and a very reliable sort.
Well, it is busy down in the paddock, so let's hope we can find Shamila in and amongst all of the people down there. Shamila, who's your pick for this one?
It is getting busier by the race, and my paddock selection for this race is horse number 2, Weight to Excel. Now, we know how much Thamar Al-Dihani absolutely loves this horse, I think more than his own children. He has won 3 on the bounce so far under Mohammed Al-Daham, so looking to make it 4 on the bounce now and add a 6th win to his name. He's absolutely stunning and definitely a horse that you should keep your eye on, and had to be my paddock selection for sure. Rated 100, so not the highest rated horse in this contest. However, I still absolutely love him. He is wearing a red hood just to go down to the start. That will be removed as soon as he gets down to the starting gates. Other horses that I should highlight, horse number 13, Grosser Jack for Jimmy Jerkin stable, and horse number 16, Badr, who is the highest rated in this field. But I will be sticking with horse number 2 and Thamar Al-Dihani's Weight to Excel.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila. Let's pick up then where we left off. Rory and Taj Alaya, number 7.
Taj Al-Alya is a course and distance winner in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup back in meeting 68, and has run very respectably twice since, including when 4th in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques 2 starts back behind Abu Sheikha. That's a really solid performance, and this is a really reliable performer, Taj Al-Alya. I would definitely have him in the frame.
Cliffs of Fury only just passes your benchmark with a rating of 95.
Yeah, and wouldn't do but for that win last time out when he beaten Prefontaine in a 2100 turf contest. Last time it was part of the International Jockeys Challenge. He's been well held in cup races here this season. I think he'll be well held again.
Number 9, Calculation, could well be outclassed here, so let's look at number 10, Taita.
Yeah, Taita, his best run this season was when second to My Frankel in the Group 1 Crown Prince Cup in meeting 78, but he's been absolutely stuffed since in the races like the Custodian and the Lucid to Wake Cup.
Well, here's Badr in action, a horse that Shamila mentioned just a moment ago, running in February.
Yeah, this is a really nice performance from him. You see him in the white face, in the yellow colours. Badr building on his previous win in the Gulf Cup when winning the Lucid to Wake Cup last time out. He had a few of these behind him that day. This is over 1,800 metres, and he hasn't won over this trip, Badr. But everything about this race suggests that he was actually crying out for a step up to 2,000 metres, and I expect him to be a massive player here.
It'll be fascinating to see if he can step up to the distance here. Weight to Excel is the next horse we're going to look at.
Yeah, it's Weight to Excel on the inside. This is a weaker race than today's, but he's improving fast. As we said, unbeaten in 3 runs here, and we see him beating Tathbeat by 2 lengths in this Jcsa challenge, again over 1,800 metres, but he does have form over course and distance as well. He needs to improve about 10 pounds on the form he's been showing of late, so I know he's held in extremely high regard, but he does need to show it on the track to justify that home reputation.
And you really like number 7, don't you, Rory, Taj Al-Alya?
Yeah, I think he's a really solid performer. As I said, he won the Prince Mohammed Cup over course and distance before finishing 4th in the Custodian last time out. He gets involved in a little bit of a barging match here, but he really battles on well to win. The first 2 coming home clear of the rest. This is as I said, the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. Loved his attitude to get himself to the front late in the day here, and he's a horse who doesn't know when he's beaten.
And Jim Crowley's flown over from the UK to ride this horse. Do you think it's a positive or a negative, this jockey booking?
You got to take it as a positive, generally speaking. But the idea that an English jockey can jet in here and outclass the locals is very wide at the mark. And any jockey with that attitude is going to get found out very quickly.
Yeah, because those guys like Luis Morales, Camilo Ospina, they do it week in, week out. They know this track incredibly well. Let's get back to the rest of the runners then. Cliffs of Fury. Number 8.
Yeah, Cliffs of Fury I think is going to struggle here, so I'm happy to put a line through him because he's been beaten in similar races this season.
We've mentioned Taita, so let's go to number 11, Christoph.
Yes, 5th in the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup on his debut here. It was a very good performance. He had good form in the UK, but not that good. He won a competitive handicap at Pontefract in the autumn for Archie Watson, and he ran really well behind Grosser Jack, as I said, in his debut here.
Well, talking about Grosser Jack, we'll have a word on him later, but let's head down to Shamila, who's got the best turned out.
Funny enough, you should be talking about Grosser Jack because he has received the best turned out for race number 9. Congratulations to the groom who looks after him, Usman. He will receive 1,000 Saudi Riyal from Fasig Tipton.
Grosser Jack, number 13, the Jimmy Jerkins runner. Let's have a word on him, Rory.
Yeah, he's better known as a turf performer, and he was an impressive group winner in the UK a couple of seasons ago before being sold for a lot of money to join the ranks of Prince Faisal's horses. He ran in the Neom Turf Cup last time out, won 6th. That was a good performance in a very, very strong race, and he won the trial for that, the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup, over 2,100 metres here, 2 starts back. Again, that's on turf. And he's racing on the dirt here, but he's shown solid dirt form. He was second in meeting 56 on this surface. We were disappointing on his next start, but I expect him to be competitive here. And with a rating of 108, if he brings the best of his turf form here, he's strictly the one to beat. I suspect he's 2 or 3 pounds inferior on dirt than he is on turf, but we'll find out in this race.
Should we be pinning our hopes on number 14?
He wasn't disgraced at all when 6th in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, which is one of the most prestigious races in the calendar here, 2 starts back. And then he ran in the Red Sea Handicap on Saudi Cup weekend, which might have been a little bit too far for Pin Your Hopes at 15 furlongs. His best form has come at around a mile. This, on the other hand, might just be a furlong too short for him, but he's competitive on form. He's won 8 from 19 here, and he's rarely far away from the money.
And Badr rated 111, coming here off the back of 2 consecutive wins.
Yeah, won the Gulf Cup over a mile 2 starts ago, and then won that 1,800 metre Lucid to Wake Cup last time out, which has seen his rise in the ratings. He's not won on this trip. He's been placed at this trip before. You can say that's a slight question mark, but it's difficult to watch his win last time out and say that this isn't a horse who will prove equally good at the 2,000 metre trip, and I expect him to be very competitive under Adil Al-Furedi.
Well, Camillo Ospina is on his hat-trick. Will he get it with Khartoum, number 17?
No, but this is a horse who won, of course, in distance non-winners of 4 in November, and was quite impressive there. But like a lot of the white stable horses who boss their rivals in lesser races, he tends to hit a ceiling when he runs in races of this nature, and I think Khartoum will struggle to get his head in front here.
Derevo is another one who's rated in the hundreds, 105 for horse number 18.
Yeah, Derevo was second in the King Saud Cup, and then also third in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, 2 starts back. Disappointed quite badly in the Lucid to Wake Cup last time out behind Badr. That's not his form. He's normally pretty reliable. But his season would have been geared around that Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques 2 starts back, so he may just be a little bit over the top on the back of that, and he's had his issues in the past at Derevo.
And the horse we didn't mention, Los Andes, horse number 12, is another one who's passed your threshold of a rating of 95.
Yes, he's rated 97, Los Andes, and he ran well when 4th in the Ministry of Culture Cup last time out, but the very best of his form is at 7 furlongs and a mile, and I expect this trip to be too far for him.
A little bit too far, perhaps. Well, horses are loading for the first Group 1 of the night, the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup. So let's head to Gareth Topham, who's calling this one.
Thank you, Rebecca. Runners heading into the stalls. Chris is off, just slotting forward. Plenty of chances here in what looks to be an open contest. Badr at 130 is the favourite. Way to Excel at 4-1. With at 5-1 Taj Al-Lelia, 17-2 Alu Carl and Pin Your Hopes, 9-1 Khartoum, and double figure odds and upwards the other runners here. It just highlights what a high quality and competitive race this is. The runners continuing to circle, and they're heading forward one by one. In shot there, Direct Security. This one about to slot forward into stall number 3. They're drawn in race card order here. Direct Security heading into the stalls. Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board. And there in shot is Los Andes. Los Andes with Yusuf Al Hussein taking the ride. And one of the slightly bigger priced runners here, racing off a mark of 97. Rory thought beforehand if you were sort of rated 95 or below, you'd possibly have a little bit to find here. Again, it just highlights the high quality of this race. Next to go forward is Go Fast Trowland to slot forward now, and Go Fast Trowland, who's slotting forward there, rated just 90, possibly a little bit to find. This is Taita heading forward into stall number 10. Plenty of blue about that one, headgear and noseband as well. Louis Morales taking the ride. This is the 9-horse Calculation going forward under Ahmed Al-Azhari. Slots in nicely, and we're down to the final 5 or 6 here to go forward. This is Pin Your Hopes, about to head on into the stalls. Alexis Marino looking for a second winner on the card. Rated 103, Pin Your Hopes. Certainly couldn't be discounted. The 8-horse just backed away a little bit there, Cliffs of Fury. In goes Alucard, stall 6 for that one. Tathbeat is still out of line, so is Khartoum. And also Al-Khatib into the widest stall of stall 20 as we see a close-up on Tathbeat. Heading forward, Khalid Al-Mamoni taking the ride on this one. So 300,000 Saudi Riyals on offer in win and place prize money. Half of those going to the winner. This is the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup, a local Group 1. And we are just about ready to go. Lined up then, set for this Group 1 contest, and they're off and racing with Beginning Well Taita in blue headgear right down the middle, with Go Fast Trowland, also one of the early pace setters, Al Wazir, and more towards the inside Direct Security, without a little bit wider on the track at Los Andes, looking to cross over the rider here, with Grosser Jack out a bit deeper, and Badder, the favourite, the yellow coloured jacket, the horse with the big white face, and Khartoum is much wider out of him, but is prominent as well. Settling themselves down through the opening quarter of a mile, and it is Grosser Jack who's now come through to take it up. From Los Andes, working away along the inside of Khartoum, and they're being followed closely at this point by Cliffs of Fury, who's now worked up into a fairly prominent role. Chris is off, the horse in the big noseband, black and red coloured jacket towards the outside, being followed by Badder, and back in behind Badder is Milwaukee, who's parked a little deeper out as they run towards the end of the back straight. Al-Khatib is on the very far outside, is at this stage racing ahead of Taita, who's now been shuffled back through the field. Al Wazir, another one who's well down, along with Mr. Trinket, as they now leave the far straight behind them. And it is Cliffs of Fury bringing the field for the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup back for home. From around the outside, Khartoum, and travelling up into a challenging posse now, Wait to Excel in that yellow coloured jacket with the black cap. Badder is now up into 4th, but being ridden along. Wider out is Al-Khatib, who's trying to make up some progress as they work their way into the home straight, and with just over 400 metres to run, it's Wait to Excel. Mohammed Aldaham can wait no longer. Wait to Excel goes on. Badder is now off in pursuit and moves up into a dispute of second place. Now quickly races on Badder with a sharp turn of foot, and Badder has gone for home here and opens up in the hands of Adel El Faradi and has quickly put what looked a competitive race to bed. Badder is striding away 5, 6, 7 lengths ahead. A most impressive win if in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup Group 1. Badder, way too good for them. Beats Way to Excel, who's best of the rest. They were followed through by Alucard, who got going late. Derivo was on the premises late as well for a minor honour, but Badder has absolutely destroyed them. Badder, off a mark of 111, Adel Al Faradi at the double, has run right away, and once he let this horse down, my word, did Badder quicken up in the style of a top-class racehorse. And Badder it is, scoring in a time of 2 minutes 3.84 seconds, and we won't see many Group 1s won more impressively than that. It's Wait to Excel in second place. The distance back to Wait to Excel is 8 3/4 lengths. What a performance from Badder. Wait to Excel is second, Derivo back in third, and Alucard crosses the line in 4th place. But as we see them cross the line in splendid isolation, Badder is home ahead. by a wide margin. Way to Excel home in second. It was tight for the miners in behind. Derivo just getting third ahead of Alucar. We'll have a review of that, certainly a second look of that in a few moments' time. But Badr, way too smart, way too good for them, and takes the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup as he likes.
What an absolutely incredible performance from Badr. Horse number 16, 3 consecutive wins for that horse and a double as well for jockey Adel Al-Furedi. But Rory, what an incredible run. 8 3/4 lengths ahead of the second place horse. That was Weight to Excel. Really impressive stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely stunning. The amazing thing about that was how the picture changed. When the picture changed, coming around the bend, it looked like Weight to Excel was travelling really well. Then you saw Badr move up. You saw Adel Al-Furedi go for a sweep. You thought, oh, he's come under pressure. And then the camera angle changed, and suddenly he was 3 lengths clear. And he's pulled further and further clear, as he did last time out. As I said, he was unproven at this trip, really, but he pulled well clear in the final furlong in the 1,800-metre Lucid Two-Way Cup last time out, looking like he would do even better over this trip. And he's absolutely relished it. He needed every yard of it, really, and has gone and won really impressively in a smart time of 2:03.84. 1 from 13 he was a few weeks ago. He'd won the very last week of the season last year. He gained his first win after a few good performances, winning a 0-90 handicap. He's then gone winless in the early part of the season, but again, stepping up in class all the time. Finally came good in the Gulf Cup over a mile, 3 starts ago. Took a big step forward with that really impressive performance in the Lucid Two-Way Cup at the back end of February. And then, you know, although he was entitled to win this on paper, he's clearly stepped forward again to win what looked one of the hottest races of the season for these established performers, and he's made them look like handicappers in behind. So the handicapper will be shifting him up a little bit from a mark of 111, and he is now very much one of the superstars of the scene here. Saudi Cup horse for next year, without any doubt.
Well, that was going to be my next question to you, Rory. Where next for a horse like Badr? Let's have another look at the start of the race. Badr breaking from stall 16.
Yeah, he actually broke pretty alertly from stall 16, but Adel Al-Furedi didn't want to get anywhere near the front too soon. You saw the likes of Khartoum on his outside going forward from stall 17. Taita, who you mentioned, finishing second to My Frankel earlier. He's in the white colours with the noseband. He goes forward as well. Gofast Traulan shows a little bit of speed there in the red colours. And all the while, Badr, with the big white face, is travelling strongly in behind. And if you look towards the inside in the yellow colours with the black cap, that's Weight to Excel. That pair clearly travelled very, very strongly through the contest. It became clear shortly after the start there were 19 of them rather than 20, and I think Pin Your Hopes number 14 ended up not going in the stalls for whatever reason. We'll get a report on that later on, but he was missing from the field. But as we join them here, there's a line of about 5 or 6 up front, the likes of Khartoum, the likes of actually Go Fast Charland has dropped out of it. It's a Grocer Jack actually who's going forward there on the inside, and you see the colours of Cliffs of Fury as well leading the field as they come into the bend. Tracking those now, Wait to Excel has improved his position and looked to be travelling really well. You look at the winner, he's been pushed along to get a position out wider at this stage, and you think he's not quite travelling as well as Wait to Excel. But when they swing into the straight, the pair of them end up fighting it out. Wait to Excel gets to the front here. You see Badr making ground, but you're wondering how well he's going compared to the leader. And it's only when the camera changes here, you see the whip raised. We're actually not going to get that camera angle, but quickly, as Wait to Excel just begins to reach his limit, Badr hits full stride and goes further and further clear for what is one of the most impressive performances we've seen of the season. It's not like the rest of them haven't run the race. You see a really good race for sort of 4th and 5th place, with a few of them stretching out wide on the track and heading to the line. But Badr, a good 10 lengths clear of that bunch of horses, and a horse going places very quickly all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely, and a fantastic night for Connections as well, who pick up the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup, and with it 150,000 Saudi Riyal. So congratulations indeed to them. So they'll be thinking about Saudi Cup then for this horse.
Yes, you can't not think about it. That contest over 1,800 metres next season. You know, we've seen horses with ratings of around 100 and 110 going well in the Saudi Cup in the past. You need to be, you know, a little bit higher than that if you've got hopes of winning it. But this horse to have come here with a rating of 111 and done this to a lot of rivals rated 100 and higher. You know, the next 3 in the race, 108, 107, 105 on official ratings, and he's beaten them out of sight. Clearly, he must be even better than his official rating at the moment. And if that's the case, then you have to think about a race like the Saudi Cup. The only slight negative is that he's clearly improved for stepping up further in trip, and obviously he was getting beat over a mile quite a lot, but he's really relished this trip of 2,000 metres today. He's raced over it before. He was unplaced in the Said Al Majid Cup over 2,000 metres back in December, but he's just really developed since then. His improvement has come in the last couple of months, and he's taken big steps forward with every run. As you can see, he's a big raw horse, and he's taken time to reach maturity. He'll improve for a while yet.
And of course, a local jockey on board in Adel Alpha Radio. We were saying before the race, it's difficult for these international jockeys to come across just to drop in for these big race nights, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, we had James Doyle here a few weeks ago, who's the only UK or Irish jockey to have ridden a winner here this season. He won over a mile and a half on My Frankel. But before the Saudi Cup meeting, which is an international contest, of course, but those jockeys sort of flying in to get involved in local races. James is the only one who's won. He's come here quite a lot. We spoke to him and he said, you know, years ago you had a good chance of winning here because the jockeys would basically get out of each other's way. They'd spread across the track, and you could basically manoeuvre your way through if you had a bit of nous about you. He said these days they've improved enormously, and there are no gimmies, and if you don't take it seriously and think about these races tactically beforehand, you'll be the one who gets caught out and you'll be made to look a fool.
Yeah, absolutely. But Adel Alpha Radio is certainly no fool. Fantastic win for him and Badr. And you were saying, Rory, that this horse, you know, had a very, very slow start to the season, coming into form now towards the end of the season. That surely bodes well for Saudi Cup night, which of course is the end of February. Yeah,
he did the same thing last year. As I said, he started slowly. He was beating the maidens, and then he was placed in better class races, but it took until the very last weekend of the season for this horse to gain his first win last year on the 17th of March, I believe, when he won a 0-90 handicap. Again, he's been a little bit slow to bloom this season. He's never run badly, but you know that his form really takes off a little bit in the spring. So if he can continue that pattern of form for next year, then they can have an awful lot of fun with him.
How good can he be?
Well, he's already a proper Group 1 contender in this neck of the woods, and I don't see why he can't continue to improve.
Could we see him go abroad?
It's a possibility, but again, I think it's really important for local racing here in Saudi Arabia, not that the local horses are going abroad to see what they can do, but they can convince more foreign horses to come here and lay it down against the local horses, and to make sure that the strength of local competition is as deep as it possibly can be.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Great win for Paddock. Well, plenty more still to come, so let's head over to Gareth Topham, who's going to talk us through all the runners for the 10th race.
And another 300,000 Saudi Riyals up for grabs in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Fillies Cup. The girls in action this time. Number 1, Dora Penny, ridden by Abdullah Al-Ajmi. 2 is Larjil Tihati with Abdullah Al-Lofi. Number 3 is Sunset Flash, Alexis Marino. Number 4, Income, Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 5, Tawaka, Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 6, Hapipi Go Lucky, Azil Al-Zahani. Number 7, Reem Al-Riyadh, Camilo Ospina. Number 8, Lama Al-Zulfi, Ali Al-Mutib on board. Number 9 is Ainud Al-Garda, Nawef Al-Mudiani. Horse number 10 is Not Even Close, Tariq Al-Mansour on board. And number 11 is Al-Faisalea with Adel Al-Faradi seeking a treble. A full field of 11 to contest this Fillies Cup race. Very valuable one. We'll get the runners in the paddock in just a few moments.
We will indeed. Many thanks, Gareth. So, Rory, let's go through the runners and riders for the 10th race on the card this evening. We have Dora Penny rated just 80, the first of our runners.
Yes, Dora Penny's a horse who, a filly who used to be owned by an ex-colleague of myself and Gareth, so I'm sure he'll be quietly cheering her on as well. She's done really well since coming here. She's actually improved her rating from the UK, and she was a good 4.5 lengths third to the impressive Not Even Close, and of course in distance Fillies Open 2 starts back, and her 6th last time out came in an International Jockeys Challenge. Obviously she's got a bit of work to do with Not Even Close, who was very impressive last time out, but she will give her all as usual. She's a very it says she's had 10 runs through her career. It says she's had 4 runs, but she's had a lot of runs in the UK before she arrived here, and she is as tough as old boots.
And number 2, Lajal Thati, also ran 6th last time out, meeting number 107.
Yes, and then prior to that, she won a course and distance Fillies Open. Her 6th last time out was behind Mortage in a similar contest, but she beat Tarabot 2 starts ago, so that form has already been boosted, and Lajal Thati is not easy to rule out here.
Sunset Flash, an absolute favourite. We heard earlier from her trainer, who said this might be her last season.
Oh, I think this is liable to be her last race, because I very much doubt there'll be something for her next week. She's been a superstar for Fehan Almondale and Sons. It's a big family operation. This Sunset Flash has been a real standard bearer over the years. She's looking for her 21st career race. She ran a cracker in the Gulf Cup for Fillies 2 starts ago, just getting run down close home by a smart filly called Palerma, and she was in the Group 3 Dirt Sprint last time out, which would have been a pretty tough contest for her. Her last win, indeed most of her wins, have come over 6 furlongs, so the drop back from 6 furlongs from a mile is going to be beneficial to her. And on the rating, she's the one to beat. I'm not sure she's really quite capable of running to 104 just at the moment, but she gets pretty close to it, and she's been in very good form until that tough contest last time out.
Yeah, she's an absolute superstar, and she'd certainly be a very popular winner here this evening in the 10th. Let's head on to horse number 4 then, Income.
Income was second in a 1 mile open in meeting 93, so 3 starts back, but was well behind Sunset Flash in the Gulf Cup in meeting 95, and not easy to see her turning the form around. She's also run disappointingly subsequently.
And Tawaka has some good recent form, number 5.
She's been inconsistent form. She's only won a maiden. She's won from 18 in her career. She usually runs her race, but with a rating of 80 up against horses like Sunset Flash at level weights, who's rated 104, I think she'll be doing well to hit the frame here.
And Hapipi Go Lucky has been improving recently, number 6.
She found it tough sort of mid-season, but she's been an absolute star. If we speak to Shamila, she'd say she's one of her favourites. She wears her heart on her sleeve. She's a small filly. She tends to get behind, but she also rattles home in her races. So if she's in races that she's capable of winning and they go too fast, she will just keep plugging away like a terrier, and she often comes through to throw down a challenge later on. This is a little bit out of her pay grade, but if she manages to pick up 4th prize money, I think they'll be very happy with that.
And what about number 7, Reem Al Riyadh? She was second last time out.
Yeah, that was in a strong contest. That was in the Japan's Cup last time out, and she was second to Just for Seoul. She didn't get particularly close to the winner that day, but it was still a fairly solid performance, and she won a course and distance open back in meeting 73. So she's a player here. She's one of the dangers to Sunset Flash, and of course runs in the same colours as well. Camilo Espino has picked up the ride.
And he is chasing his treble this evening. Can he do it in this race? Well, horse number 8 is Lama Al Zulfi. You suspect that she might be outclassed.
Yeah, she won a 7 furlong nominator 3 last year, but she's been winless for a while now, and I think she'll need a drop in class before getting her head back in front.
Anud Al Ghada, horse number 9. Very disappointing run last time.
Yeah, coming off a long break there, so you can forgive that. She ended last season with 2 wins and a second in her last 3 starts. That included a 0-80 handicap. To be honest, 93 is high enough on what she's achieved. She's a useful filly in her grade, but she'd been off for a long time and disappointed on her return. So it's a bit of a watching brief in terms of what ability remains at the moment, or how much racing she needs to get back to a peak.
Well, let's head down to the paddock and join Shamila, who I know is wearing a green dress today in homage of her favourite horse, Sunset Flash.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yeah, if you had a crystal ball, I think that you would know that I have to choose Sunset Flash for this race. I'm wearing green in solidarity of her. This will be her last race, as we've heard from Sultan Al Mandil. This is probably her last season. So hopefully she goes out with a bang. Here she is coming up behind me now. Horse number 3, Sunset Flash. She's 8 years old. She has the most experience under her belt in this field, with 44 runs to her name and 20 wins. Hopefully she can make it 21 to round off the season in a good way under Alexis Marina, who's already had a winner today. Had no luck on Rustam Basha, however, hoping to get his double on board Sunset Flash this time. She's the highest rated in the race as well at 104. She runs her heart out every single time. The Al Mandil family absolutely love her. She's such a nice, well put together horse. And it's not very often you see mares running to the level that she is at this when she's 8 years old as well. So she's an older mare. She's upping at a lot of younger fillies in this race. So I just hope that she can get the job done and end her career in a good way. So Sunset Flash for me. Any other horses that caught my eye? It would have to be horse number 7, Reem Al Riyadh, who will be partnered with Camilo Ospina, also for the Al Mandil team. However, I have my fingers and toes, everything crossed for horse number 3, Sunset Flash.
I'm sure many people will. Thank you very much to Shamila. Let's pick up then, Rory, where we left off. I think we got as far as horse at number 9, Anud Al Ghada.
Yes, I was saying she was well beaten after a break last time out. That came in the Animal Mohammed bin Saud Cup. This is an easier task for her, so it wouldn't be a huge shock to see her bounce back, but also it wouldn't be massively surprising to see her still in need of a run or two. So I think she's probably got a stiff task.
Well, number 10, not even close, comes here off the back of a win, but is rated just 84.
Yeah, but she's a difficult one to rule out here, not even close, because she's shown ability in Ireland for Donoghue brand. She's well bred. She won a maiden at Dundalk and showed better form subsequently. She then needed the run on debut here, finishing 7th, and she absolutely bolted up last time out in a Fillies Open. Putting up a fast time. Now, she didn't have a big rating going into that. She's gone up on the weights for it, but her time of 1:12.11 is only fractions of a second slower than what Sunset Flash did last time out over the same course and distance. So it wouldn't surprise me if not even close developed into the biggest danger here.
And the last horse in this contest is Al Faisala, rated 102 and partnered, of course, by Adel Al-Faradi, who's just coming off the back of that fantastic win on Badr.
Yeah, I mean, Al Faisala is the biggest danger on form. She meets Sunset Flash at level weights, and she's a dual winner over course and distance this season, winning opens and meeting 64 and meeting 78. She was only 6th in the dirt sprint qualifier last time out. That's a tough contest, though. There was a qualifier for the dirt sprint that Sunset Flash ran in last time when she was 8th in the main event. That suggests that Sunset Flash has just got slightly stronger claims, but again, you wouldn't want to take Al Faisala lightly. Mohammed Saeed apparently coming in for the run. I'm not entirely sure why Adel Al-Faradi have been in winning action before. So.
Well, let's have a little look at, we can have a look at Sunset Flash shortly, but the horses are making their way out onto the track, heading down to post. I mean, I'm sure people's hearts, Rory, will be saying Sunset Flash in what will be her final race of her career. I know that obviously Shamila would love her to win, as would many other people. Horse number 3, Sunset Flash, and we can take a look at her in action back in January, where she finished second. I believe that was her last time out, or the time out before last.
Yes, she was, as I said, she was in that Group 3 last time out, but this is her in the 1 mile golf cart, coming around the outside of the field, travelling best at this stage, and looking like she's going to get the job done when she gets to the front. But if you look towards the rail, you'll see a filly called Palermo, Camilo Espina, just waiting and waiting for the gaps to open for him on the inside, and they do late in the day, and Palermo sprouts wings late on to catch Sunset Flash. As I said, this is over a mile. Sunset Flash's very best form has come at 6 and 7 furlongs, so I think she will appreciate the drop back and trip today. As I said, she travelled really well and got mugged late in the day, and a repeat of that sees her very close. This is the stable companion, Riyadh. She doesn't get quite so close in finishing second in the race we're about to see, but this is the Japan's Cup last time out, and the horse in second, the grey, Just for Soul, runs out a very impressive winner, but you'll see Riyadh coming from an unpromising position to grab second place. This is a good performance in its own right. She's rated £10 inferior to Sunset Flash, but she clearly comes here in very good form, and she's a bit better than the bear result. She was badly placed compared to the winner as the race began in earnest, and she's shown a willing attitude to get up for second place close home.
And we'll be having a little look shortly at horse number 10, Not Even Close, coming here off the back of a win, as we discussed before, rated 84. But you don't think that'll be a problem, Rory?
No, I think there's a lot of improvement. This could be the replacement for Sunset Flash. She's only young, Not Even Close, picked up from Donoghue O'Brien for the same stable. All 3 of the horses we're looking at running in the Almondale colours and trimmed by Naif Almondale. And this was a big improvement in what she'd shown before, Not Even Close. Easily gets to the front here and kicks away to win by a biggish margin. This was a fillies open. There was real mixed ability in behind, and as you can see, there are quite a lot of fillies in a small group behind her. So the overall form in behind her isn't exceptionally strong, but you have to like the way she did this and the way she sprinted clear of her field to win in style. And given she's unexposed, I can see her taking her rating up £10 and more here. As I said, the time that she produced that day, 1 minute 12.11, is the time that suggests that she's not far off Sunset Flash already.
Yeah, it was an incredibly classy performance. Let's head down to Shamila then, speaking of classy, because she's got news of the best turned out.
Very well done to the groom of horse number 1, Dora Penny, for the best turned out in this race. Sponsored by Fasig Tipton, this is the last race that will be worth 1,000 Saudi Riyal to the groom. The penultimate race and the last race of the day are both worth 1,500 Saudi Riyals.
And there he is. Big congratulations then to the groom of Dora Penny. He's the one on the right, of course. He'll be taking home 1,000 Saudi Riyals for his efforts today with Dora Penny. Big well done to him. He looks pretty happy as well, as he should be. So the horses are all down at post. And Rory, of course, Shamila's going with Sunset Flash. Are you also going the same way?
Well, I really hope she wins, and it would be a fitting end to her career. But I'm going to go with Not Even Close each way against her, with Tariq Al Mansour. He's riding really well at the moment. And to be honest, I'd be very happy if Not Even Close ends up finishing second to Sunset Flash, because that would be the right sort of way to do this for the pair of them to finish first and second. Sunset Flash can then walk off into the sunset, and Not Even Close can take over her mantle.
That would be lovely to see. Let's head to Gareth then, who's got the call for this next race.
Thanks, Rebecca. 20 to 1 at the moment on the international betting markets. This Not Even Close, so a big price there, and obviously 3 places to aim at. I'm gathering with most international marketed bookmakers, but Sunset Flash, the 8 to 11 favourite, with Alpha Saleh at 7 to 4. It's 10 to 1, bar the 2. That brings in Riyadh with income at 16 to 1, along with Enud Al Garda. 20 to 1, Not Even Close. Habibi Go Lucky at 28 to 1, and 40 to 1. bar those. So another really interesting contest here, and all eyes will be on the 8-year-old mare here, Sunset Flash, as she bids to bring the curtain down on her career in style. She's won 20 times so far out of 44 career runs. Can she celebrate her 21st as such with a memorable victory? But she's got plenty on her plate here. The 6-horse PP Go Lucky slotting in once again here. They are drawn in race card order. PP Go Lucky number 6 heading into stall number 6. Still several of them out of line. There's Rory's pick, not even close, slotting into the 10 stall. Dora Penny heading into stall 1. Dora Penny, who certainly paid her way when trained over in the UK not so long ago. Laj Al Fatih heading in, Abdullah Alorfi on board that one. And we're now down to the final couple. They include Sunset Flash, who's now occupying stall 3, and Anud Al Garda will complete the set here by going into 9. So this is the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Fillies Cup. We're just about set to go. Lined up. Long hold once more. And they're off and racing. Not the cleanest of starts for Anud Al Garda, but one of the first to show is Al Faisaleh up around the wide outside. Tower Car pushing forward as well, and Sunset Flash, one off the rails, also breezing through to take up an early prominent position. That one being tracked through by Dora Penny along the inside, but now coming through Anud Al Garda, didn't get the cleanest of breaks, but races through into the lead already on the home turn. A neck to the good, with Not Even Close now up into second spot, and Sunset Flash is tracking her. A little wider out on the course as they're making the run back for home to find Income, coming together with Al Faisaleh. A little break back to Dora Penny and Tower Car. The others with work to do, headed off by Al Riyadh. They're homeward bound. Sunset Flash now makes her bid, one off the rails, quickens through to show up together with Al Faisaleh down the outside, and between the pair, Not Even Close. The three of them in a line on entering the final 200 metres. They're a little way ahead of the others going into the closing stages. Sunset Flash, she's finding plenty along the inside. She's getting the better of Al Faisaleh, and going into the final 50 metres, Sunset Flash brings the curtain down on a fabulous career with a win. Sunset Flash it is, a 21st career success, and got the better of Al Faisaleh close home, and they were a little way on from the third. It is Sunset Flash against the inside rails in the hands of Alexis Marino. He records his second winner of the day, and Sunset Flash goes out on her swan song. A fantastic result, and it's win number 21 for this remarkable 8-year-old mare. She wins in a time of 1 minute 11.73 seconds and gets the better of the filly, which is basically half her age. Al Faisaleh, just a 4-year-old, in second place, beats her by 2 1/4 lengths. Al Riyadh stayed on best of the remainder for third place. But, well, we've enjoyed some brilliant results and some terrific performances all day here in Riyadh. But perhaps the highlight for many will be this fabulous race mare, Sunset Flash, ending her race career in style.
done, Alex. Good race, mashallah.
Well, congratulations to Sunset Flash. She's a beautiful filly. Congratulations to Fahad Mendil, Sultan, all our team. You know, we deserve to win this kind of races. You know, she's just a beautiful filly, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you, Ade.
I am absolutely speechless this day. Couldn't get any more magical, I thought. However, Sunset Flash has won the 10th race of the day, which is the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship for fillies, where 300,000 Saudi Riyal. The whole Almondale family is here out to support her, and they love her. They absolutely love this horse, and so does Alexis Marino. This filly means so much to him. She tries her heart out every single time, and she puts 21 wins to her name. She is absolutely remarkable, and it looks like she hasn't even broken a sweat. I'm just in awe of this filly. I absolutely love her, and she deserves every ounce of success, as does every single one of the Al Mendil family. They are so kind. They've been so welcoming for us on the English channel from the very beginning of the season. Naif, Sultan and Fayhan Al Mendil, kindest family in racing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. However, Alexis has just weighed in for this race. He's getting a big hug from Azuz, the trainer's son. Congratulations, Alex.
Thank you very much. I went because we do match, you know, with the color.
Yeah, matchy, I knew that. Tell me about the race. How are you feeling as the gates opened? What was your plan and your tactics going forward?
Shukran, Habibi. Well, my plan was, you know, sitting behind the pace, but I saw nobody try to go, so I just pulled the field in the pace. She just go away, you know.
And tell me about how much this filly means to you, because I spoke to Sultan Al Mendil after you won on Israj, and he said that he thinks this is Sunset Flash's last season, so this could have been her last race.
Well, I hope, you know, she deserves this. She go away from the racetrack with good races, so just congratulations to everyone.
And how much does it mean to win a big race like this for the Fayhan family, and they've been supporting you from the very beginning?
Well, I'm just happy to them and say congratulations to them too for the support. We have working now 9 years, so it's meant too much to me, and I'm just grateful to him, you know.
Well, 2 winners for you. Hopefully it's not the last we see of you today.
I hope so.
Good luck, Alex, and well done.
Thank you.
Well, he looks absolutely delighted, and rightly so as well. A 21st career win for Sunset Flash on her last racecourse appearance, and she deserves a very happy retirement indeed. What an incredible performance, Rory, from this 8-year-old mare. She's running as if she's a 3-year-old.
She is, and she's actually put up her best time for this trip in a long time as well. I was saying she did 1:12.07 last time out in Group 3 company, but she's dipped under that to do a 1:11.73 here. It looked like Al Faisalea was going to have the beating of the Al Mendil gang up the straight. She's travelled very well out wide in stall 11. Not even close to you. I fancy to hit the frame at a big price. Has also travelled well through the race after not getting away particularly brilliantly from the stalls. And she has tanked into second place very quickly. And Luke Danger's off the bend, but just weakened inside the final furlong. Sunset Flash. This may or may not be her last race. Connections were thinking about it beforehand and mentioning that this might be her last season to race. And I haven't seen what races there are next week, but I'd be very surprised if there's one for her. And this seems like the perfect opportunity for her to bow out on a really famous win on a massive night's racing. And she has been such a wonderful servant for Connections, and they will want to reward her for that with a long and happy retirement.
Absolutely. She has nothing left to prove now, so you'd think they would want to go out on this high, this fantastic night in Riyadh, and that be her final race. I suspect if it is, she'll go on to be a broodmare, Rory.
I would have thought so, yeah. And if she can produce mini Sunset Flashes in her own image, then they'll get plenty of winners out of her as well, I would have thought.
Well, you thought that Not Even Close might be a mini Sunset Flash, the pretender to the crown, but not so. That's the Al Mendil family picking up the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup. Connections of Sunset Flash, a very popular horse. The family absolutely love her, and of course, why wouldn't they? She's been such a fantastic servant to them, and a very popular horse for everybody who follows the racing here in Saudi Arabia. Of course, Alexis Moreno coming up to collect his prize as well. A huge smile on his face, and he loves this horse as well, Rory. How much will he miss her next season?
I would have thought so, because she's been a wonderful servant, and we talked to Alex about horses he's ridden in the past, and he's got a real soft spot for those who've done really well for him. So he will miss her, but there will be replacements. And as I said, although not even close, didn't quite live up to expectations on the day. I thought she ran a very big race. There was a little bit of a delay with the stalls opening. Someone was in a bit of trouble in the stalls, and I thought Not Even Close wanted to bounce out and get to the front and wasn't quite able to, but rushed up and showed really smart speed for a long way before fading late in the straight. She's only had 2 runs here, and I think she's going to continue to improve. That was a big run to get amongst these 2 fillies for a long way, and she just backed out in the last 100 metres or so and ended up losing a couple of places late in the day. I still think that was a lovely performance from her, and the Almondeals can look forward to her continuing to improve next season, and they'll try to get her in a similar mould to this wonderful performer who won the race.
Absolutely, one to watch for next season, Not Even Close. Let's have a word then on the second and third horses. Alpha Sailor finishing in second, Reem Al Riyadh in third. Probably the placings we might have expected.
Yeah, Reem Al Riyadh under Camilo ran on well late in the day. He was a late replacement on her. There wasn't actually a jockey booked up for her, and we got word only about 20 minutes before the race that he would come in for the ride, and she's finished strongly from off the pace to grab a place. I think in an ideal world, those green colours would have finished first, second and third, but Al Faisalea stopped that happening, and I think we had Lajil Fati running on for fourth just to spoil that a little bit more. But still a really good performance from the stable. Reem Al Riyadh has run right up to her form again. She was coming off that very good second in the Japan's Cup to Just for Soul. Again, paying a compliment to that horse, Just for Soul, who's very lightly raced and likely to go on to greater things as well. So it's nice to see those form lines working out.
Absolutely, but of course, Sunset Flash. It's all about Sunset Flash. We said before the race she'd be a popular winner. We know that she will be a popular horse. Well, she's a popular horse, of course, for connections, and she'll hopefully go on to have a very happy retirement. We can perhaps look out for some mini Sunset Flashes in maybe 4 or 5 years' time if she does go on to become a broodmare. We'll be looking out for those bloodlines absolutely on the racetrack, won't we, Rory?
We will, yeah. I mean, not all top race mares become successful broodmares, but you always live in hope. It's nice to see a reminder of those great horses of yesteryear on the track.
It absolutely is. Here's the race once again. We can see Sunset Flash there just tucked in behind the leaders as they come round the bend. She was well placed, wasn't she, Rory? Any danger that she was going to get boxed in?
Well, there's always a slight worry, but you can see that Alex is just looking to make sure that he's got a little bit of room. He steers wide off Anud Algado, who begins to weaken from the turn. Looking a bit wider in the yellow cap, that's Reem Al Riyadh coming home strongly. She wasn't particularly well placed in the early stages, but has finished off strongly. And I love the way she digs in here. I genuinely thought she was beaten. And she's found herself in the wrong way of a battle a couple of times this season, but she does love to fight, and her attitude is something that I'll miss seeing on a regular basis. We saw her in Taif as well, running very similar races, and she's a joy to watch.
Absolutely, and she clearly still loves her racing, because often you see horses that are ready for retirement. They absolutely tell the jockeys that they are ready to retire, but she showed no signs of that. That was the mighty Sunset Flash taking the 10th. Well, let's have a look at how the tables are standing at the minute. The Jockeys' Championship, of course, this was before today. Camilo Ospina right at the head of the table. He's had 2 wins today, so you can add 2 more wins onto what you see there. And it's a done deal, isn't it? Adel Al-Faredi, he had a couple of wins as well today, 2, I believe. And Alexis Moreno had 2 wins as well, if my notes here are correct. I can't actually read my own writing, but it looks to be a done deal now, doesn't it, Rory? There's no catching Camilo at the top.
Nothing stays still for long. But with only 1 week to go, that's now set in stone. But it's great to see that the top 3, none of them have been resting on their laurels. They're all going forward and always trying to prove themselves. I think Adel Al-Faredi comes out of the season with an awful lot of credit. The reigning champion jockey, and he's continued to ride with great credit week in, week out, even though Camilo really has all the aces in terms of the strength in depth in that white stable.
He does indeed, and of course he won't be riding next week. He'll be banned for next week, but his position at the top of the table is safe. And this is how the Trainers' Championship looks. A little bit closer, but still that looks as if it's pretty much done with as well, Rory, ahead of next week.
Yeah, the sort of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, that's quite an interesting little battle. Gaith Al-Gaith sitting 3rd at the moment. Abdullah Al-Bada just behind that. Thamar Al-Dihani we've seen getting a few winners recently and getting himself into the top 5 just in the last week or two. You know, we've just seen wins there for Naif as well, and he's going to push himself up the table as well. So it's very interesting to see what's happening behind the big stables. But the champion pretty much crowned already with Ahmed Mohammed, 20 winners clear.
Yes, 3rd place still very much up for grabs though. So let's move on to the owners' standings, and perhaps no surprise here to see the White Stable at the top.
Yeah, this has been over for quite a long time. The strength and depth now with Prince Miteb's White Stable really swamping everyone else and throwing out winners most of the way through the time season, and then really kicking on at the start of the season here in Riyadh. A lot of horses in that yard, but an awful lot of quality as well, and we'll see a lot of them in the last race.
Absolutely, we will. And it's funny as well to see the Al Khalidiyas, who are 4th in the table, and only train Arabian horses as well, so quite incredible to see them 4th in the table and close to 3rd place. Well, we've got 2 races still to come on today's card, 2 incredible races as well. And we've had some fantastic contests already, Rory. I want to get your highlight before we head into the end of the day.
Well, obviously, you know, what we've just seen from Sunset Flash goes pretty close, but Badr was enormously impressive in race number 9, the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup. That local Group 1 looked just one of the hottest races we've seen all year, and Badr's ended up winning 8 1/4 lengths, I think was the official version, 8 3/4 even. Just a stunning performance. He had to work a little bit to get on terms with Way to Excel, who travelled really sweetly through the contest, but the longer that went on, the stronger Badr looked, and he's just a horse you can really look forward to next year.
Absolutely. Well, ahead of the last 2 races, we are about to hear the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, we'll be hearing it very shortly. It's a big night, big night here at the King Abdulaziz Racetrack. Anyone is here for tonight's racing. We saw some local royalty there from Riyadh. A huge grandstand. It's such an imposing structure here, fantastically impressive course, and of course the scene of the Saudi Cup at the end of February as well, and that's something we'll be looking forward to next year. Perhaps Badr appearing in that one, Rory, your new favourite horse, your horse to watch for the new Riyadh season when it happens next year. But still lots of fantastic racing to come. Well, 2 races, but really high quality races. 2 more Group 1s here, 8:05 local time. That's when the next one is due to start. But first of all, let's hear the national anthem.
محاولة التقدم للنجم المنير في هذه
Runners are in the pre-parade ring ahead of our penultimate race of the night. It should be getting underway in around about 20 minutes time, 8:05 local time. Rory, this is such a tantalising race, isn't it? It's an Arabian race, but it's going to be a cracker.
It is. It's often we get 1 or 2 standouts in the Arabian race, and they're a little bit one-sided, particularly the first of the night, where a lot of the horses were badly outclassed. But this is a tremendously strong event. We've got 3 non-runners in the race, but we still have a strong contest. Again, looking at the ratings of the top horses here, Yasmi Athma is rated 110, and he is the top rated in the race. But in behind him, horses rated 107, 106, 105, 102. This is a proper, really competitive championship contest. We should be in for an absolute treat. Absolutely, and the prize money worth a total of 5 million Saudi Riyal.
I just can't get my head around that. It's huge.
Yeah, it's, 250,000 Saudi riyal just for finishing 5th in this race, $500,000 for 4th, and 1 million for finishing 2nd, and that prize of 2.5 million Saudi riyal, which is over £500,000 for the winner of this race. So it's a contest that we've been looking forward to for some time. We've got a nice run up into it. The horses are now all in the pre-parade ring. You see the connections gathering there. There's some excitement, there's some trepidation coming into this contest. You can understand why.
Absolutely. In the racecourse, the track behind us really filling up, lots of people piling into the racetrack for these last 2 races on the card. So here to talk us through all the runners for the next one is Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, 5 million Saudi riyals on offer in win and place prize money for this, the King Abdulaziz Cup for Arabian horses. Number 1, Yasmi Athbar, Alexis Marino takes the ride. Take out numbers 2 and 3. Number 4 is Tagruda, the mount of Fawaz Wanas. Number 5, Rakud Al Ansari, Mohammed Al Daham. Number 6 is Fahad Al Moud with Ahmed Al Shra. Number 7, Wadiat Al Kaladia, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 8 is Hafidak Ala Al Kaladia, Fahad Al Faradi rides. Number 9 is Shihana Al Rayla, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 10 is Mubarizat Al Kaladia, Adel Al Faradi. Over the page to number 11, Mostabsil Al Kaladia, Naif Al Anazi on board. Number 12 is Al Dafra Jordar with Jimmy Carrion. 13 is Hamas Al Kaladia, Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 14, Shafa Al Azam Louis Morales. Number 15 is Shibal Guda Azil Al Zahani. Scratch the 16. Number 17, Tala Al Kaladia. Mohammed Saeed is the rider. So number 16 is a non-runner. So are numbers 2 and 3. So 2, 3 and 16 out. That leaves us with a field of 14.
Thank you very much, Gareth. So field of 14 contesting this 5 million Saudi riyal King Abdulaziz Cup for Arabian horses. Just 14 in this one then, Rory, but it's still going to be incredibly competitive. Let's start with Yasmi Athbar, rated 110. That's horse number 1, Alexis Moreno taking the ride.
Yeah, he's a bit of a mystery, Yasmi Athbar, because he was disappointing in a 7 furlong open last time when he was strongly fancied. Prior to that, he'd come up against one of last season's superstars in Fou de Pine, or Fou de Pine, as we now call him, now that he's trained by a Spanish speaker rather than an English speaker. And we expected Fou de Pine to win easily, but Yasmi Athbar made most of the running there and stayed on too strongly for Fou de Pine. He looked terrific on that occasion, and we thought, well, this actually might just be a really good horse himself, and we've ignored him. Stable companions, obviously, and he stepped into a race that we thought he'd be able to win next time out. The same grade, same sort of race, and he just wasn't the same horse at all. He was 4 seconds slower, and he finished 10th. Maybe he just needs to be fairly fresh, and he's been given a long break since then. That was in December. He comes back now in early March, having had a break that should refresh him, and he does have a good record fresh. So I do expect him to bounce back, but he's clearly not absolutely bomb-proof.
Well, Tagruda has got some good recent form. No such break for this horse, this filly.
Listen, she's a really likeable filly, Tagruda. She's been on the go all season. She's had plenty of racing, 15 runs. She's won twice. Her most recent win came in a 2,000-metre open 2 starts back, but she's a wee bit out of her depth against the very best. I say out of her depth. She's capable of getting placed, because the great thing about Tagruda is, again, she's one of these who never knows when she's beaten, and she keeps plugging away. So I can see her finishing 3rd or 4th. Expect to see her late in the day.
We've got Rakud Al Ansari, who ran a good second after a bit of a break. That's horse number 5.
Yeah, it was a 7 furlong winner in Taif in open company back in meeting 51, and then finished that good 3.5 lengths second to Mubarizat Al Kaladia over course and distance last time out. You'd like to think she can build on that, and she is one of the shortlisted runners.
Fahad Al Muad is horse number 6. Debut in Riyadh for this one.
Yeah, no easy task on his Riyadh debut. He has raced outside of Jcsa rules, hence the fact that he gets a handicap mark of 93, and he's clearly shown a fair level of ability, but racing at provincial tracks and racing at the big track in Riyadh against top horses are 2 very different things, and I think Fahad Al Muad will be a surprising winner.
Wadiat Al Kaladia coming off the back of a win, but rated just 80.
Yeah, won a course and distance maiden last time out and won it in decent style, 4 1/4 lengths from Asaf Al-Khalidiyah, but the collateral form of that contest suggests that Wadiat Al-Khalidiyah will need to improve a fair bit more. She's young, she's only a 4-year-old. We expect these Arabians to stay in training for a while and to improve when they're 5, 6, 7 years old. So she may well make the grade further down the line, but she does need to improve a fair bit today.
Hafid Haq Ala Al-Khalidiyah has had a long break, horse number 8.
Yeah, she was a winner back in meeting 33 in Taif late summer. She had a couple of runs here early in the Riyadh season and has been put away. She was only 7th at a course and distance open, won by Shibal Gouda last time out. And even if she comes back to the best of, if he comes back to the best of his form, because not misgendering these horses, I think he's got a little bit to do.
Well, Shihana Al-Raila has got some moderate recent form.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Shihana Al-Raila, but usually in slightly lesser company than this. And she was 7 1/4 lengths behind Shibal Gouda in that course and distance open early in the season. She's run several times since that, but again, her form is very well established, and she's clearly not going to go from an 82 rated filly to a 100 rated filly here.
Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyah has some fantastic recent form, a win and a number of second places.
Yeah, was runner-up 3 times in a row before landing a course and distance fillies open from Rakud Al Ansari last time out, beating that one by 3.5 lengths. That's a very solid performance. Rakud Al Ansari, as we said earlier on, is a pretty solid performer here as well. So Mubarazat Al-Khalidiyah is close to the top of your pile, I would say.
And we have Motsabil Al-Khalidiyah, the stablemate, and number 11, who's coming here off the back of the win as well.
Yeah, again, a young horse who's only had a couple of runs here, was 3rd in a maiden over course and distance, and then beat Sab Athba by a length and 3/4 in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. The bare form's not good enough to win this, but then having only had 2 starts and 1 last time out, he does look sharply progressive, so you wouldn't rule out considerable further progress from Mostabsil Al-Khalidiyah, and I'd be reluctant to put a line through him.
Al-Dayfa Jorda has had some mixed results coming into this one, horse 12.
Is talented enough, Al-Dayfa Jorda, but does really struggle to get his head in front. He's 1 from 16 in his career. Normally hits the frame in his races, but they're not usually as strong as this, and he did run disappointingly last time out.
Hamas Al-Khalidiyah, number 13, lightly raced, perhaps one of the more inexperienced runners in this field.
Yeah, similar comments to Mostabsil Al-Khalidiyah, except that he got a handicap mark early, so he's been in action somewhere else. He caught the eye on debut when running on strongly after missing the break, and then he won a maiden handicap last time out, reasonably impressive from a horse called Zoko. We saw Zoko get turned over the other night in fairly moderate company, so we know that Harmas Al-Khalidiyah needs to improve a lot, but again, being a very raw 4-year-old, I think he will improve. It's just probably further down the line for him.
Shafa Al-Hizam is another 4-year-old. This filly has had some decent results, but was off the boil in the last appearance.
Yeah, listen, she's been running pretty well all season. A rating of 82 is fair for her. Her win came over 6 furlongs, and her best form has been at 6 furlongs and 7 furlongs. So I think the mile stretches her, even if she wasn't a little bit outclassed here.
And what about Shibal Gouda, number 15, came off the break, finished in 5th. You expect that this horse will have improved since then? Yeah,
Shibal Gouda's got a decent level of form. I mentioned a couple of other horses who'd finished behind him early in the season, the likes of Hafid Akala Al-Khalidiyah, and there's another one in there who'd been put in their place by Shibal Gouda earlier in the season. He does get a rating of 105. That 5th last time out came in the final championship of the race courses. Always a very strong contest. He won a course and distance open 2 starts back, beaten Al-Dayfa Jorda on that occasion. So his recent form is solid. He's got a couple of wins this season, 1 in Taif and 1 here. With a rating of 105, he doesn't need to improve an awful lot to get involved.
We have finally number 17 is Tala Al-Khalidiyah. Will probably be outclassed in this company, would you suspect?
Yeah, he looked like he was going, or she looked like.
was the Saudi Arabia national anthem. Let's pick up then, Rory, where we left off. We were just talking about the very last runner in this race. It was number 17, Tala Al-Khaladiya, and we suspect that she will be outclassed.
Yeah, as I said, she looked promising early in the season. She was a winner of meeting 34 in Taif. But since switching to Riyadh, she's not been disgraced, but she hasn't gone on as expected, and she's been a little bit underwhelming. So it'll be a little bit of a surprise if she did bounce right back to what she's capable of in a race of this nature.
The horses are not yet in the parade ring behind us. They're still in the pre-parade, so we'll get a better look at them shortly. But Rory, on paper, who are you favouring for this one?
I know he's got a slightly in and out record, Yasmi Athma, but I've come to the conclusion that the key to him is he has to be fresh. There's no hint of a fluke about his win 2 starts ago when beating Fudapine by 2 1/4 lengths, and you can tell he ran shortly after that over the same course and distance, and he ran a much slower time, didn't look the same horse at all, and I think Connections has done the right thing by giving him a long break since then and bringing him back for a big prize that he's capable of winning.
And interestingly, Lucas Gaitan is the trainer of this horse. He had a winner yesterday, and we were talking about that horse's chances, and you said he wouldn't be running this horse in this race if he didn't think that it had a good chance. He gets his horses ready, and he runs them only when they're ready, as opposed to just giving them a run.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, when it comes to big races like this, you expect all the top trainers to sort of be working backwards and getting their horses there. But yeah, when you see he's got a runner in a strange race.
Well, plenty of pageantry going on here today because it's such a special day of racing. The penultimate week of racing here in Riyadh, and tonight is such an exciting occasion. It's the richest day of racing anywhere in the world today. We've got 4 local Group 1s on the card. Already had 2 incredible races, with Badr winning the first, Sunset Flash, an incredibly popular winner of the next, and well, the local Riyadh royalty, of course, watching on this very special night of racing. Plenty of pageantry, a real spectacle ahead of us. And of course, the racing will live up to the buzz that's happening around the racetrack. Horses are yet to enter the parade ring. We have our outriders standing by, ready to welcome them from the pre-parade into the paddock behind us. Plenty of action happening down on the track. None of it racing just yet. We have our flag bearers and what look to be local Arabian horses as well, Rory.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I think this is almost where the Arabians come into their own. They look magnificent at doing this particular job, and you get a real sense of the history and the culture of the city from seeing them there. They're standing in salute to the Riyadh royalty, and that's just it's just quite an impressive sight, really, isn't it?
It really is. It's absolutely fantastic. What a way to round off the day's racing as we get towards the end of the card. 2 races still to go on our card, and this is the 5 million Saudi Riyal Arabian race. I think we can head to Or not yet, not just yet. Apologies, we're not heading anywhere. 5 minutes until the off. The horse is not yet they're coming into the paddock actually behind us. There's been quite a big gap between racing here as we watch the pageantry and the procession before we see the runners and riders. And of course, our reporter Shamila loves these Arabian horses, so it's a real treat for her to see 3 Arabian races as opposed to the usual 2. Well, the horses are filing into the paddock behind us. None of them jocked up quite yet, Rory, but you think that on paper you've already made your selection.
I've made my selection. I'm not suggesting for a second that it's an easy race at all, and if you've seen Yazmi Athba on 2 of his last 3 runs, you'd be a little bit worried about him, but when he's right, he's very good, and I hope that he's going to be very good today, as long as the occasion doesn't become too much, because clearly all these horses have been in the pre-parade and the parade ring for a long time while we've been waiting for everything to happen, and that can affect them a little bit, can't it?
Yeah, certainly the less experienced horses who aren't used to the big occasion being at the racetrack surrounded by all these people and all of this noise, but most of them look pretty relaxed as they make their way around the paddock. Lucas Gaitan, of course, he saddles the first runner, Yazmi Athba, the horse you like the look of. He did have that runner yesterday, and of course the jockey, Alexis Moreno, is chasing that treble, so what a fantastic night that would be for him if he were to get it in this race. There's a number of jockeys actually who are on their hat-tricks. Camilo Ospina with 2 wins as well, and Adel Al-Faradi. Who would you pick to reach 3 wins first tonight, Rory?
Well, I quite like Alex Moreno's chance of winning this race.
Absolutely,
so
yes.
That certainly helps it.
And that is Yazmi Athba, that is his mount for this race. So let's head down to the paddock and join Shamila.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Now, 5 million Saudi riyal is on the line here, and I didn't have to look very far for my paddock selection. It's horse number 1, Yazmi Athba, trained by Lucas Gaitan, the highest rated horse in the race as well. And I believe that Michael Adolfsson from Fasig Tipton might choose this horse for best turnout. He said it was definitely on the cards for his favourite. Now, you might have seen some horses trotting down the track carrying the Saudi flag. That is the Royal Cavalry. So they were just doing a display before these 2 huge races ahead of us, so a huge thank you to the Royal Cavalry for this. Yazmi Athba is my paddock selection in this race. I do want to talk about horse number 4 as well, just as well. She's right behind my paddock selection, Tigruda, who'll be ridden by Fawaz Wanas. She was 3rd last time out, and honestly, we've been following her since the Taif season. She's a very nice filly. I don't know if she's quite strong enough to handle this contest. I mean, we have 5 Al Khaladia horses running in this, and it's going to be very difficult for her to keep ahead of that. Now, Rakud Al-Ansari, horse number 5, was a very close second for my parade ring selection. He's absolutely stunning. Mohammed Ad-Daham is riding him. He is quite small compared to the rest of the horses in this field. And as you can see, he's just bobbing his head a little bit, but none of the horses are getting hot and sweaty behind the saddle. Rakud Al-Ansari is definitely a horse to keep your eye on in this race. Now, I did say that the Al Khaladia Stables horses, they have 5 runners in this. They've already had 1 winner today, so they're definitely gunning for that 2nd win. And the first of the Al Khaladia horses is this one, horse number 8, ridden by Fahad Al-Faradi, 7th last time out at meeting 69. And the horses are just getting a little bit on their toes. The atmosphere around the parade ring is electric, so you can genuinely understand why. Now, if we go back a little bit, and horse number 8 is just bucking there. So I will be staying away from that. My cameraman is a lot braver than I am. The horse that I did want to talk about for the Al Khaladia stables is horse number 10, Mubazarat Al Khaladia, ridden by Adel Al-Faradi. Adel has had a fantastic day so far as well. And if I had to put my thumb down on it, I think that Mubazarat Al Khaladia is the winner of this race for Al Khaladia stables. Prince Fahad was also here in the parade ring with Sheikh Mutlik and all the connections for Al Khaladia stables. So I think they are genuinely wanting to win this race very badly, and they have 5 very strong horses in here. Horse number 13 as well for them, Harmas Al Khaladia, ridden by Abdullah Al-Awfi. Adel Al-Faradi and Abdullah Al-Awfi are their 2 stable jockeys for them, so they get the pick of the bunch, and the rest are trickled down to Naif Al-Nazi and the likes. However, Mr. Lucas Gaitan. You can never underestimate the Athba stables for Prince Abdulaziz. Yasmi Athba looks absolutely stunning in the parade ring. He's going to get best turned out, sponsored by Fasig Tipton in a moment. So we will see the groom get his prize there, which is 1,500 Saudi Riyal. So hopefully they can add to that with the 5 million Saudi Riyal prize fund.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Well, 1,500 Saudi Riyal for the best turned out. And of course, every little helps. It's not quite 5 million Saudi Riyal, but I wouldn't say no to it. Would you, Rory?
No, I wouldn't say no to half of that, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is horse number 1, Yasmi Athba, on the way down to post. A fantastic looking horse, lovely dappled grey there under Alexis Moreno, saddled by Lucas Gaitan. You can never write him off, can you, with these Arabian horses?
No, not at all. And it's very competitive, obviously, between the Athba Racing Stable and Al Khaladia in these races. You know, there's a lot of prestige at stake, and these are the two big players. So it's always interesting when there's a showdown between the two.
Absolutely. And Shamila there talking about how Connections, well, of course, all Connections would want to win this race, but she's saying that the Al Khaladia stable in particular really targeting this race. And of course, it is the biggest Arabian race for them to target, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. And you can see why they've got such a strong interest there. A lot of those, there's a few horses who are fairly inexperienced here in the Al Khaladia colours, and I think a few of those will end up being a lot better than we've seen of them so far. And the question is whether they can show that progress tonight, or whether that'll be next season's improvement.
Yes, so of course this is the penultimate week of the season, so a lot of this will just be a test to see where these horses are ahead of the break, and then bring them out for next season. So horses making their way onto the track, number 17 looking a little het up, but like you were saying earlier, Rory, that could well be because of the big break before this race. We are running a little bit behind schedule. There's been a lot of pomp and ceremony ahead of this race, so a lot of the noise and the atmosphere might just unsettle these horses a little bit. Number 15 there, making its way down to course. But let's have a look at horse number 10. This is Mubarazat Al Khaladia.
Yes, we see Mubarazat Al Khaladia going down very calmly to post there for Adel Al Faradi. And we're going to see her winning last time out, winning a course and distance fillies open in good style, beating Rakud Al Ansari by 3.5 lengths in the end. They had a little bit of an early battle in the straight, but Mubarazat Al Khaladia too strong late in the day, and she's come away for an impressive win, having been second 3 times in a row before that. She's improving at the right time. This was her first start back from a break as well, so you'd expect her to be able to build on that as well. Maybe just getting a little bit tired in the last 50 yards there. I think she'll do a little bit better. With a rating of 107, she's only got £3 to find with Yasmi Athba, and she does, of course, get a little bit of weight as the fillies allowance. Here's Shibble Gouda, the horse we saw going to post a couple of minutes ago, with the yellow nose, but just hanging in behind as he comes with a challenge here. But he ends up running out a creditable winner of this course and distance open 2 starts back. That's Aldefer Joda, who ends up getting second place in the end. Since that, Shibble Gouda's gone and finished 5th in the final championship of the race courses for the Arabian horses. That was a creditable effort, but we judged him in the one we saw 2 starts ago. This is Yasmi Athba, an absolutely gorgeous horse. This is him 2 starts ago, where he beat stablemate Fou de Pine. A little bit of a surprise this day, carrying the second colours, and I think a lot of people were expecting Fou de Pine to pop out and win easily, but Yasmi Athba got on the lead and proved very hard to pass this day. Now, I thought on this occasion he was, I'm not the paddock expert here, but he looked terrific that day, Yasmi Athba, looked better than Fou de Pine, and he got the job done. Again, he's just getting a little bit tired late in the day, but he put the others under pressure a long way from home and won in good style. He disappointed next time out, but if he's back to that form he showed there, he's the one to beat.
Let's head down to Shamila then with news of the best turned out.
The best turned out has gone to horse number 1, Yasmi Athba, and very well done to the groom for this brilliant turnout, Mazhar Alam. Congratulations, Mazhar Alam from the Lucas Gaitan stable. You have received 1,500 Saudi Riyal from Fasig Tipton.
Well, big congratulations then to Masa Alam, the groom of Yasmi Athbar, the pick of both Rory and Shamila for this race. Lucas Gaitan's horse looking absolutely fantastic in the prelims and hopefully will run as well as he looks. You were saying, Rory, about just before we headed to the best turned out horse, we were talking a little bit about the last run from Yasmi Athbar, finishing first in November. That wasn't the last run, was it?
Yeah, this is the key to Yasmi Athbar appears to be when to catch him, because he'd been well beaten the run before he beat Fudapine, and then he turns out for a remarkably similar race to the one he won and disappointed. So he can disappoint, but I think the key is to keep him fresh.
Yes, well, he is safely loaded. The runners look like they are pretty much all now safely in the stalls. So let's head to our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. Runners continuing to load up, and pretty quickly as well. Mubarazat Al Kaladir is the favourite at 4-5 on the international betting markets, with Shibble Gooder at 100-30, Yasmi Athbar at 4-1 and 17-2 bar those. Yasmi Athbar popular with Rory and Shamila. And we're just waiting for Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir to complete the lineup for this very prestigious Arabian horse contest. We are just about set to go at 1,600 metres. And they're off and racing. Shihana Al Rayla didn't get the best of breaks, but Rakud Al Ansari is away quite well, with Wadiat Al Kaladir and through along the inside Yasmi Athbar going for an early lead. So Yasmi Athbar holds an early advantage, with up towards the outside and ridden on into the front runner's position now. Mostabsil Al Kaladir puts plenty of pace to the race, and these two are now well clear. Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir is following, with Aldea Jordar and Wadiat Al Kaladir not too far behind. Shafa Al Zaham is up around the outside, and they're being followed by Tagruda, who's right down along the inside, but many more in front than behind at the moment. Tala Al Kaladir is up around the outer, as in front Mostabshil Al Kaladir, bringing them left-handed back for home with a clear lead over Yasmi Athbar, who has settled down in a clear second place. That one in turn a little way advance of Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir racing in third. Shafa Al Zaham is coming forward in that blue coloured jacket towards the outside and is travelling very well, as they're now beginning to get to Mostabsil Al Kaladir on the home turn. Did this leader go off a little too hard? Still has a length and a half in hand over Yasmi Athbar, who's poised in second as they swing on in. Mubarazat Al Kaladir is also trying to come forward as they make the run down the home straight. Mubarazat Al Kaladir now beginning to join in with Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir, and these two racing on together as they run into the closing stages, and it is Mubarazat Al Kaladir showing out in front to Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir racing in second place. It's an Al Kaladir dominance, but it's going to go to Mubarazat Al Kaladir, striding away by 2 lengths in the end to beat Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir, who's home in second, and it's tight for the minors in behind those, with the two involved Shafa Al Zaham, who travelled well but couldn't quite go with the leading pair, and Tala Al Kaladir, who was picking up some pieces late. Mubarazat Al Kaladir winning in a time of 1 minute 47.2 seconds, and getting the better of Hafedak Ala Al Kaladir, who's home in second place. 2.5 lengths between the pair at the line, and boy, did they draw clear of their toiling rivals. We're hearing that home in third, nearly 10 lengths behind them, Tala Al Kaladir, and Shafa Al Zaham was a further neck behind in fourth position. The Al Kaladir stables were looking to win this very, very valuable contest. They've managed to get the 1, 2, 3, and they're led home by Mubarazat Al Kaladir in the hands of Adel Al Faradi, who records his third winner of the card.
Well, some interesting team tactics at play in that race, but it was Mubarazat Al Khaladia that takes the big prize in the penultimate race of the evening, followed by Hafandak Al Khaladia and Tala Al Khaladia in third. Yasmi Athbar, Rory, that was fascinating to watch that race pan out, wasn't it? Because we saw Motsabil Al Khaladia set a blistering pace early on, draw Yasmi Athbar into it before the Al Khaladias struck for home.
Yeah, I mean, the best chance of Yasmi Athbar winning this race was, as he had done when successful 2 starts ago, was get to the front, control the pace, and look to dominate. But that wasn't possible when the Al Khaladia team had a plan to stop him from getting to the front. And to be honest, you can see that he was finished off the bend with the pacemaker going really, really hard in the early stages, and forcing Alex Moreno to make a choice: either go really hard to get back to the front, or to drop off a little bit. And both of those are very difficult when you've already set your stall out. Once you drop a few lengths off the leader like that, you allow yourself to be a target for the rest of the field, and it takes a very, very well judged ride to get into contention. In the end, he struggled to get past that horse. He set the pace early on as the others came past them both, and they both ended up being well beaten.
And this is the prize for winning connections, the King Abdulaziz Cup. Congratulations to Sadden Rutlick and co, and of course the winning jockey Adel Alfredi. That's his 3rd win of the night, so successful night indeed for him. This is how it panned out. We see Yasmi Athbar breaking from stall number 1, Rory, and let's just watch this blistering early pace set by Motsabil Al Khaladia.
Yeah, you don't see many jockeys actually using the whip coming out of the stalls to get their horses going forward. But that's exactly what's happened here with Naif Al-Anazi setting Mostabsil Al Khaladia alight to get to the front. And he's come and crossed over Yasmi Athbar as well, forcing him, first of all, to check as well. He's come across, again, sharper than ideal. We talked about that in a race yesterday where the jockey came quickly across from the outside stall. He hasn't specifically caused interference, but he immediately causes Alex Moreno to have to check off the rail and check behind him. And at this point, Alex hopes that the horse in front stops very quickly so he can get to the front, or he just has to sit behind and pretend he's riding a different race. But it mentally affects his horse. You know, horses who want to be able to dominate, they see a horse in front of them and they get discouraged by it. And that's exactly what's happened with Yasmi Athbar. I don't think he's actually got tired as such when he drops away. I think he just got sick of looking at somebody else's backside for 4 or 5 furlongs. And you see, although he's going much better than the horse in front at this stage, look how long it takes him to get past that horse, because he's essentially given up. It's become a mental struggle for him.
We see this tactic a lot with the Al Khaladias, don't we?
You do, yeah. One of the jockeys gets out in front and leads, and then what he will do is start looking, you know, underneath his shoulder, looking behind him to see where the others are, and there are probably 2 or 3 potential plans there, because if the first pacemaker doesn't do the job, then someone else has to step forward and do something. And the idea, A, is potentially to act as a spoiler for another horse in the race, Yasmi Athbar in this case, but also to make sure that there's a strong enough pace for the best horse, and to make sure that they don't get in trouble either. So the one thing you don't want to be doing is setting a strong pace and then falling backwards onto your own horse, the horse you're actually meant to be helping out. So that's why you see them always taking a look and making sure they're in the place that they're meant to be, the right distance ahead and in the right part of the track as well. So if the jockey looks behind and finds that Mubarazat Al Khaladia is on the inside rail, he'll come off the rail coming into the straight.
And he almost broke from the stalls at a diagonal angle, so keen to get across and get in front of Yasmi Athbar, didn't he? Naif Al-Anazi very much following the game plan that these Al Khaladias employ so often.
I suspect we'll forget to check these stewards' reports afterwards, but you know, there is a rule in all racing jurisdictions that riders have to keep straight for a certain length. It's usually 110 yards in races like this, and if they cut across earlier than that, they will get fined. But of course, you know, in the aftermath of race like this, you tend to forget about that, and the stewards will call jockeys in after the race, but we won't hear about that at the time. And of course, by the time the meeting's done and dusted, we tend to not be interested in finding out the little details about that. So I'll be interested to see if Naif Al-Anazi has had words with the stewards after the race.
Absolutely. You can see here coming off the bend, this is where the 2 Al Khaladias take the lead. Hafedak Al-Khaladiya ran a good second, Rory, having come off the back of a big break. Meeting 69 was the last time we saw this horse.
Yeah, and this was again, we discussed with a few of them had very similar profiles. They'd only had 3, 4, 5 runs. They were 4-year-olds who'd shown promise, maybe not built on that immediately, but you think, well, these horses won't be physically mature really until next season, so you're expecting to see improvement at some stage. And Hafedak Al-Khaladiya, who had been a little bit disappointing since winning that Open over 7 furlongs back in meeting 33, given a break since meeting 69, has come back and run the race of his life to hit the frame here.
Absolutely, and a great night as well for winning jockey Adel Al-Faradi. We spoke before this. I said, which jockey is the most likely to be the first to get a hat-trick of wins tonight? You said you thought it would be Alexis Moreno on board Yasmi Afar. It's actually Adel Al-Faradi who's got 3. Well, these are the Al-Khaladiya owners coming forth to collect their prize. Well, it's already the prize of the King Abdulaziz Cup Arabian cup there, worth a huge prize money. It's a 24-carat gold-plated cup, Rory, and you can see there, looks absolutely magnificent.
It is very impressive. We don't get to see there. We normally see Yassad Mutlaq getting this, but Fahad Al-Khalid is the owner of the Al-Khaladiya stable, and he will be the one accepting the trophy here.
Well, let's head over to our commentator, Gareth Topham, who's going to talk us through all the runners for the final race on today's card.
Thank you, Rebecca. Group 1, the King Abdulaziz Cup. Local Group 1. Number 1 is Aldafla, partnered by Naif Al Anazi. Number 2 is Tej Tahom with Fahad Al-Faradi. Number 3, Waqid. Christian Demuro takes the ride with number 4, Istite with Abdullah Al-Fairuz. 5 is Daidan, Camilo Ospina. 6, Al-Kawakabi, Jim Crowley on board. Number 7, Haddaba, Abdullah Alofi. Number 8 is Ayat Al-Muhammadiya. Victor Gutierrez comes in for the ride. Over the page to see number 9, Tabar Fail with Mohammed Al-Shurimar. 10, Fi Rehakir with Adel Al-Faradi looking for his 4th winner today. 11, Kalastafe, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. We lose number 12. Number 12 doesn't go. 13, Motawasi with Rayan Al-Tosh. Number 14, Lilalem. Mikhail Barcelona over for the ride. 15, Azim El Riyad, Tariq Al-Mansour. 16, Mo'ela, Louis Morales. 17, Fonda, Alexi Mourinho. 18 is Raider Al-Bari, Mohammed Al-Daham. 19 is Rual Saudia, Khalid Al-Mamoni. And 20 is Ali Wagi with Azil Al-Zahani. So we scratch number 12. That leaves us with 19 to contest our final race on the card.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, Rory, the final race on today's card, 1,600-metre Saudi-bred fillies and colts, and this one again worth 5 million Saudi riyals. Of course, one that everyone wants to win. We've got Mikhail Barcelona riding in this one as well. We saw Jim Crowley, who jetted in for an earlier Group 1, but we were saying that it's difficult for these jockeys who aren't used to this course and this track to come in and get success here. Well, the runners are just entering the paddock. Behind us, Rory, we've got 19 going in this one. We'll start with horse number 1, which is Aldafla.
Yeah, Aldafla's got a rating of 85. It is liable to struggle here, but we've got to give these horses their due. These are all good horses. Was second to Hala in the Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup last time out, beaten 7 lengths. We know that Hala is a superstar filly. He'd been runner-up on his previous start as well. He's only won 1 from 11. He's liable, she's liable rather to find this a bit too much for her tonight, but she's had a decent season and deserves her day in the sun.
And Tej Tahom, horse number 2, will probably be a bit of a big ask for her as well this evening. Yeah,
she was impressive 2 starts ago, winning a 6-furlong Open, but was well held behind Azim Al Riyad last time out, and it's difficult to see her turning the tables here.
Number 3, Waqid, is one of 3 premium taps in this race.
Yes, a lot of the white stable runners are premium taps. I say white stable, you have a few horses now running in slightly different colours, but there still is a strong white stable connection. But these horses now running under the banner of King Abdullah Foundation. So that's a new thing, but clearly the same underlying connections as well. Waqid's rated 92, was second to Daidan in the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out. Won a maiden over course and distance, but needs to raise his game if he's going to get another win on the board here.
Well, Adel Al-Farouz is the jockey with the most wins on the board today. He takes the ride on Istataya number 4.
Yeah, she's had a terrific season, Istataya. She won the Fillies Mile last time out, but she was put in her place in the Princess Atat bin Fahad Al Damer Cup in December by Taba Field, beaten 4 1/4 lengths that day. She's made that form look very good since, because she was second in the King Fahad Cup, which is a local Group 1, 2 starts ago behind Hadaba, and then she won the Fillies Mile. So, that shows what a good filly she is, but it also shows what a tremendous filly Taba Field is.
And Thaydan is a fantastic horse as well, number 5.
Yeah, Thaydan comes here with a triple figure rating. He's rated 100. He was an impressive winner of the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out. He's never been out of the first 2 in his career so far. He's going from strength to strength. He should be there or thereabouts, but of course he's having to give 2 kilos away even to that superstar Taba Field. I almost forgot her name for a second there. We've been talking about her all day.
How could you forget, Rory? Jim Crowley gets his second ride of the night on Al-Kawakabi number 6.
Yeah, has been really consistent all season. Rarely runs a poor race. Al-Kawakabi has been progressing from reasonably modest contest. It was a winner of a local bred open over 1,400 metres, for example, going back to meeting 67. But his best performance to date was when beating Lay Oyunak in the Abdullah Al-Bassam Award last time out. That gets him a rating of 99. He's a little bit more exposed than some of these, and I think he ends up falling short in this competition based on his overall form. But again, he's been a wonderful horse to watch this season.
Hadaba is horse number 7, running off a mark of 94.
Yeah, she won the King Fahad Cup for fillies 2 starts back from Istataya, but was behind Istataya last time out on the Fillies Mile, and it's, I suppose you could say, it's 1-1 and this is the rematch, but I tend to be a little bit more respectful of that Fillies Mile form last time out, but she's not without a chance.
Ayat Al-Mohammadiya had some really great runs earlier on in the season, 3 consecutive wins, dropped off the pace a little bit.
Well, she's a really unusual filly. She ran a lot in Taif and it took her a long time to get off the mark. And then when she did win her maiden here, she absolutely bolted up. And we try to work out whether, is this just a really poor race or has she suddenly improved 1.5 stone? Well, she won her next 2 races in better company and she clearly had improved a lot. But she's had a fair bit of racing and she just seems to have hit her ceiling on her last couple of starts. She was 4th in the Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup last time out. That was a good performance behind Hala, but it does seem to put her in her place and she'll be doing well to finish closer than 6th or 7th here.
Well, Taba Field, the unbeaten filly, what an absolute superstar, horse number 9.
Yeah, she comes here fresh. Yeah, we haven't seen her since meeting 81 when she beat Istataya in the Princess Satat Cup in December, but that was her 4th win in a row. When she won her maiden, she won by half the track, and she won the Taif Sprint Cup as well. She looked a real superstar. The Taif Cup rather for fillies for the 2-year-old. She looked better than the Colts that day. They raced on the same day. She did a faster time than the Colts did. She just looked like an absolute rocket. She's also got the physical scope to do better as well. That's the amazing thing about her. She's not just a little early filly. She's big. She was a little bit backward. She'd need a little bit of time to fill her frame as well. She's been given that now. And if she's fully fit here, I don't think they see which way she went.
Well, let's see which way Shamila is going to go. She is down in the paddock. And Shamila, who do you like the look of?
We've got another 5 million Riyal on the line. And much like Al Khalidia stables, the white stables are not here to play. They have 7 runners in this contest, and I've picked out 3 eye catchers for you. And lo and behold, they are all white stables horses. Now, my paddock selection in this race goes the way of horse number 5, Thaydan, who will be ridden by Camila Ospina. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to take their mount, so they'll be doing one more round before they head out onto the track. And here's my selection. Now, rated 100, this 3-year-old chestnut colt by Blue Burner is an absolute looker. He really impressed me when he won last time out at meeting 89. Camila Ospina on board is always a good thing. and I think that the White Stables are definitely going to go home with this cup. Whether it's Daydan, whether it's another runner, I'm not sure, but this definitely was the best looking horse to my eye here in the parade ring. Just absolutely stunning. I love these chestnut blue burner colts, and very best of luck to Camila Ospina on board that one. Now, two more White Stables eye catchers for you. I'm going to go with horse number 3, Wakid, as well, who will be ridden by Christian DeMero, who I did try to catch up for a chat. However, I could not locate him, and he came into the parade ring very late. So hopefully, if he has a win today in this race, that we will be able to talk to him after the race. And my last eye catcher of the day is horse number 9, Tabar Fail, the highest rated horse in the race, also for the White Stables team, rated 110, will be looking to make it 4 wins on the bounce. And Tabar Fail is just coming up behind me here now. You can see why I chose her as an eye catcher. She's a stunning filly, and she struts around the parade ring like she owns the place. So I think when it comes down to it, White Stables are going home with this trophy.
Fantastic, Shamila. Rich pickings down there in the parade ring. We got as far, Rory, as Fi Rejakir. We'll speak a little more about that later, but let's have a look at Daydan. This is Shamila's pick.
Yeah, you see Daydan in front already in the white blinkers, the deep chestnut there, going away to win the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup over a mile last time out. Obviously, an important race in the season, but Daydan really put himself in the reckoning for this race with this wide margin success, and again also over course and distance, as I said, and he can be expected to throw down a big challenge again tonight.
Well, let's have a look next at horse number 14, which we haven't spoken about yet, but it is Lila Elam. This is a race from back in December.
Yes, we'll get a bit of a sense of deja vu looking at some of these. Again in the colours, Lila Elam gets herself to the front, wins the Prince Khalid. The Prince Faisal bin Khalid Cup over a mile last time out. Really stretched away impressively at the end of the race here to run out an impressive winner. I should say it's a he, Lila Elam, the colt, and he pretty much booked his place in this race with this impressive performance.
And another impressive performance, of course, from Tabar Fail. This is a race from December as well.
This is the Princess Setat's Cup back in December, and Tabar Fail running right away to beat Istatea. Istatea herself runs on really well to beat the rest of this field in good style. It looked like Tabar Fail might be winning this by 7 or 8 lengths at one stage, but fair play to Istatea, who stays on well to be second, about 4.5 lengths behind. She's really franked the form since. She was second in a very strong race on her next start, and then went and won the fillies mile last time, so just making the winner look an even better filly.
And let's take a look then at Alka Wakabi. This is horse number 6, and this is a race from February.
Yeah, this isn't quite as strong a race, the race that Alka Wakabi wins, but I love the way he swoops past to win. He does hang in a little bit to his left, and that's something that Jim Crowley needs to be aware of when this horse is being asked for his effort. But this is the best we've seen from Alka Wakabi, who's been on the go all season, has been gradually improving race to race, and this is his best performance and justifies his position in this tremendous contest.
Number 16, Mo'ayla. This is him in action.
Yeah, you'll see Mo'ayla sweeping through from further back in the field in the white colours with the striped sleeves and the striped cap. This was the International Jockeys Challenge, and this was Marilyn Eon riding on this day. She actually was the winner of the International Jockeys Challenge. That was quite a big story a couple of weeks ago. The pace was a little bit overstrong this day, and she's come through from well off the pace to win well. This is over 7 furlongs. Mo'ayla should cope with a step up and trip. I think slightly flattered by the run of the race there, though.
And Azam Al Riyadh is coming here off 2 consecutive wins, number 15.
Yes, this was a shorter trip, the Saudiya Sarawat Cup over 6 furlongs. The 6 furlongs is short enough for Azam Al Riyadh. You see him in the blue colours with the white sleeves and the white face, running on very strongly to get on top late in the day. I don't think a step up to mile is going to be a problem for Azam Al Riyadh, who's never stronger than at the finish. Has to overcome a little bit of interference from the runner-up as well, but does it very nicely.
Let's head then to Shamila to see who has won Best Turned Out for race number 12.
The last best turned out, sponsored by Fasig Tipton, goes to horse number 10, Fi Reja Khair, and the groom is Abdul Karim. So congratulations to him and the White Stables for receiving the last best turned out of the day, which is worth 1,500 Saudi riyals, and presented by the Fasig Tipton representative of the Middle East, Michael Adolfson.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Abdul Karim, the groom of Fi Raja Khair, collecting his prize for the best turned out. Let's get back to the runners and riders then, Rory, for this final race on our card. I think we got as far as number 11, Kilastafe.
Yeah, I'm not sure we mentioned Fi Raja Khair, so I'll throw him in. He won the 7 furlong Ministry of Education Cup a couple of starts ago. He's run 4 times here, never been out of the 2. I really liked the way he did it. I liked the way he ran on debut here early in the season at Riyadh, and he stepped up to win his next 2, but probably ran his best race when second to Salam Al Khair in the Saudi Broadcasting Authority Cup last time out. I can see him improving a little bit further. Love his attitude, would definitely consider him.
Well, I did get ahead of myself there, so let's get back to Kilastafe, horse number 11.
Yeah, smashing horse Kilastafe at his level. This isn't really his level, and it's not his trip either. His wins have come at 6 furlongs. He's effective at 7, but what he's usually, he seen the best effect in a very strongly run 6 furlong contest, but he's doing his winning down the ladder, and this is too tough for him.
Motawasi is coming here with some good recent form as well, though.
Motawasi is another one who will find this trip, I think, a little bit too far. Raced at 6 and 7 furlongs today, finishing second in the Asir Region Governorate Cup. Was beaten a neck by Azam Al Riyadh in that Saudi Sarawat Cup last time out. We saw that replay a minute or so ago. Motawasi just causing a little bit of interference to the winner as he came past. The winner is a stronger stayer.
And we've just seen as well a replay of Laila Elam, horse number 14.
Indeed, yes. He's been very impressive this season. Put away after finishing second in Taif. A little bit of a shock defeat, meeting 39, but he came back off that layoff to win very well last time out, and he's a horse who should improve a little bit further still. When he won his maiden, I think he won that by 17 3/4 lengths, and looked like he could go all the way. We were disappointing on his next start, but clearly given time to strengthen up, and was an impressive winner in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid Cup last time out.
And Azam Al Riyadh is coming here with 3 wins in his last 4 outings.
Yeah, he's pretty progressive. Had a slightly more exposed than 1 or 2, but his best effort came when winning the Saudi Sarawat Cup last time out, where he beat Motawasi. He'll definitely be confirming that form, and I think he will benefit from the step up to a mile. Has placed claims. I'd be surprised if he's actually good enough to win, but I liked his attitude last time out, and I think he probably stepped forward a little bit from that.
And of course, Moaila, we've just seen some footage of that last run as well from horse number 16.
Yeah, that was Moaila's first run in a long time. He'd been off since meeting 39 when disappointing in Taif, and that was the International Jockeys Challenge. It was a handicap over 7 furlongs. This is a stronger race all round. And I think he got a really good ride from Marilini on that day. So I think he might be just a little bit flattered by the margin of his victory.
You suspect that number 17, Fonda, might find this a bit of a big ask?
Yeah, it's a trier, Fonda, but was well beaten in that Saudi Sarawat Cup 2 starts ago. Was second to Yatafel in the Abdullah bin Ibrahim Award last time out. That's a good performance, but nowhere near good enough to win this.
Rory, just confirm your selection for this final race.
I'm going for Taiba Fail. It's very difficult to get away from her. She's been one of the stars of this season.
Taiba Fail, of course, unbeaten. Shamila going for Thaydan, horse at number 5. So let's head for the final time tonight to our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Rebecca. This is Ayat Al Muhammadi heading forward into stall 8. Daidan is the favourite on the international betting markets at 13-8. Taiba Fail at 11-4. It's 15-2 bar the pair. That brings in Istiteo with Al Kawakabi 15-2 as well, and also Fi Reja Khair and Lilalim at that price as well. So again, it looks pretty wide open. Several of them at less than double digits in terms of price as they continue to go behind. This is Motawasi heading forward. Motawasi, I should say, heading forward into stall 13. And will be followed forward by Ale Wagi, who heads in as well. The 17 horse about to go in is Fonda. Alexis Marino looking for a 3rd win on tonight's card. Horse number 4 is heading into the stalls as well. That's Istatea, who's fairly well fancied. And we've still got several out of line as well. This is 18 Rida Al-Bari heading forward, and as the final few are about to go forward, we'll just run you through the caps here of the jockeys. The 3-horse Wakid jockey wears a pink cap. Jockey on number 4 Istatea a red cap. Jockey on number 5 Daidan a green cap. 9 Tabar Fail, jockey will wear a red cap. Number 10 Fireja Kia, jockey will wear a yellow cap. As will the jockey on number 13 Motawasi. It's a blue cap for the jockey on number 14 Lilaylam. And this horse going forward now, Fireja Kia, in that yellow cap worn by Adel El Faradi, who looks for a 4th winner tonight. Still a few out of line. This is Daidan. This is the race favourite. Camilo Ospina looking for a treble on the card. Heading forward now, has got some white headgear as well to help just distinguish him from one or two of the other runners in the race. And this is the 2-horse Tej Taham, a little bit on toes down at the start. It's been a big build-up, hasn't it, to these final 2 races. And it's just starting to perhaps take its toll somewhat on one or two of them. Aldaflar heading into the inside berth. Naif Al-Anazi on board. Tej Taham is still out of line. There is Tej Taham in shot. Others out, Tabar Fail, who Rory was very keen on beforehand. Also the 14 Lilaylam and 19 Rual Saudia out of line as well in that green coloured jacket. So this is the King Abdulaziz Cup local Group 1 contest. 5 million Saudi Riyals on offer to those win and place prize money here. Half of that going to the winner. It's a race well worth winning, a massive pot. And we're set to go. Lined up at the 1600 metre start. Tej Taham a little restless in stall 2. All in line, and they jump away off and racing. Azam Al Riyadh a little bit awkwardly away from stall 15. Wakid is being ridden forward, but Istatea is going to be one of the front runners with Tej Taham down along the inside. Daidan is not too far away. Without wider on the track, Kalastafe, another who's close up, and Lilaylam up around the outside with Motawasi as they cover early ground. And now moving through as they run towards the second half of the back straight is Tabar Fail. Tabar Fail, the red cap, just about in front over Kalastafe racing in second place. Tej Taham along the inside is back in third. Motawasi is out wider on the track together with Lilaylam as they now swing left-handed out of the far straight. Fireja Kia is following those, with out a bit wider Azam Al Riyadh recovering from a tardy start. Moela is following those in company with Ayat Al Muhammadiyah as they make the journey back towards the entrance to the straight, and it is Tabar Fail in front and going strongly from Lilaylam, who's now hard pushed in second place. Kalastafe is over to the inside in third, and then Azam Al Riyadh, who's now up into third place, improving all the time, moving on ahead of rivals. Daidan is trying hard to get involved as well in a green cap and is staying on. It's Tabar Fail with just over a furlong to run, trying hard to stave off the late run of Azam Al Riyadh down the outside. Lilaylam is back in third, running a screamer. Daidan a little short of racing room, and into the closing stages it's Azam Al Riyadh who's now gone to the front. Daidan will be the final challenger, moves through into second place. Azam Al Riyadh though from Daidan. Daidan is closing but not fast enough. Azam Al Riyadh it is, and Tariq Al Mansour who wins. Beats in to second place, flying home down the outside Daidan, but it wasn't quite strong enough, and a little break to the third. It's a big win for Tariq Al Mansour. Azam Al Riyadh, it is winning the King Abdulaziz Cup, this local Group 1, in a time of 1 minute 39.1 seconds. It got a little bit short of racing room for one or two of those. Daidan definitely involved in that skirmishing just over a furlong from home. Got out into the clear, but it was a bit too late. A big run from Tabar Fail along the inside, but was getting a bit tired in the closing stages. Wakid was running on as well. That horse also in picture, running on late in the piece. But let's see them in a slow-mo across the line. It's a win for Azam Al Riyadh, scoring by half a length over Daidan in second place. And it was tight for the miners in behind, wasn't it? With Wakid, one of those involved. Tabar Fail along the inside. Wakid is confirmed as third. I think we're going to find Tabar Fail was back in fourth place. But it is Azam Al Riyadh lasting it out. Big win for Connections. And Azam Al Riyadh scrambling home in the King Abdulaziz Cup. A thrilling finish for our final race of the night.
Yes, absolutely a thrilling finish and a huge win for number 15, a horse we not necessarily would have predicted, Rory. All eyes were on Tabor Fail heading into that, but what a run from Ismail Riyadh.
Yeah, Ismail Riyadh, as I said, was winning over 6 furlongs last time out, but I loved the way he stayed on that day to beat Motawasi. I thought he would hit the frame here, but obviously with a rating of 95, coming up against a 110 rated rival and having to give her £2 as well, I did think that that he was strong. I say £2, 2 kilos actually. I thought he might struggle to win the race, but he's been very, very well ridden by Tariq Al Mansour, who continues to ride beyond his years, still only a 19-year-old.
Absolutely, and we can see where the race was run. We'll see a replay of what happened now. What an incredible ride from Tariq Al Mansour to claim glory in the very last race of the night. That massive 5 million Saudi Riyal prize money as well. Let's have a look at the start of the race.
Yeah, it was a pretty fair break. I thought. I was looking for one or two who were getting upset before the race and see if they might miss the break. But generally speaking, the main players got away pretty well. Tabor Fail was always fairly handy and cruised through on the inside to lead well before the home turn, and everything looked fairly rosy for a long way. But a few of the stablemates sitting in behind, and you saw that Ismail Riyadh came from a little bit further back and stayed on, as he did last time out in the Saudi Sarawat Cup. But it looked fairly good at this stage for Tabor Fail, but she just got tired in the latter stages of the race, having looked to have potentially a winning lead coming into the straight. But perhaps the layoff since December told the story, or perhaps they went a little bit too hard in front, because although she looked to be travelling well, she began to tread water in the last furlong and a half. And you could tell at this stage that she wasn't getting away. We hear there's a stewards' inquiry being called in the race. There was a little bit of jostling about a furlong out involving Daydan. I don't think for a second that it's going to involve the winner, but we'll see on the replay exactly what happens. But the winner, we're hearing the winner is part of that inquiry, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens as Tariq Al Mansour comes through on Ismail Riyadh. But he's ended up winning it in decent style. Daydan, I think if Daydan hadn't got up for second, that might have been a little bit more serious, because he probably would have been cost the position, but he finished well to get that second place, ahead of Wakid in third, and we saw a really thrilling finale here today.
We absolutely did, and it was a fantastic run from Daydan in second place. Shamila, your pick before this race, you've been picking good winners today.
I've been trying to pick some winners for you guys, but I'm absolutely heartbroken that Daydan has come second. But I mean, what a day for apprentice Tariq Al Mansour to win a race worth 5 million Saudi Riyal. That's just amazing.
Absolutely, yes, and he's been showing all the characteristics needed. He's been as cool as a cucumber, riding a couple of winners earlier on in this week, where I think a lot of senior jockeys might have got themselves in trouble, but he has nerves of steel, doesn't he, and ice running through his veins.
Absolutely, such a mature head on those young shoulders. I want to get your highlight from the day there, Rory. I suspect I already know what it might be, but just confirm it for me.
Yeah, we saw Badr win earlier on, stepping up to 2,000 metres again, having won good races at a mile, won the Gulf Cup, and then stepped up to 1,800 metres on his penultimate start to win the Lucid 2-Week Cup. He was stepping up and trip again, and you see him in the yellow colours coming home strongly from the home bend. He came off the bridle before the runner-up, and it looked like he might be in a little bit of trouble, but every time his jockey asked him for a little bit more, he kept finding, and when the whip was drawn earlier in the straight, he pulled clear, and he kept pulling clear through the final furlong to win by a big margin. And given how many good horses were in that race, it was a local Group 1 full of the horses who've been starring all the way through the season. To put those horses to the sword the way he did marks him down as a very, very special horse for next season. He's been a slow developer. It took him, I think in his first 13 races he managed to win once, and that was in the final week of the season last year, but he's gone from strength to strength in the last few weeks. He clearly shows his best form in the spring, and that augurs really well for a Saudi Cup challenge next year.
Absolutely, you think he's a horse to watch for the Saudi Cup next February, and of course a massive highlight for the day, and it's no secret that Shamila's highlight was Sunset Flash. She's come dressed in the jockey's silk colours. Shamila, that must have made your day.
I'm over the moon about that. Whatever else happened after Sunset Flash, I can't even remember, because I'm just so happy that she managed to do that. She's 8 years old. You know, she had everything going against her, and when mares get to that age, I mean, we rarely see mares on the flat 8 years old and upwards.
Not that kind of class, sort of regular handicappers always do look after themselves perhaps, but the high-class flat performers, they tend to end up being retired at 4 and 5. We saw Enable going on for a few years. That was lovely to see, the dual arc winner. But to see a mare at the age of 8 still showing the enthusiasm that Sunset Flash has for the job is wonderful to see, and a rarity as well.
And you could just see how much it meant to the whole Almondale family, Sultan Almondale, Naif and Fayhan Almondale as well. So it's a whole family affair, and I'm just so happy for them, and I cannot wait to see what she produces later on in the future.
Absolutely, perhaps as a broodmare, and I'm sure that you'll be watching her offspring very closely. Shamila, we've seen some fantastic features from you throughout the week, so perhaps that's a feature idea for you for a couple of years' time if we follow the offspring of Sunset Flash, a fantastic winner of the 10th race here today. Rory, anything else that stands out from today? I mean, it was an amazing day, wasn't it? 4 Group 1s on the card.
It was nice to see Najib Al-Zaman get his head back in front again, because he's a horse that I really like, and I genuinely thought he was capable of beating Asfan Al-Khalidia. He very nearly proved me right a couple of runs ago. But Asfan, when really pressed as he was in that contest, when the pair of them went head-to-head, showed that he really does have, absolute class, and he fought back to win. Najib Al-Zaman could have sort of retreated from that and disappeared. But he ran a really good race in the Obeya Classic last time out, went 3rd, and given an opportunity to win, he showed what he was all about today, to end his season on a high, and that was lovely to see as well.
It was interesting as well to see the Al-Khalidia team tactics playing out in the penultimate race. I don't know if you got a good look at it, Shamila, from where you were watching, but it was fascinating to watch how that race played out.
Absolutely. I mean, they had Naif Al-Anazi in front, leading the way, setting the pace, and then you had Adil Al-Faredi and Abdullah Al-Lofi kind of going head-to-head. And you could tell that they were going to be happy whoever was going to win, because, I mean, you're fighting for the same team. And it absolutely worked, and they come here to fight and to win these big races, especially when they have 4, 5, 6 horses entered in each race.
Absolutely. We saw that with the White Stable as well. You said they haven't come here to play, and did they disappoint?
Yeah, I'm really sad for them in that last race. I really thought Daydan was going to win, but it's a huge day for Tariq Al-Mansour. We can't take that away from him.
Absolutely, and we saw the top jockeys come to the fore as well. The international jockeys came in, but they were outclassed by the locals.
Yeah, well, listen, that does tend to happen. It's not easy riding the local horses in the local races. If you're riding an international challenger, a horse is trained in the UK coming out here, then you might know the horse a little bit, give you an advantage. You don't have any advantage over the local jockeys here, and we've seen how good they are. Not just the likes of Alex Moreno and Camilo Espina, but Tariq Al-Mansour, the 19-year-old, he's a sensation, as we saw tonight.
Absolutely, he's got a fantastic future ahead of him. We'll look forward to seeing him in Taif, won't we, Shamila? Who's been your highlight today, jockey-wise? You've got a good relationship with all these jockeys. Who are you most pleased to see win today?
I'm going to say Camilo Espina for sure. I think he's such a good guy. He's genuinely one of the nicest people you'd ever meet in racing. So he genuinely deserves every bit of success he gets, especially for Najib Al-Zaman as well. I was so happy about that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Shamila. Thank you as well, Rory. And thank you to you for joining us at home. We've had a fantastic day of racing. It's been Super Saturday here in Riyadh.